Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Tuesday, November 15th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ORION, NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. Well, right now I got Kentucky and Michigan State on the State Farm Champions Classic, and it's a barn burner, 61-60. Kentucky's number 4 in the world. Michigan State is unranked. Kentucky 2-0, Michigan State 1-1. But the real one that I'm kind of going back and forth with is the next one, which is going to be Duke and Kansas. Duke is 2-0. Kansas is 2-0. Number 7, Blue Devils. Number 6, Jayhawks. And Kansas won the championship last year. I'm kind of going back and forth with that in the Buffalo Bills and the Minnesota Vikings replay on NFL Network. Shout out to the GOATs. I appreciate you. We're off to a good start. Sarah Small, $5 dono on the Cash App to get the stream started. Megan with a 15er. That's a great start to kind of get us in the right direction. So that way we can end up having a good night. Sarah with an extra H put in there because I typed it fast. I appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for a photo, and I got you taken care of. Megan with a 15er from Australia, still not feeling the best as the weather has freshened up. Lung infection still not 100%, but wanted to start the stream off right as I haven't been able to donate recently and you just got back, obviously, to your hometown in the comfort of your own home, visiting California, LA, and Seattle. Speaking of Seattle, Scott Service, the manager of the Mariners, got ripped off for manager of the year in the American League. Julio got rookie of the year, which he should have, but it's a disgrace that the Mariners, ball coach, the manager of the Mariners, Scott Service, he took his team to the playoffs for the first time in 21 years, even won a playoff round against the Blue Jays, and he didn't finish in first. He didn't even finish in second. He finished in third. These writers are something else. I mean, like I said, it's not necessarily being like a Seattle bandwagon fan. It's like he deserved it more than anybody else in the American League or the National League. So I guess if you, take your team from not being able to go to the playoffs in 21 years, that's not good enough. He even won a round against the Blue Jays. Not good enough. So I don't know what the hell he had to do. Go all the way to the World Series and win it. Pretty ridiculous, but shout out to anyone that supports the Seattle Mariners or the Hawks like Megan. Appreciate you. $15 dono. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see, and I will be able to pull up some photos. Found an awesome old school collage. Obviously, it would be better without fly like a butterfly, sting like AB. But if you remember, when he was on the Steelers, he was one of the best wide receivers in that 6-year gap. And it's crazy with Antonio Brown. He posted a message that Tom Brady personally messaged him when he was trying to be able to mentor him. And I don't know if he's trying to make Tom Brady look bad, but if anything, it makes you look like a fucking idiot, AB, and Tom Brady like a really caring individual. He didn't have to help you, and he tried to get you on track, but obviously hanging around the wrong crowd, Kanye and others, obviously he's gone down that bad path again. And guess what? Fly like a butterfly, sting like AB. You might have been one of the best wide receivers to ever play the game, and you probably had the best 6-year stretch ever as a wide receiver. But, it shows you some people need meds. Some people need counseling. Some people need meds and counseling. And some people just need to get away from bad people in their life. AB, I want to say I feel sorry for you, but I really don't. You put yourself in this kind of position. And like I said, what are you trying to do? Like Tom Brady wrote you an email or sent you a DM saying how you're being an idiot, that you need to make better choices, that he tried to help you. And I don't really understand what that was supposed to do, trying to make Tom Brady look bad. If anything, it made Tom Brady look great, and it made you look like a fucking idiot. This game right now, 15 seconds left. Kentucky's up by 1, 61-60. I usually don't get too hypey over college hoops early in the year, but if Kentucky is playing, Duke or North Carolina are playing, or Kansas is playing, I probably will tune in And I did watch Gonzaga play just a couple days ago, and that was actually a pretty good matchup when they were on the aircraft carrier for Veterans Day. So that was pretty cool. They were doing it outside on the ship. You got to see like airplanes and helicopters go overhead. This is inside the building. But like I said, we're going to start to see who are the teams that are going to be good this year in college hoops. And then I'm going to go back and forth with this and the Bills and the Vikings replay on NFL Network. Any NFL questions, go right ahead. This will be NFL Q&A and also fantasy football week 11 Q&A as people are putting in their recommendations for the wire and trying to make the final push to the playoffs. Your boy's 9-1. I will be 10-1, and I'm going for the chip. Team looks very good. This is the first time my team has been projected before the games have even started, almost 150. Normally, you're going to be projected somewhere between 95 and 120. If you got a really good team in fantasy, 125 to maybe 135. But this one, I'm almost projected for 150. And that's before the games have even started, which is almost 25 points higher than maybe anyone else, maybe even 50. We'll see what happens. The guys still need to get out there and get the job done, but I'll go over the roster and you will see why. How are you? What's good? Sarah's in the building. $20 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Hybrid in the building. What to do? Toby in the building. What to do? Yes, thank you so much. Things have been very tight. It's been a struggle. To be very honest, I'm not going to lie. I never say things that aren't true. I always keep it 100, whether it's an NFL opinion or just what's going on in my life. Things have been tough. Things have not been what they used to be. So we got to work extra hard, and thank you for getting us off to a good start. We're at 20, and we have 80 to go. And once we hit that, we'll go to the next goal. You want some Anthony Rizzo? Okay, I got you. No problem. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, but the thing is, with Pete Carroll and Scott Service, that's two different things. Pete Carroll has done well, right? You know what I'm saying? He's done well, but not like the same thing with Scott Service. Scott Service brought a team that hadn't been to the playoffs in 21 years. It was the longest drought in MLB, NBA, NFL, and NHL. No disrespect to Pete Carroll, but he didn't do that. You know what I mean? It's not like we're talking about Pete Carroll, coaching the Jags and then bringing them from the worst team in football 2 years in a row to the Super Bowl or to the playoffs. That would be like a similar type of, story. But even so, it wouldn't even be the same because 21 years without being in the playoffs, that's like the ultimate. And he not only took the team there, right, but he also won a round against the Blue Jays. So for him not to get coach of the year, manager of the year, is fucking ridiculous. But at least they got the Julio Rodriguez right. So Liam's in the building. Said just traded Foreman and Palmer for Godwin. I get Godwin, win or loss. Palmer doesn't really have a whole lot of value. Foreman for Godwin straight up. Foreman's numbers are probably going to be a little bit higher, but if you need wide receiver help, I have Godwin on my team. He got his first touchdown of the season, and he's money for about 10 to 13 points. So if you're looking for a wide receiver to get you 10 to 13 and you already have plenty of running backs, then it's probably a pretty, I don't know if I would really say it's an even trade because Foreman's numbers are going to be better than Godwin normally, but Godwin will get you 10 to 13. And when he gets a touchdown, he can get you 15 to maybe 20. So at this point, if you need wide receiver help, I would say, yeah, it's probably a W. But if you don't really need wide receivers and Foreman was one of your running backs, then the other guy got the better deal. It probably should have been a 2 for 2. You know what I mean? Foreman and Palmer for Godwin and someone else. But like I said, if you're desperate for a wide receiver, like I said, I have Godwin on my team. So, it is what it is. Yes, I will get you some Juju. No problem. So let me take care of Sarah with Rizzo and Juju, and then we'll get into some questions as well. So one sec here. Let me get some Anthony Rizzo in here first. 62-60, 11 seconds left. Michigan State with the ball. 7, 6. Oh, rejected. 4.7 seconds left. Good defense by Kentucky. Now, do you want to see Anthony Rizzo in the Yankees? I assume that's what you want. Oh, he got it. Wow. What an out-of-bounds play. Now we're tied up. 62-62. Whoa. Let me get you a couple Rizzos. Yeah, no communication. Usually you can do like backdoor on the inbounds or you box the guy out. There we go. I see you. Ooh, that one. I need to reformat that one. Hold on. There we go. It didn't get formatted. I was going to say, damn, that looks like it's like 100 by 100. That definitely ain't no HD or 4K photo. All right, here we go. It didn't format. And that's what happens when you don't format the photos. They don't look good. And they look all blurry. There we go. There we go. Much better. There's a little process that goes with, the photos and everything and how it all works out. So I want to make sure I'm getting things. And sometimes if you try to bring a picture over before it's fully loaded, then it comes up all blurry as well. So let me get you a couple here. Let's look at this inbounds play. Nice. He went for the fake screen and then just rolled to the hoop. Bad defense. You're supposed to keep your back in between the hoop and the player. Number 34, you're an idiot. Here we go. Ooh, that's a good one. Sarah, we haven't seen that one before. Glad that he re-signed as well. Still not the same without him and Chris Bryant on the Cubs, but obviously we know the Cubs aren't good anymore. They had their time. They won their World Series. There we go. Nice three crispy Anthony Rizzo's. Thanks for the $5 dono. Appreciate you. All right, and let's get some Juju here as well, and we'll get it going here as also. So one sec. I mean, even if it's like Dougie P leading the Jags to the playoffs, that's one thing. But like I said, to not be in the playoffs for 21 years and to make it, that deserves Coach of the Year right there alone. So I don't know what the reasoning is, for being a hater towards Scott Service, but that's what the baseball writers love to do. It's like Griffey should have been unanimous. There was a Yankee writer that decided not to make it unanimous just to be a dickhead. So sometimes writers love to be assholes, and it shows. It's like, how can you not have Griffey undisputed, never took steroids? What, just because he didn't like the Yankees and said that he never would play for them? He would rather retire? I mean, he's just being truthful, Let's see if I can find some special Juju on USC that I've never posted before. I imagine if I put my mind to it, I can find stuff pretty quickly. All right. Ooh, that one looks good. Shower. Let's go. That's a fire one. Juju was the man at college. Oh, yeah. I got to hit you with the white. And then I got to give you like a crispy, like HD 4K one. We got to make sure we're getting the proper photo. Oh, yes. Perfect. With that nice maroon and gold. Ooh, yeah. Like that. That looks good. That looks good. And then how about one more for just good measure in the white against Notre Dame? Ooh, yeah. All right, we got overtime, Michigan State and Kentucky, and then we're going to get into Duke, Kansas. And the main reason I wanted to watch that is because, for people like Holly, someone that is a Kansas fan, I did watch a lot of Kansas basketball growing up, just like Duke, North Carolina, and Kentucky. And, why not? I mean, there's nothing else going on. No baseball, no NASCAR, and this is, the better teams that are going to be in college hoops. That'll help me, with predictions, helping people win money, as well as we go into March Madness. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for the donos, and I hope you enjoyed the pictures. Let me see here. Pete Carroll and Brian Daboll are strong candidates for Coach of the Year. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Tanner Nelson, put these wide receivers in order, full PPR rest of the season. Higgins, Waddle, Lockett, Godwin, McLaurin. That it depends with Jamar Chase and the injury when he comes back. If he's going to be T. Higgins number 1, or will he be wide receiver number 2? Is there going to be complications with Jamar Chase? So we don't know that yet. So for me, if I'm looking at the list, let's take a quick peek at these names here. All right, let's take a quick look at these names here. So from week to week, it's going to, vary. Like, this week, T. Higgins is a top 10 receiver. Is he better than a Jalen Waddle? No. You know what I mean? So you have to use kind of, with your own discretion with some of these matchups and whatnot. And just because Tyler Lockett is a wide receiver 2 doesn't mean he's not going to be able to put up some good numbers. Let me see here. Godwin and McLaurin. All right, let's take a quick peek here. It also depends on matchup also. But if I'm just looking at the list, offhand, what I would, if you're talking about like guaranteed points and whatnot, let me look up the names here so I can let me give you correct information. All right, so T. Higgins is ranked 23rd right now. He averages 12.8 points per game. And with obviously Jamar Chase is out, his last 4 games are 10, 14, 13, and 13, which is solid. Okay. And then what's the next one? Jalen Waddle's been amazing. Waddle's number 6. So Waddle's going to be number 1. He's averaging 17.5, but obviously him and Tyreek are 2 of the top 5 receivers. His last 5 have been 16, 12, 30, 19, and 10. He's got a bye week this week, so obviously this week you're not playing Waddle, and Higgins is higher on the chart. And then let's go next with Lockett. Lockett is 10th, averaging 14.4 points per game. Last 4 for him, 11, 15, 17, and 13. Nice. Okay. And obviously I have Godwin on my team, and I know with him, he's just starting to kind of find himself after the injury, and he just scored his first touchdown. But with that being said, he's ranked 34th, but he's still averaging 12.8. He scored 6 week 1, 6.5, and every game prior to the last game, he's got double digits. So he's reliable, even though the offense stinks for my Buccaneers. 12, 12, 15, 11, 13, 10, and he got 19, and he's got a bye. Okay. And he should be able to get a few more touchdowns now. And then you got scary Terry McLaurin, and they love to throw the ball everywhere. And he's ranked 13th. And then Terry, last 4 for him, 18, 16, 10, and 20. So even though Terry McLaurin might be like a lower name, the rankings are there. So if I'm ranking these, probably towards the rest of the year, I'm going Waddle 1. Oh, gosh, this is tough. Waddle, I mean, you can vary, but I would probably go Waddle 1. Oh, let me look again. Hold on. Waddle 1, Lockett 2, probably Scary Terry 3, Godwin 4, or McLaurin and Godwin tied. It just depends. McLaurin has a better chance of getting an end zone touchdown. Godwin's just going to get you 10 points or more, but if he scores, 15 to 20. You know what I mean? So Waddle, Lockett, either one, Godwin or McLaurin, and then Higgins would be last. But now, since Jamar Chase is out, obviously Higgins would be right there with Lockett, Godwin, and McLaurin. So you have to just kind of look at the matchup. Like, for example, this week, some of these guys are on bye weeks. So on the list, obviously first would normally be Waddle, but first on this list, obviously is going to be Scary Terry McLaurin. He's at number 10. So that's where you're going to go there since some of these have bye weeks. So it's going to be used at your own discretion. And even though Higgins and McLaurin are maybe lower names than Waddle, Lockett, or Godwin, you just have to look at the matchups. But for me, Waddle 1, Lockett 2, and then probably a tie between Godwin and McLaurin. And when the matchup is correct, Higgins, but you just have to look. And it really depends if Jamar Chase comes back and is healthy, right? And then Higgins would be 5th. But if he's not, and let's say Jamar Chase has a setback, then Higgins moves up in the priority. And then, like I said, he'll be a tie with Lockett, Godwin, and McLaurin. But by far, Waddle would be the number one. Waddle, Lockett, Godwin, McLaurin, somewhere in there. I mean, if you really want to go Waddle, Lockett, McLaurin, Godwin, Higgins, you can go that route. But like I said, it just depends on who you have, and you have to look at the matchups each week because all 5 of those guys are money. All of them are going to be great, but who's got the highest upside right now? It's probably Waddle and Scary Terry, but again, Godwin got his first touchdown, and I assume they're going to look to him again. And all of these guys are consistent. It's just that Higgins and Lockett are normally wide receiver 2s that are playing like wide receiver 1s. Same thing with Godwin. Scary Terry is a 1, and even though Waddle's a 2, he puts up numbers like a 1, like Tyreek the Freak Hill, if that makes sense. CJ, he says, I lost Cooper in Dallas. Well, you can still come back. Hopefully you ended up drafting well, so that way you can, recover there. I don't know if I would put Higgins at 3, bro. What's your record in fantasy? I'm going to be 10-1. So not saying that you don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. Godwin at 5. You got to look. Also, you have to look at targets too, and that's going to be a big thing. And sometimes you play good defense. But obviously, T. Higgins right now, obviously he's averaging 12.8. So he's getting looks. 9, 7, 6, and 8. So let's look at those real quick too. But also, like, Godwin can get 10 to 14 targets, but that doesn't mean shit if you're not getting in the end zone. But it's all through discretion, though, and the matchup. But he's also talking about the rest of the year. Because, if you're looking at those names, I mean, Higgins is the worst one out of those 5 talent-wise, but if he's getting 9 targets a game and Jamar Chase is out, then maybe that value could be higher than McLaurin or Godwin or even Lockett sometimes, but I think we can all agree that Waddle is the best. It just depends on what your wide receiver room looks like and what you have. I wouldn't necessarily, every team is built different, and I don't know what your record is. I don't know who your roster is. If it was me, I'm not picking him up, like I said, I'm pretty fickle with who I get, and it's nice since McCole Hardman got hurt, and obviously, and Juju got the concussion. So maybe if you want to pick him up on your bench, but I'm not sure if I'm starting Kadarius Toney. So see, you got to come up with those kind of questions. You got Diop and T. Higgins. Well, you're not going to put Toney over Higgins. So with what you have right now is decent for now. Yeah, that's what I would say. I wouldn't be starting. If you're starting Toney, your record's probably shitty. If you're having to go that route. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is. Michael in the building. Would you rather have Derrick Henry, Chargers, Texans, Cowboys, or McCaffrey, Seahawks, Commanders, Raiders for the playoffs? Oh, that's a good question. Chargers defense, Texans defense, Cowboys. Chargers defense is booty. Texans defense is you can run on that. Cowboys defense is stingy. You know what I mean? But when you have Derrick Henry could still put up 10 to 20 on the Cowboys, points-wise. We know this. McCaffrey, Seahawks defense has been a little bit better. Commanders defense has been a little bit better. And then Raiders is horrible. Wow, yeah, that's tough, dude. Because like I said, you have to look on who's getting targets, right? Who's getting, the points each week. And obviously, Derrick Henry is always going to be the one. Let me take a quick peek here. Because I actually think the Niners have a good shot to go against the Eagles and make it, either to the Super Bowl as an underdog, or, to be able to go against the Eagles. I wouldn't be shocked if the Niners get past Tampa, the Giants, the Cowboys, Seahawks, all the other teams. I could definitely see the Niners being kind of the shocker team that maybe everyone thinks it's going to be Minnesota and maybe the Eagles. But what happens if they play each other prior to the NFC Championship game? Let me take a quick look here. All right, so Derrick Henry is ranked 5th, 19.7 points per game. Let's look at his stat line. 8, 8, 25, 23, 27, 16, 35, 23, and 8.7. And he's got Green Bay, Cincinnati, Philly, Jacksonville, Chargers, Houston, Dallas, Jacksonville at the very end. Okay, he's 5th. And let's look at Run CMC. And obviously his stats are going to be different because he's on the Niners, and McCaffrey's number 2, okay? 20 points a game, 20.5, right? All right, 15, 16, 13, 25, 23, 22, 8, 40, 17. And then he's got Arizona, Nolans, Miami, Tampa, Seattle, Washington, Raiders, and Arizona at the end. So if I'm you, I'm not sure. Do you have both players on the team? I need a little bit more context. Are you looking to trade Derrick Henry for McCaffrey? Do you have both? What are you trying to do? Are they already on your roster right now? Or do you have Derrick Henry and you're trying to trade for McCaffrey? Give me a little bit more context on what you're trying to do. Obviously, McCaffrey's number 2. Derrick Henry's number 5. And it doesn't matter what fucking defense they go against. They're going to be able to put up 10 points minimum, but they have a chance to get 20 to 40. That's how good both those guys are. So that's big facts. So, well, this is a fantasy. That's what we're talking about. We're talking anyone that's asking a question on here, they're going to be talking fantasy specifically, right? Not just in general, right? Because if we're just talking in general, then we're just talking NFL. But if I'm doing an NFL and fantasy football Q&A, no one's asking, hey, who do you think are the top 5 out of these guys? No one gives a shit right now who top 5 out of these guys are. They're gonna be asking, who are these based off fantasy? At least that's what I'm assuming, because most people aren't going to ask me that question, unless it's a fantasy question. End of overtime, 71-71, Kentucky and Michigan State. Hello, one of my favorites, Caitlin Graham in the building, looking pretty as ever, always supporting the cause. Appreciate you. Saw you change your new picture there. Looking cute as always. How are you? We got Kansas coming up here shortly. Kansas and Duke. And boom, with the dunk with 1.4. Wow. But yeah, give me more context here and I'll be able to answer your question better. Because it sounds like you're trying to trade Derrick Henry for McCaffrey. Because if you had both, you're starting both. And then what a powerhouse if you had Henry and McCaffrey. I'll read off my team to you so you can kind of see what I got cooking in the woodworks here. But I got 165 last game. I'm 9-1. I'm going to be 10-1. But here's my team, and I'm projected so you can kind of get an understanding of where I'm at. So if I actually know what I'm talking about or if I'm just a fucking idiot. All right, this is the highest projection that I've been projected for before the games have started. My projected number is 147.2, and this is in PPR, which is the highest out of anyone this year in all of the stats. Let's see, 147.2 against 86, 93 to 116, 44 to 90, 118 to 103, 106 to 99. And people have to make some adjustments and people have buys. But my team, Justin Fields, 21.8. Nick Chubb, 16.2. Saquon Barkley, 24.7. Justin Jefferson, 21.4. D-Hop, 16.7. Mark Andrews, 15.2. My flex, Josh Jacobs, 17.4. Buffalo D, 5.1. Graham Gano, 8.7. I'm going to be doing pretty well. My bench, and this is the thing I'm probably the most proud of, right? Justin Herbert, 19.5. Godwin, bye. Dallas Cowboy defense, 4.5 against Minnesota. Geno Smith, bye. Jason Myers, kicker for Seattle, bye. Greg Dulcich, on my bench, and I got one empty spot. So, like I said, in 90% of this team, I ended up drafting. So if you look at that, I didn't draft Justin Fields, but I drafted Chubb, I drafted Barkley, I drafted Jefferson, I drafted D-Hop, I drafted Mark Andrews, I drafted Josh Jacobs, I drafted Buffalo D, picked up Gano, drafted Herbert, drafted Godwin, picked up Dallas D week 1, picked up Geno, picked up Jason Myers, and picked up Dulcich. So it shows you got to have a good draft, but you also have to be making moves. And I looked at the moves. I have made like 50 more moves than anybody else. So if you want to be great at fantasy football or have a good record, and these are the records right now. I'm 9-1, Dirty Birds 5-5, Fluffers 5-5, Holly Hundo 4-6, Blumpkins 1-9, Sarah Small 7-3, Guerrero 6-4, Brute Crushes 5-5, Buck Dynasty 5-5, Chief Will Chief 3-7. But if you actually look at like the numbers on who's made moves, I've made the most moves, and I've made 79, second place in the league, right? I've made 79, almost 80 moves. Second place in moves is Team Guerrero, and he's actually got the third place record. DeSera, right? He's made 34, and I'm at like 80. So again, the more work you put in, the more knowledge you have, the better that you're going to do to create a superstar team. And Guerrero has the second most moves at 34, and he's a 6-4 record, and he's pacing to go to the playoffs with me and Sarah. So, it shows you, if you grind and you know what you're doing, you can have that team. But we'll see what happens. Injuries could kill me, but nobody has been, projected this high. Me and Sarah have been projected, in the 130s, high 120s, 135s, but I don't know if anyone's been projected for 145 and up. There might be a couple times where Sarah has been projected for maybe 140 or 139.8, which is pretty much there. But when you're projected for 140 and the other person's projected for 100, you look over at that number and you're like, fuck my life, because you're pretty much fucked. If it's 120 to 100, you can come back. If it's 110 to 130, you feel like, okay, I'm fucked, but maybe I can get some big points and a couple guys can hit 30. But when someone's projected for almost 150 and the other person's at maybe 80 to 110, unless injuries happen, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. So let me see here. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Okay. Akrazia. You probably pronounce it one of those ways. Cool name. I'm not sure if that's your real name or a name that you made up or something that's a combination of two names, but very cool. I like it. Trading Kamara, AK-41, Evans for Devontae and Freiermuth, full PPR. Okay. Devontae, obviously we know Carr and the Raiders suck, but Jacobs and Devontae should still be able to eat. Running backs are White, Swift, Najee, Eckler. Wide receivers are Olave, Moore, Devontae, Smith, Godwin. I have no tight end. You have no tight end, so you need one. Unless there's someone else on the wire that you can look at. There's going to be a few guys that have been doing pretty good as of late that'll be floating. And what is your record? So I know what I can help you at. Because if you're just not trying to get last place, that's one thing. Are you trying to be able to make the playoffs? Because obviously AK-41 hasn't been very good. He's a hit or miss this season. Let me look up the numbers. Evans has been good, but let's go over the numbers here as well. But you need a tight end, you said. So Devontae for Evans, and you're not, okay, well, Kamara, whatever you're probably thinking. But even though that's kind of a name, let's look here. But anyone that drafted Alvin Kamara in the first round is probably pretty pissed. He's ranked 14th, but he has stepped it up. 16.7 average. So let's look. So he started off rough, 7-0, 7-0, and then 23, 18, 17, 42, 9, and 7. So he's had two bad games, but in a 4-game stretch, 23, 18, 17, and 42. So I'm not sure if I would get rid of an Alvin Kamara if someone gets a 40. even if it's only once in the season, because if he gets it once, that means he's got an opportunity to get it again. Not a lot of guys can throw up 40-point games unless you're Patrick Mahomes, Justin Fields, Josh Allen, or maybe, someone of that caliber. Saquon Barkley, Nick Chubb. Okay, so Kamara, and he's ranked 14th, average 16.7. Remember that. Okay, and then we got Mike Evans. Let's look here. And just when I didn't think my team could get any better, but grabbing Justin Fields a couple weeks ago, thinking that looking at the trend as his numbers with rushing were getting higher, I was like, this could be big. And he's the highest scoring fantasy football player in the last 4 weeks. So sometimes you have to use your gut and not listen to the experts and just don't look at red matchups and say, oh, I'm not going to play them, because there's red matchups where it's like the worst possible outcome. The red is number one. You're not going to score anything. And then you look on the wire, right, afterwards, after all the games are played, and you see someone that's gone against number one ranked defense, and the guys put up 20 points. And you're like, how the hell? Because it shows you those red colors compared to green can fuck you over. If you're just going to, look at that, oh, it's red. Nope. You have to dig deeper, because just because it's a red matchup doesn't mean you can get big points. Okay. Mike Evans is 12th, 14.9 points per game. And his is 18, 9, 30, 12, 8, 18, 18, 9, and 10. Okay. So 15 points and about 32 combined. Okay. Okay. And then you want to do Devontae. 78-76 Michigan State. First lead since 52-51. All right, and let's go. I wanted to do Devontae Adams, and it auto-filled Devontae Parker. Yeah, right. Who looks up Devontae Parker? Not O-Dog. Not right now. Come on. And it's Devontae with a T, not a B. Gosh, these fucking people. All right, Devontae's 5th, even though he's had horrible struggles with Carr, but his numbers have been great, like Josh Jacobs. 39, 14, 19, 27, 17, 1, 36, and 27. So what that tells me is that Devontae Adams can put up points as much as like Mike Evans in 2 games. So Devontae could put up a 28, where Evans is putting up a 14, and then the next week a 14. So based on that, and then let's look at Freiermuth, because the person getting AK-41 in Evans is kind of getting the better deal, because Freiermuth isn't as good as Evans as the second person. If you're doing like Devontae for Evans, Kamara is a hell of a lot better than Muth. If you're going it based off like, person for person, Freiermuth. I wonder if I have to put Patrick. Fryer. All right, I'm looking it up right now. And the more information you can give me, the better, because that's how I really come down to helping people win money and predicting 90% of the time I'm going to be correct in championship games. And I help people win Super Bowl money, Natty money, World Series money. Like I was able to predict the NBA Finals and even what game it was going to win with the Warriors over Celtics in 6. Before the playoffs started, I watched 0 NBA or like a couple games throughout the season, not even like every game of a team. And same thing with NHL. I don't watch any NHL besides the All-Star game, a little bit of Stanley Cup. And I was able to predict last year Avalanche over the Lightning in 6 games for the Avalanche, and I don't watch hockey. So, I mean, sometimes you can kind of figure the system out if you're familiar with sports, and you can see like patterns repeat for the beast teams, because most teams aren't going to sweep, and a lot of time it's not going to go 7 games. So you have to use your fucking brain. Is it going to be 4-1? Or is the other team pretty fucking good and they can win 2, but just not 3? Then you start to use those calculations, and you can win money that way by predicting championship winners in 6 rather than in 5, 4, or 7. Just it's the math of it all. It's the Asian in me, I'm using that my mom's Japanese mathematics in my head, process of elimination. Okay. Let me see here. We're looking up Freiermuth. Now, for whatever reason, let's see. Where are you, Freiermuth? I'm looking for him. I don't think anybody's starting him. I think he's on someone's bench. All right, let's look. Are you on this bench? No. What about this bench? No. There he is. All right, Freiermuth is ranked 10th. Okay, he's averaging 10 points a game. And what do we got here? 12, 12, 6, 15, 3. It's going to happen. 15, 9, and 7.6. Okay. Kamara and Evans, okay. And you have White, Swift, Najee. Najee hasn't been very good, but you have Eckler. So you don't even need Kamara because you have Eckler. Okay, and then you have Olave, but then you can pair him up with Devontae. Devontae, Olave, and then you Godwin at maybe flex. Okay. Yeah, I would do that trade then. If you're going to go that route, if you have Evans and Godwin, even though Kamara and Evans are going to put up a combined, 32, 33 points typically each week, Devontae has a chance to do that by himself sometimes. And then Muth will get somewhere between 6 and 12. So if you need a tight end desperately, depending on what happened to you based off your injuries, then go ahead and pull the trigger on that trade just because you have Olave and you also have Godwin, right? So you still have other options, to lose Evans and you're picking up Devontae. You lose Kamara, but you still have Eckler. And you can, if Swift gets healthy, you can rotate guys. So I guess, it's not ideal. I mean, for me, normally I wouldn't do the trade, but since you already have pretty good options that are on the bench, I guess you can kind of play around a little bit. And if you want a little bit more heavy hitter, as Devontae, you got to think Renfro's out. Waller's out. So Devontae's targets are going to be through the fucking roof. Cooper Kupp is out now. So you're going to start to see an uptick on certain guys that were maybe like, okay, well, we knew Devontae was good, but then we're like, well, the Raiders suck now, whatever, but he's still getting targets. So yeah, pull the trigger on that one specifically because you need tight end, but Devontae will give you those big numbers. Again, remember, Kamara and Evans are going to be good. So each week you might lose a little bit, but you're not going to lose a lot. So let's say Kamara and Evans put up 30 to 40, and then you put up Devontae and Muth 26. You can live with that. Muth gets a 6. You get a 20 with Devontae. At least you're getting 6 points or more. But ideally, you're going to want 10 or more with your tight end. But since the tight end game is so bad lately, you almost are satisfied with 8 or more. Are you mad it's under 10? Fuck yeah, you are. But the tight ends are all injured. They're not producing unless you have Travis Kelce. And Mark Andrews has been banged up, but he'll be back. So, I think I would do that because Muth is a good option unless there's someone on the wire that's available, and Devontae's a beast. So, yeah, pull the trigger on that one. Normally, I would say, I don't know. But since you gave me the whole team, and so I can see what I'm working with, and Eckler is there, and that's a top guy, yes, Eckler and Devontae is a big 1-2 punch going towards the end. Go ahead and pull the trigger on that trade. No problem. Good to have you here. TN Jose, $2.99, my boy. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Thank you, man. Let me get you some Mac Attack. It's all about return of the Mac. And we ain't talking Mark Morrison. We're talking Mac Jones. Who? Mac Jones. My boy loves Mac Jones. Appreciate you, man. TN Jose always comes through, whether we're doing really good with numbers or really bad with numbers. Doesn't matter if there's only one person in here or if we have 100 people in here or more. Always showing love, always supporting. And even if it's only $1, $2, $3, and most of the time he doesn't do one, he does like 2 or 3, stays for a little bit, bounces. That shows a lot. That's a choice that you're making to support. And I really do appreciate that. Every dollar counts. For anyone that thinks $1, $2, $3 doesn't count, it adds up, especially if everyone did 1, 2, or 3. I'm not saying they have to, but it's like going from a stream where you were probably at a lower number, and then you just get a little bit from each person, and then all of a sudden the heavy hitter comes in, boom, and then then the stream is like uber successful. Then O-Dog can give back to Sarah and the rest of the goats and give you guys cool prizes and gifts for just being you and being awesome. Overtime, 83-76, the Michigan State Spartans, okay? Draymond Green, Magic Johnson, their team is about to beat Kentucky, who's ranked 4th. Wow. Unbelievable. All right, I'm getting distracted. Got to get back to the Mac attack. And I know this fantasy thing, like at some point, we can do our own show based off that and maybe have a service, you know what I mean? Because like I said, I don't really feel there's too many people that could actually get paid for fantasy advice. I think one is Matthew Berry, and I think, I'm one of them too. I think that, for someone that reads as much as him, I'm like that. I'm on the fantasy website and fantasy stuff 2 hours a day during fantasy season. Reading articles and going through all the player tags and clicking on the name and looking at their stats and spying on every other player in the league, who they're playing, who they have for a bye in the following weeks. I'm always looking ahead. Appreciate you. Let me get you another one. 84-76, Spartans, baby. Wow. I used to really like Kentucky back in the day. One of my favorite numbers is 24, for Ken Griffey Jr., Kobe Bryant. But it was for Jamal Mashburn. I don't know if you guys know who Jamal Mashburn is. He's the guy that had the big gap in his tooth like Michael Strahan. Really good player on Kentucky. Went to the Dallas Mavericks with Jimmy Jackson back in the day, kind of in the Jason Kidd era. Never really panned out to being a superstar, but I really liked him. And I was like, Dad, I want to wear this guy's, this number. And that was like my first number in 5th grade. And it was because of Jamal Mashburn, not by Jordan or Drexler. And it was really about Griffey, too, the 24. TN Jose, my boy. Appreciate you. $3 holla, my boy. $23. Let's go. Megan with a 20. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. $20 holla. What do you want to see? Current? Do we want to get like current player so we can show some love? I can still give you the old school stuff, but I think we need to kind of show off Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross a little bit and Woolen and some of the people. So that way the other people on the channel, if they're not following the Seahawks, besides seeing a clip on Twitter or SportsCenter saying their record, sometimes we need to be able to not only give your all-time favorite GOATs, but also giving some Seattle GOATs of who's playing now so we can wake people up, get woke, as the young kids would say, get woke. Seattle Seahawks are real, and it's cool. I'm happy. It's not my favorite team, all right, but I am happy that they are doing well, like genuinely. My boy. TN Jose, $2.99. Megan with a 20. Your boy needs to catch up. Bang, bang. Even TN Jose will do it for your boy. 43. Let's get to Hundo, baby. Yeah, we got people from Australia. Megan normally lives in Australia, TN Jose. And then she went to LA to see USC and visited Seattle, stayed each place for a few weeks to a month, and then just got back. So talk about a trip of a lifetime, especially if you're a hardcore fan. I mean, you can't even, I don't know how to like really put that into words. If that's like, it's not like they're going to be able to, they should have Australia host an NFL game. I mean, if I'm on the phone, I'm like, okay, you're going to do it in different locations across the world, Europe and whatnot. Why not have it in Australia? That'd be dope. They would sell out. Germany was big because they knew there's a shitload of Germans. They drink, they love football. Having Brady there, you already knew that was going to sell out. They did that on purpose. They're like, this is going to be a slam dunk. We're going to go to Germany, and they're going to be able to buy beer in steins, not little cups like in America, right? Get drunk, and they get to watch Tom Brady and sing. You're 7-3. You just dropped Ingram. Yeah, that motherfucker screwed me over, and I dropped him last week when he got me 1. But I had Dulcich because I have Mark Andrews. And I was like, okay, he's projected for like 8 to 11. No problem. He'll at least give me 6, and I'll be mad and cuss him out after, right? Unless you give me like 10 or more, or at least an 8 or a 9, so I feel kind of good, because that's how fantasy is. 10 points or more. No excuses. from every position, 10 or more, 10 or more, 10 or more. And then the heavy hitters, 20 or more or 30 or more you're hoping for. But yeah. You're 9-1. Me too, bro. I'm going to be 10-1. Yeah. But also, too, the people that are great at fantasy, they have good drafts, and they finish in a 10-person draft, top 5 or 12 or 14. You have to finish in the top 5 in drafting, but you have to make the most moves most of the time as well. You have to be in the top 3 of updating the roster. If you don't update the roster enough, it could cost you a championship, because you always want to have depth, and have a starting roster on your bench, because if you don't have a guy that you could sub in, or you're thinking about doing it, there's going to be a freak injury like me, Mark Andrews, Justin Herbert, that if I didn't make sure that I had 2 backups for each, Geno Smith, Justin Fields, 2 pretty fucking good ones, the 2 best backups you could have picked up on the wire this year, Geno Smith, Justin Fields, your boy got both. Okay, I'm on top of it. Okay, and then Mark Andrews went down. I had Dulcich, right? And then I ended up having Ingram, and I'm always switching them around. But right now, I'm kind of good with Dulcich, even though he screwed me over with 1 catch. Russell Wilson is not very good, so right now things are tough. You never know, man. Things can turn around in fantasy. Like sometimes people will give me their code or whatever, and then I'll look at their team, I'll dump players, I'll pick up people on the wire, and with me fucking around with a team in a week or 2, you could go from 3-5, and then a few weeks later, you could be 5-5 or 6-5. I can get you on a little bit of a win streak, but like I said, you have to dedicate time to fantasy. If you're not willing to dedicate time to fantasy, sometimes you can luck your way to a championship. Sometimes you can win with skill, 50-50 with luck, but a lot of times it's, you gotta have it. 45. Let's get to Hundo. Yeah, time traveler, dude. Time travel, right? You got to be able to, some people, they know, right? They're here. Flux capacitor, max capacity, 80 miles an hour. Guinness Book of World Records. The Almanac, all the stats. That would be wild. Imagine having the book. You're yeah, I'm going to play. But then if you just made 1 correct bet, it's you couldn't keep doing it for fun. You're I'm going to win $8,000 here. I'm going to win. You'll get flagged, $8,000 here, $4,000 here, 1,000 here. You can't just win big. All of a sudden you make $1 million bets, 3 of them. You know what I mean? They're okay, what's going on here? Maybe, and then something would happen. They'd be we gotta see what this guy's about. Is he a time traveler? I got you, man. I'm always going to give you an opinion as if I was going to give with my own. So, and like I said, I treat fantasy football to the uttermost importance of for my legacy here on the channel, as well as me doing coverage of all 32 teams with no bias and trying to treat each one as my own team, which most people have a hard time doing. I get it. Takes a lot of work, but yeah, no problem, man. No Joku. Yeah, but at least you have 3. A lot of people aren't smart enough to be able to get 2 great backups like Higbee and Freiermuth, and you have to now with Cooper Kupp out. Higbee's, was the number 2 target for a good chunk of the season, so his targets might go up to almost number 1 status. But also Stafford needs to get healthy too. So. Yeah, and that's why you always want to make sure that you're looking for depth and not looking for name recognition, looking for names that are not popular, right? Guys that are Peoples Jones on the Browns. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is Peoples Jones? But then you click on his name and you look at his stats and you're damn, this guy almost gets 10 points or more every game. So if you're really struggling for a receiver, stop reaching for that big name guy that you're never going to get on the wire, or you're trying to trade for someone else. Do your own fucking research. Go on the fucking wide receiver list, click a fucking couple buttons, look at some fucking rankings, click at the name, open it up, look at the targets, look at the last 4 games. And if shit looks good, get them up, swoop them, and you can play guys like that because fantasy football, for me, building a championship team is about consistency, not the guy like Christian Watson that just had the big 3 touchdown game. Will he do it again? Maybe, maybe not. Will he get hurt? Maybe, maybe not. But like overreacting based off one game, Watson looks like he could be a fantasy star down the stretch, but sometimes that's not the case. So you want to be able to look at just, consistency with the production before you just sell the farm for a guy and then it blows up in your face. That's facts. Hollywood Brown. Oh, that's rough. I got to know who the rest of your running backs are. You got to give me more information, and then I'll help you. Yeah, but hamstrings and him injured. I've had him in fantasy 2 out of the last 3 years, and he's either really boom or bust. And normally, lately, it's been like boom. He can get you 20 or more, but injuries are starting to creep up with him, and you have to use him with caution. It's like if I had a choice between Mike Williams and Gabe Davis, I'm probably going Gabe Davis, even if Allen is semi-injured. Hopefully that injury gets better because they're starting to drop games and Bills fans are getting a little worried, I think. Injuries are piling up on the defense. Chiefs are better than the Bills. And I said that since pretty much the beginning of the year. I thought the Bills are very, very good, but people were hopping on that bandwagon a little bit too much and not really respecting what Kansas City's doing without Tyreek. Bills could still make the Super Bowl and win it. Absolutely. The best teams right now, you got the Bills, right? You got the Chiefs, the Eagles, and then the Vikings. Those are the 4 that are the best right now. But anything can happen. Like the Niners could swoop up and make it all the way to the Super Bowl. That wouldn't surprise me one bit. That's my sleeper team that could go further than the Eagles and Vikings. If there was one team that could do it, it's that team.
Yeah, I think it's fun to look at these rankings.
Yeah, Waller. Yeah, and then I had to go higher because Sarah made me. She went Josh Allen, so she forced me to have to either go Mahomes or Herbert. And then she went Kelsey, so she forced me to go Andrews. But sometimes when you have a GOAT that you follow, someone that you know that you can kind of bounce off of, so if they pick someone, I'm going to do it. Because if I don't do it, then the next person's going to do it. So you have to be able to use your brain when you start seeing that first quarterback off the board, you draft quarterback. When someone goes, for tight end in the 3rd to 5th round, and it's a little early, right? And they go Kelsey, you better go Mark Andrews. Because if you don't, chances of you making the championship against the person that got Kelsey, tight ends are so hard to grab nowadays. And like I said, we used to have Waller, Kittle. You could rely on them. Zach Ertz back in the day. He used to be top 3, but he's injured now, right? But you can't even count on anybody besides Kelsey and Mark Andrews. And Andrews got hurt. I got him, but at least I got some backups. But $5 holla. We're off to a very good start today. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you so much. Let me know what you want to get for pictures. I'll take care of you. Megan with another 20. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you so much. Let me know what you want to see. I will get to the messages here shortly. Look at that. That's great, huh, Sarah? It's been a while before we hit that number before the 1 hour mark. Yes. And like I said, I'm just doing it because I think that would be, everyone knows the Jim Zorn, Steve Largent, and Pete Carroll love, but we got to start finding out not only the people that you love, but the people that I appreciate and those sleeper guys that need to be recognized. Let's do that. Yeah, I'll do both. We'll do that too. Watching videos. Should I trade Hopkins and Hawkinson? I wouldn't trade Hopkins. I have him. And for Debo and Chubb, do you need a tight end? What does your tight end situation look like if that you were going to trade Hopkins and Hawkinson? Like, what does your team look like? Are you thin at running back and heavy at tight end? Because that really depends on who you have. If you get Debo and Chubb and trading away Diop and Hawkinson, like what does your team look like? I need more, I need to see the depth of your team before I can give you the right answer. Because it could be a yes or a no, depending on what you have on the bench and what you have there. What's up, Chris? I'm good, man. Just answering fantasy football questions and helping people win championships. You feel me? And I feel proud that I'm one of the only ones that actually gets paid for fantasy advice because, like I said, most people are really smart, for the most part, that play fantasy, but the ones that take it to the next level, those are the ones that you look at the Matthew Berries and someone that like me that puts in a lot of time and effort. I mean, the results speak for themselves, especially if, you finish top 3 no matter what. I mean, most people, that's almost impossible. But if you put in the dedication and love, as like it's your baby, you're going for the championship, the chip. So, and like I said, I'm gonna be 10-1. There's no guarantee I win because I've been the number 1 team or number 2 team last 3 years, and I haven't won the championship the last 3 years in the NWSF league. It's just one of those things. Like, you can be number 1 scoring, you could be giving up the least points. You get to the 2-week playoffs, right, on ESPN, you get like projected for 135, you put up 95. The other guy puts up 120. Nothing crazy, not like a 200, right? So, I can come back and win. But then the next game, you put up maybe a 140, but then they put up a 150. And then the combined score of them is better than yours. And then, you lose. So, but with this team looks a little bit more stable. Justin Fields, 21.8. Nick Chubb, 16.2. Saquon Barkley, 24.7. Justin Jefferson, 21.4. D-Hop, 16.7. Mark Andrews, 15.2. Josh Jacobs flex, 17.4. That's insane. If your flex is over 15 points, you're fucking people up, okay? Because normally if you have a 17, that's going to be an RB1, 2, or wide receiver 1, 2. So if you got depth where you're throwing a 17 or 18 around, you're flexing, okay? Bills D, 5.1, going against Cleveland in the snow. And then I also have Dallas D, but fuck, they're going against Minnesota and Jay Jetta. That's 4.5 points, And then Graham Gano, 8.7. On the bench, Herbert, Godwin, Cowboys D, Geno Smith, Jason Myers at kicker, number 1 kicker in the NFL. And I picked him up, months ago. I just had this thing because I drafted Harrison Butker. He got injured. I didn't want to drop him, but I had to make an executive decision. Dropped him. Picked up Koo, normally a top 5 kicker. Dropped him. Saw Jason Myers. He had 2 games of double digits. I said, you know what? I like this Geno Smith. And Jason Myers is getting a lot of opportunities with DK and Lockett and everything that's happening there. And Geno making good decisions. So I said, fuck. I was like, do I want to go with Koo? That offense is starting to stall. I need to go with an offense that's so good that they get there all the time. But they're not going to get 5 touchdowns a game. Maybe they get 2 or 3. So that means Myers will get a couple opportunities. Did I think that Myers would be the number 1 kicker in the NFL? No, but I did think top 5, based on when I got him, like the projectile of how Geno Smith was playing. I was like, dude, do I take a risk and grab Geno and Myers and double dip? And I did, and it worked. So sometimes that gamble doesn't work. But if you can see before everyone else does, like instead of 3 or 4 good games in a row, they're on fire. We get it. But if they have 1 good game or maybe 2 and people are still like, pull the trigger if you feel it. And then you can be rewarded with Justin Fields, Geno Smith, and Jason Myers. And I got Cowboys D week 1. And it's like one of the best defenses to pair with my Bills defense that I drafted. I also drafted Steelers, but Bootios without obviously TJ Watt. So I need more clarification here. 5-5. That's still good enough to get to the playoffs. I can be like a psychiatrist, therapist, and I'll let you know 5-5 is not the end of the world. A lot of people right now on planet Earth are 5-5 and still will go to the playoffs. Mango Madness Snapple, the best. All right, you got Waddle, Hurts. Okay. So Hurts, good. Waddle, good. DJ Moore, ooh. DJ Moore, replaceable. Put on your bench. Eckler, good. Aaron Jones, okay. Andrews. Nick Folk, Eagles D. Thielen, Wandale, Burks, Henderson, likely. Got to improve that bench. That's the reason you're 5-5. You need to have other options for Hurts and Waddle. DJ Moore needs to go to the bench. You need to have someone better than that. Eckler, Jones, Andrews, someone better than Folk. If you can find it, Eagles D, you got to have other options than just Eagles D. If you're only rolling with one defense and the defense isn't hitting all the time, you're losing in fantasy. You want to make sure every position is accounted for. So if the kicking guy is having a bad matchup, grab 2 kickers. If your defense is not very good, have 2 or 3 defenses. Get rid of some of these bullshit players on the bench and get spots that you're weak at and double up and triple up to give yourself an insurance plan. Got a shitty defense? Have 3. Have options. Try to get the 3 best. And when someone drops one on the wire, pick that one up. You know, if you had a shitty kicker, don't hang on to him because of a name. Get another one. If you want to cut him, or get two. You know, it's not a bad thing to have two kickers sometimes, or 2 or 3 defenses. Like that right there alone is worth $20 because most people don't follow that scheme. Most people are like, oh, running back, wide receiver, running back, wide receiver, running back, wide receiver, sprinkle in a couple quarterbacks, tight ends, and I don't give a shit about kicker or defense. And then they're like, how do I lose in fantasy every year? Kicker and defense. Especially when you get a kicker that puts up 20 and a defense that puts up 23. And then you're like, oh, fuck, 43? And then the other guy puts up 6 combined. There's a difference there. That's how fantasy championships are won. Your team's not that bad, but DJ Moore probably to the bench if you could find someone better. And you just got to look at the names like Peoples-Jones, you know, start going through the wire and start looking at the guys that are averaging. Look at the number and look at the average per points, you know, since the beginning of the season. If it says 10 points or more, grab that guy if you like him. You know what I mean? Because that's what you're looking for, consistency. A guy can throw up a 2 and you can be mad and drop him. But if he's got 4 games prior to that with 10 or more, you can just put him on your bench. You have to, you know, use a level head. So got 66. Yeah, I mean, and then with that, once the wire is passed, can you pick up players for free, or do you still have to use your money with the fab? Pacheco could get more looks. Robinson gets a shitload of yards on the ground. Attempts. He's not going to get a lot of yards, but the attempts are there. God, guy almost gets 20 to 30 in some games, right? But Antonio Gibson will steal some of those touchdowns away. Watson had the 3 touchdowns, but we don't really know where that's going to go. It looks like it's trending upwards, though. And Romeo Doubs has an injury, so they could flip-flop. Doubs, it was supposed to be Watson. That's what they drafted. Doubs was a guy in preseason. Watson got hurt. Then Doubs took advantage, and now Watson's here and Doubs is here. So, you know, it's kind of flip-flopping, but I mean, it depends on what you want to pay for, but B. Robinson and Watson would probably be the top 2 to try to target if you need running back help or if you want to take a chance on a wide receiver, but not too much, you know. It's up. I mean, but we are getting towards the end of the season. So if you are going to spend the money, this might be the time to spend it, because how good of a player is going to emerge, you know, that's been shitty all year, that's going to be valuable going towards the back end if there's only like a month left before playoffs. So if you are going to spend your money, actually, this might be the time, since we're getting to the end. Other money you'll spend will be guys that people drop, but certain guys like maybe B-Rob and Watson, maybe they've been picked up or dropped, but you can like maybe grab them and keep them for the rest of the season. So yeah, I'm never first on the wire, but I can still build a championship team. You know, I don't have to be first in the wire. I can be 10 out of 10 on the wire every week, but I just know some people won't pick people up, and I'm going to do the research, and you know, I'm not going to get every person that I want, but I'm always looking to upgrade. So, but remember when I told you that about a month ago? Remember? I was like, yeah, and it's not because it just like, it's like Megan from Australia likes Seahawks, so I'm going to get Seahawk players. No, it's just I'm going to grab who's great, and you know, I'm not going to, you know, be a hypocrite or not, you know, pick a guy because he's on a team I don't like, because I like all 32 teams. I mean, if there's a Patriot player that's good or Cowboy player, I don't care. I'm grabbing them. Yeah, and getting Geno and Smith was the best thing I ever did insurance wise. I use Myers every week. And Geno, I haven't had to use that much because I have Herbert. Now I have Justin Fields that puts up like more stats. But if anything ever happens with Fields, I got a guy in Geno that is one of the best in the league. He's top 7, top 8 in fantasy and in real life. So I kind of have a knack for seeing it before it happens. Like a week or 2 before they blow up, I see it and I take a chance, and then sometimes it pans out and it's like amazing. Like, because there would be no way in hell I would be able to grab the player if they got hot on that time where I had to grab them. I would just be too far on the priority wire. So that's how I try to take advantage, grabbing early. But that takes a lot of guts to do, because sometimes you have to drop a starter that you normally never would drop just to take a chance. Burrow, Evans, Hopkins, Mooney, Tony, Jones, Walker, Connor, Kelsey, Hawkinson. That's not too bad. Yeah, sometimes picking up guys for free after is the best. I mean, unless there's a guy that you really believe in. Like if you believe in Christian Watson, But if there's also guys in the league that that are going to grab that player. So, I mean, it's up to you on, use at your own discretion, because when a guy has a 3-touchdown game, I assume even guys that don't even need a wide receiver will probably try to grab him just for insurance. So that way someone like you doesn't get him, or someone else, because the elite teams love to hoard players that other guys can't get sometimes. So that way that you're blocking other players from having them, and you're probably never going to play that player. But if you got an elite guy on the bench that's putting up 18 to 20, and you got plenty of guys that are just as good or better, that shows how good of a fantasy player you are, because that's, your insurance if you have an injury, and then someone else doesn't have that beast player. And you just have to be able to hopefully project injuries too. And I've gotten pretty lucky so far, but Herbert and Andrews normally is a season ender killer, but luckily I was able to find the right people. So yeah, but it's the reading. That's why I feel like me and Matthew Berry, like I know Matthew Berry reads like a motherfucker, and I do too. Like that's all I do all day is I'm reading. So it's like I'm spending 4, 5, 6 hours a day reading, 2 hours on fantasy every day. I doubt anybody else on planet Earth is doing that. Like, unless you're like doing something for like a column or whatever, and I'll get your pictures up here in 1 second. I apologize. Just wanted to get through the comments before we got too far. What's up, Swavey? Did we just become best friends? What's up, bro? This guy has got the fantasy football squad. I'm going to read my squad to you, and I'm going to look at your squad, and we're going to bro out here. Okay, trade Fields, Swift, and Higgins for Tyreek and Kyler. No. No, because even if you have Lamar, Lamar could put up, 13 points or 40, right? But what happens, if he just has a few off games, and then Fields is still grinding it out, putting up 40, right? And you could have won as your maybe kicker put up a 3, or maybe the defense put up a 5, and normally you're fucked, but you're still able to win the championship because you got Fields and he got you 42. So no, you're not doing. That's a hard no. Fields is the best fantasy football player right now. I got him, weeks ago. If you have him, you're fucking smart too. And there's no way in hell. He is the number 1 rated fantasy football player right now, and trajectory forward probably the rest of the season. So you're going to win a championship if you hang on to Fields, more than likely, because there's a good chance he's going to throw up 15 points minimum, but you have a high side of 20 to 30. And when he's really firing it off, 2 with his arm and 2 with his legs, 40 plus, and that could save your defense and kicking, nightmares that you have for, who gets whoever if they just shit the bed, and you can still win. So Lamar, Fields, Chubb, ETN, Walker, Swift, Wilson. Okay, Elijah Mitchell, Amon-Ra, Kelsey, Pitts. Too bad Pitts isn't. Yeah. Yeah, Kyler, who gives a shit? He's not even worth anything. Tyreek is awesome, to be able to have that. But Fields is too valuable. You know what I'm saying? Fields is way, and I think that I'll read off my team, bro. I'm gonna be, and I've read it off. You know what I'm saying? But I'm giving people like straight up information that is real. Like Fields. You got to think with you got Patrick Mahomes, you got Josh Allen. Allen's a little injured. There's snow there, going to be a couple feet. We'll see. But Mahomes right now, he's the top dog, right? And then you have Jalen Hurts. Normally, the last game he looked a little off, like he was injured, not a lot of zip. But I think with Mahomes and Fields, those are going to be the guys like that are going to be able to give you some amazing points. But Fields, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, D-Hop, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Graham Gano. My bench, Herbert, Godwin, Cowboys D, Geno Smith, Jason Myers, number 1 kicker, and Greg Dulcich to back up Mark Andrews. Going to be 10-1, 9-1 at the moment. Yeah, of course, dude. I remember, dude, I don't have thousands of people in the room, but I remember people's pictures, their name. I remember people when they come through. It takes time to remember, but I try. All right, I got some pictures to pull up. I just wanted to get caught up in the chat. It's you and me, bro.
Is with me for the second game between Duke and Kansas. Let's start with Duke. Yeah,
Right. I mean, even if you're playing for fun, this is bragging rights. I mean, like setting a lineup takes a lot of skill. Drafting a team takes a lot of skill. Maintaining a squad maintains a lot of skill. And that's why I don't allow trading in my leagues through the channel. I want it to be straight up your skill set versus mine and everyone else's. And you have to be able to draft correctly, and you have to be able to grab guys on the wire, or you're never going to win or get top 3. But does it make sense from what I'm saying? I mean, you look at my squad, you think I got Herbert and Geno Smith, but I'm not getting rid of Fields. There's not one person you could offer me, even Patrick Mahomes, for Fields, and I'm keeping Fields. Mahomes is, Mahomes, and that trade probably wouldn't happen anyways, but Fields is just as hot as anyone because now he is the number one option with attempts with his legs. So he's giving you the option to score once, twice, or 3 times on the ground, and he could get big touchdowns of 50 yards plus on top of 1 or 2 through the air. So a guy that could get you 5 touchdowns, and you're getting rushing yards on top of that. I mean, that's like the ultimate dual threat player in fantasy that you dream of, and that's what Justin Fields has turned into. Yeah, I just got to keep it straight, bro. If you're trying to win money or flex on your friends, if you want to be step bros, did we just become best friends? Okay, I'm never gonna set people wrong. I'm gonna make sure I set you right. And then, like I said, if the other thing happens, does better, so be it. But at least you don't have the regret of, picking someone up in a trade, they get hurt right away, and then your players on the other team win the championship. Then you feel like shit. All right, time for some photos. Let's get some Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas. Oh, Charles Cross, college.
Does on both ends of the floor and drive it. A good rebounder, positional size, and an excellent defender. One of the semi-finalists for the Naismith Defensive Player of the Year award last year. Brady Dick as good a shooter as there is in the freshman class this year across the country. With more on him, here's how they wrote.
Here we go, Kansas, Duke. Swaggy. If you're doing like a 2-for-1, if you keep Fields and you're looking Swift and Higgins for like a better receiver. Swift, Higgins, and Pitts for Diggs. Yes. Yes, Nighthawk. You can call me Dragon. You can call me Nighthawk. Yeah, I would do Diggs for those 3 because Swift is injury prone and you don't really give a shit anymore. You've already drafted him or picked him up and he's disappointed you more than gained. Higgins is good for now and he'll be available for number 2 looks if Jamar Chase comes back, and if he doesn't, he's the number 1 option. But it's, you're like whatever, right? And then Pitts is a big name, supposed to be top 5, but hasn't done shit this year because he just hasn't been able to get the offense going with Mariota, and some games good, some games horrible, some games non-existent. Diggs is like one of the top options. So if you want to get more depth, doing those 3 for 1 would be fair, not only for the other person, because you don't give a shit about those players, but then you get yourself a beast wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, or a flex wide receiver. And normally on a deal like that, I would probably say no, because it's a 3 for 1, but you have to look at value and moving forward as long as Josh Allen's arm is okay. If his arm isn't okay, then the other guy gets the better deal. But assuming that his arm is good enough, Diggs' numbers should be 10 points and above, some games 15 and above, and then a few of 30 or 40 and above. So, yeah, isn't it awesome? And that's why I wanted to showcase this stuff like in preseason before the season started. Sometimes you can foreshadow with players and, we talk about them and then all of a sudden we don't really expect anything. And then they turn into one of the best in the NFL already. So, and I watched some film on Twitter on Abraham Lucas and he's starting to get a little love as well. So it's not just Cross getting love, but people are making videos of Abraham Lucas and what he's been able to do this season, because that's the player that wasn't expected. Cross was expected to be a beast, and he's lived up to the expectation and surpassed it. But Lucas was a project, and he's a starter and a really good one, one of the better ones in the league at the position already. So
try to put as much pressure as they can on Duke, see if they can turn the Blue Devils over. Both teams are looking to keep the other out of transition, especially Duke trying to keep Kansas out of transition. Strength there shown by Jeremy Roach for the opening bucket of the night. There's the kick. Jalen Wilson, a good look for three. Rebound down to Filipowski. Wilson has been the top three-point shooter for this Kansas team. He's 6 of 13 going into that shot on the season. It'll go down for Filipowski, one of the very talented freshmen from Westtown, New York, ranked 7th in the country, the ESPN 100 coming into the season. It was John Shire's first recruit. He is big.
And I like it when they pick guys that are like local, like whether they grew up there or they went to college close by. Getting people from like the Huskies or the Cougars. Then you get like a fan base from the Cougs that's already rooting for them on top of the Seahawks. So it's always awesome when you get people from in-state that, get drafted, project guy where, we want guys that are homegrown, and then you have no expectation really, and then they turn into a gem.
I think when he first got to Kansas, Norm Roberts was saying, he wasn't sure he got it.
All right, what's going on? Nighthawk has a question. All right, let's see what Nighthawk has to say. All right, Dragon, what's going on, Dragon? All right, Higgins averages 12 points per game, and when you add that with Swift's 10, it wouldn't be worth the Diggs 20 points per game. Well, you're missing 2, right? You're missing 2, but the thing is, who has a higher chance to have a big game of a 20, 30, 40, 45-point game? Higgins? Maybe. Swift, if he stays injury-free, but the correct answer would be Diggs. So not only are you losing 2 points, but you're actually gaining more because his upside, his ceiling is higher because he could actually put up 30, 40 points and get 2-3 touchdowns in a game, a higher probability with Josh Allen than with Burrow and Higgins, or with Swift getting 200 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns. So, of course, every guy could have that monster game, but who's more likely, if Josh Allen's arm is okay, to make, a bigger number than what they're averaging for? Yeah, of course, Higgins could have 20 and Swift could have a 20, but yeah, Diggs could have a 38 by himself. So it just depends on what you're trying to beef up in your positions. Just making sure that you have good depth. So if you are giving away shit and you're getting less, making sure that you have good backups there, Dragon. Okay, Nighthawk. And so that way you're not falling behind the curve. You can't fall behind the curve, okay? But that's Higgins and Swift for a Diggs. I would do that trade and take Diggs. Oh, it's all good, Nighthawk.
Great offensive rebounder he is. That's his 11th offensive rebound of the season already. The first shot attempt of the night for Grady Dick. What an offensive rebound and a putback for Jalen Wilson. Grady Dick gets that shot off so quickly.
I like his stance for like offensive linemen, because most people don't talk about offensive linemen on their channels. They just don't. They don't appreciate like punting, kicking, coaching, defense, O-line. And that's the shit that I love the most. The stuff that doesn't get talked about. And you look at him, I like it. He's got a good base. He looks like he's strong. He just looks like a guy that, is a football player. You know what I mean? And obviously we knew he was a project guy, but this is probably, you knew this was going to be good, but you had no idea this was going to be almost as good as this already. Like to have that elite 2 already, just like going from like, you don't have anybody on the line. And then all of a sudden, you have a draft and then both guys turn into starters and 2 of the best in the league at their position in their first year. That's doesn't happen very often, if at all. And yeah, awesome. And you get to see Gino benefit from that. Yeah, sometimes it's right. It's cool to be wrong in sports. Sometimes you don't want to, not everyone's going to be right. And then sometimes, the crazy stuff happens. It's like, the upside down in Stranger Things, and up is down, down is up, left is right, right's left. Good teams from last year are bad now. Bad teams are great. Yeah, I did. I do so much research, bro, and there's nothing that will slip through my fingers or Sarah's fingers through Twitter and just reading and whatnot. I saw the post, and it shows the guy that did the film study and how he's like straight up, in a normal stance, right? And then it's a running play, and then he's leaning to the right slightly, and that's like for pass protection. Yeah. So obviously now that's all over the internet. So now Trent's got to change his shit up or do the opposite to fool them, play with the system and whatnot. But yeah, I did see that. You're hardcore, bro. I wouldn't expect it otherwise. I saw that as well. Oh, nice. How many concerts do you got lined up for your area? You got a few that you're going to go to within the next few months for country concerts? Now, obviously, if you live in the Midwest, that's going to be a big thing. Sarah, what do you want to see for photos? I went too far back on the conversation. Try to get the comments caught up. What did you want to see? I got your Rizzo from earlier. This one's really cool. I've never seen this one before. That's really cool because that reminds me when I go to the games, like when I go to Seattle and I look in the stadium and you can just see how tall the building is and just seeing the fans so far away and just the vibe. I'm telling you, seeing Aaron Judge hit a homer in front of you in that 62-yard, 62 home run season last season, that was that was cool that he actually hit one of the 62 in Seattle.
With AT&T, new and existing customers get our best deals on every smartphone.
Buying a home?
Hello, Juju. Juju looks good.
At no cost to you, saving you hundreds, even thousands.
Ooh, swaggy. You can just definitely tell the upgrade in the quality of the photo. If it's like HD or 4K, it's like, okay, this is cool. It's cool. Then pow, pow. It's like you feel like you're right there. Like you're right in front of them. They got a cool uniform color scheme. I'm a Duck fan, but I can't hate it. It doesn't look bad. Looks sweet. Lots of history. I like showing college stuff too, because that's another thing. Not only do you not see offensive line anything on the internet, but then also being able to show you where they came from. I mean, we might not go all the way back to high school, Pop Warner, but if I can find something kind of college-wise, it's always cool to be able to learn something new and go from there. Quentin Nelson. Okay, do I owe you anything other than that? Quentin Nelson. I want Quentin Nelson to be Quentin Nelson again. Is that too much to ask? And I want Darius Leonard to have good back surgery recovery, so that way when we get him back, he's top, top number 1, number 2 in the league again. I hope he can be at least top 5. If he goes down a couple spots, he's still, one of the best. Boom. This would be a cool jersey to have if you were a Colt fan. That would show your fandom, going deeper than the average fan. Oh, I have Peyton Manning. I have Andrew Luck. Oh, I have Quentin Nelson. Oh shit. I was like, that's dope. I know if I saw someone with a Quentin Nelson fucking jersey on, I would have to tap him on the shoulder and say, nice jersey. It'd be impossible for me not to. I do that too when I'm at the grocery store. I see someone with a old school, Stone Cold Steve Austin, vest or shirt or something. I could tell they're old school, fan, the Attitude Era back in the day. And, they'll see NWO stuff on me or whatever. So you never know when you'll hear people say the NWO4 live. Wrestling fans are hardcore. Brother. Quentin Nelson. Get back to being Quentin Nelson, Quentin.
School teammate in Mark Mitchell, and he finished
14-6 Kansas over Duke. Love being able to see something new every day too. Just the unpredictability. It's like we're like the NFL. Well, what do we fucking talk about or look at every day? I don't fucking know. Nothing is written down. We're not scripted.
and then takes his eyes up to the rim. Your eyes make layups, and he never took his eyes off the rim once he found it. Known more as a great shooter than anything else, both Grady Dick and Mark Mitchell played at Sunrise Academy in Kansas. And as Holly told you, they have been friends forever now, going against one another here in this game.
I'll show you a photo of greatness.
The transfer from Illinois, wide right on the three.
A photo of greatness. Look at this. Right there. Quentin Nelson and Mike McGlinchey. Both on the same team. Like, no wonder Notre Dame was good that year. It's like you got two really good linemen. Same school, same time. That's rare. If Odin's son was here right now, he'd be like going crazy. He'd be like, "Oh, Notre Dame, fighting Irish."
Early on in the game, the first 6-7 minutes. Bedford at the point again. Ernest Uday Jr., a 6'11 freshman from Orlando, is into the game now for the Jayhawks, so a little more size for them in the 5 spot. Uday Jr. is a long threat. This set screens roll to the basket. What a look. Bedford turn around by Grady.
15-6 Kansas. Ooh. I'll get you a couple of your favorites, and then we can kind of go from there. Or if there's any other fantasy questions or things that come through, I bet eventually those are the things that come up.
They've established the rhythm with their defense. They've done it by pressuring the ball. They've communicated well. When they've had to switch, they've done it. The rebound down to Wilson.
So do you have a Zorn 10 and a 12, or only the 12, or only the 10? It's hard to probably get the other one. Like, I would assume this is a hard one to get. Like, they sell the 12, but they don't sell the 10 as often. Or is it the 10 that they sell, they don't sell the 12? Because the 12, obviously, with the 12th man, they have obviously those that you can buy. They have it stitched and whatnot. I've seen those at the store. So
Really what Colin probably should know, just throw it up to the rim. And you see the depth of this Kansas team. You know, some of the players are bringing off the bench in the second unit right now. Joseph Yesufu transferred from Drake a couple of years ago. He's a
yeah, it's always cool to
and then without MJ Rice, a very talented freshman.
watch the old school players. Things are a lot different.
As Duke gets a much needed bucket from Roach. And Kansas going with basically 9 players at this point. Yesufu kicks it back out to Wilson. Lots of time. Up from Grandison, they play on. They're swarming him, forced him to give it up. But color too strong. Yesufu comes out of there with it. Way deep attempt there by Wilson. I'm sure that Warren Roberts love that shot. Great job by Yesufu to get down on the floor and get that. But that's one where I think Wilson settled for a really deep one where he could have just put the ball on the deck and attacked. Jay haven't said the name. Derek Lively descended yet. 7-1 freshman. Well, so number 1 ranked recruit in the nation coming in. Number 1.
All right, trying to multitask here. Full PPR, start 3. Boyd, Lazard, Higbee, Foreman, DJ Moore. It's a good question. I'd have to look to see. I need more information. I would need to see like what each person is projected for, you know, what they've had in the last month, what targets are they getting. I would need to have all that information green matchup, red matchup is one thing, but I would need more information. I mean, Foreman is going to be one that you would start automatically. So that's one. Foreman would be someone that you could pretty much feel that you're going to get 10 points or more for sure out of that player. But out of the others, I mean, Higbee's numbers should go up if he's healthy because Cooper Kupp now is out. So if you need a tight end to play, I'm not sure what your tight end depth is or whatnot, but that could be something that you could play. And then you'd have to look between Boyd, Moore, and Lazard. I'd have to look it up and see who the matchup is and how many targets they've been getting. So, yeah, like I said, I need more information to make an educated answer. What's up? Yeah, I bought those. Nutter Butters. They're good. They're the best. I'd rather have the Nutter Butters are better than the Oreos. I'm telling you, like, Oreos are good, but those Nutter Butters once in a while. Yeah. Yeah. Wafer sounds good. Yeah, I should do that. Yeah. I don't know. So you can get stoned or not, and those Nutter Butters or something else. All right, let me see here. All right, you got Boyd, Lazard, and DJ Moore. Let's see here. Boyd, Lazard, and DJ Moore. DJ Moore is ranked 14th this week. Lazard 18th. And I'm looking for DJ Moore. Oh, Tyler Boyd is 31st. So probably not Tyler Boyd. Who are they going against here? Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd's going against Pittsburgh. Oh, they'll probably get some points, but that's where it's kind of crazy because you can look at ranking, but it's just all kind of gut feeling. Lazard is questionable. I see an injury designation there, so I need more information. DJ Moore is 14th. So, and then we go to, and is this PPR? He said yes. Okay.
Whether he landed on Uday or not, but he was hit on the arm, so the officials unfortunately missed the foul there. But you're going to see a lot of these flop balls that used to be warnings, and that's a creature of mercy. So a Class B technical foul is one free throw, which was sufficient. It just have to have his personal foul or team foul.
All right, Boyd. And Foreman, let me see where they have Foreman at. Foreman is 16th against Baltimore. So that'll probably be pretty tough to get points on Baltimore, but it's Foreman. I mean, look at the points that are being, and then tight end game is, let's see what Higbee goes. I guess it depends on if it's Stafford or not as well with the injury. What is Higbee ranked? Higbee's ranked 10th. It's against Nolans. So sometimes they can be stingy, and it's at the Dome. But Higbee, if Cooper Kupp's not playing, Higbee's definitely going to be someone they're going to look at. Yeah, I mean, that's all about feel on what you want to do. But if it's me, just based on the brief, what I've seen, I'm probably going Foreman, Higbee, and Lazard. That's probably where I would go feel safest. Foreman's going to get enough carries to get 10 points or more. Maybe 20 or 30. Higbee could get you 7, 8 points, but he could also give you 28 if Cooper Kupp's out. So he won't be a big target. Lazard, yeah, there's, Romeo Dobbs if he's comes back from the injury and Christian Watson and whatnot, but Lazard usually is the target. And DJ Moore, there's quarterback issues there. So, yeah, he's like one of the number ones, but quarterback, you have to get the ball to a guy. And Tyler Boyd would be wide receiver 2 behind, obviously, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins if Chase is injured. But I think the safest, I mean, of course, Boyd and Moore could score more, but I think the safest bet is Lazard, Higbee, and Foreman based off what I said, based off the knowledge and projected points too. I think those would be the smartest. But if you want to do more research, but that's where I would start looking first if those three look like the best option. Yeah. Is there anyone out there that has an original one before they retired the number that has Zorn in a 10 or 12? Have you seen anyone on the internet? I mean, sometimes people they'll get like the China ones, the fake ones, and it can look like an old one, but it's not authentic. Obviously it would depend on the brand too. It'd be like Russell Athletic. They had stuff like that, like the old school jerseys and stuff. So. Oh, Paisley's getting bitey. Paisley just gets into this bitey mode now.
One thing, I don't think Duke wants to play against Kansas pressure 5-on-5, so the Blue Devils are going to have to find a way to push the ball up.
19-11, Kansas over Duke.
Quick scores without having to run 20 seconds of offense because Kansas does a good job. They have so many versatile defenders. They can switch just about every position. Lakes the line for Duke last year. Appeared in 21 games, played a total of 93 minutes.
19-11 Kansas. Some of these college basketball cameras are pretty cool, where they have them on like the wires and whatnot. You have a cool, kind of like a video game, like a 2K or NBA Live camera angle. It's cool. I miss playing video games.
Potentially for Duke. Blake's right into the chest of Harris, and that's a pretty easy call for the offensive foul. Didn't think so looking at his bench. I thought Harris was there. Plenty of time to run the shot off. Looked like Harris was waiting. And the standard is 2 feet on the floor facing the ball handler. Looks like he was sliding to me, but
Yeah, so it makes you kind of wonder if they even had an original one, like whatever the brand was back then, like Wilson brand, and like because there was different sponsors, like NFL jerseys before they were Nike, they had like Reebok, and so you can kind of tell the era of the jerseys based off the manufacturer if you look closely on the football tags on some of the stuff over history. Like some of the baseball shit now is like Rawlings was the stuff from back in the day. Like I got a cut off Griffey jersey that's really old school and probably my most expensive one. And it's one of the old school ones from the mid 90s. Get a couple pictures of Steve and then we'll go from there. If there's a fantasy question, I'll answer that. If we want to just start pulling up photos of whatever, I'm just watching this basketball game and vibing with you guys. Appreciate the support. Yeah, pretty soon it'll get to a point where there'll be so many fucking questions that it'll take up a good chunk. But that's good. I mean, and then at some point you just got to hope that maybe they'll, show you some love with a dono at some point or another if you keep helping them win games and win money and championships and whatnot. So. Yeah. Well, Mitchell and Ness is the top of the line, right? But if you buy like a top of the line jersey from NFL Shop, it's a similar quality what you're getting from Mitchell and Ness, because it's like the authentic NFL jersey, $300-400. The stitching is, what like the players would wear. Like it's the closest thing to what the players are wearing on the field. It's like that's why it costs so much. And Mitchell and Ness gives you that type of quality, like what they would wear on the field type. And a lot of the throwback looks. But if you have like an authentic jersey that's from back in the 80s or 90s, the top of the line, where you had to be like a rich person to have bought it back then. That's the ones that people really covet. It's like the ultimate throwback, but it's not like a Mitchell and Ness. It's like the real first one, that first manufactured one. But those are so rare. It doesn't even matter if it's like hockey, Wayne Gretzky, or Montana. There's just not a lot of jerseys have survived past like 30 years or 25 years. Like my Derek Brooks, I still have, and that's about 23 years old, 24. So I've had that one for a while. But a lot of jerseys get ripped, lost, and damaged. But you got to be able to keep that history. But if you have the old school sewn stuff, it's insane. 23-15, Kansas. All right, let me delete some of these photos, and then we can make room for some more. And you guys let me know where you want to go. No time wasted. Keep working throughout the whole time.
Give the gift of shine. Only at Zales, the diamond store.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and the red shirt in here.
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, better stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reggie.
Thank you, Reggie. Oh. At least all the political commercials are finally over TV. Oh my God. Those were the worst ever. Doesn't matter if you're one side or another. Like they just get so repetitive, and it's like, gosh. Best part is when all the election stuff is over and you don't have to have those as like commercials. Like give me like food and like cars and just regular stuff instead of that. Yeah, I'm going to buy a thumbnail for that. There's still going to be games that I have to, put. I just have to be able to have that even, whatever happens. But super excited with the game. Yeah, too bad the USC UCLA isn't split up more. Like one was on early and one was late, then I would do both. But one's on, and then right when it's about to end, then Oregon starts. So I don't have time to do both. But I'll be watching for USC and UCLA. Yeah, like I said, if we have to come back through adversity, Utah's tough, though. They play good defense. They run the ball. They got a good coach. They beat our ass twice last year, and they already beat USC. So there is a chance that if we lose, then it's pretty much Utah and USC in the Pac-12 championship or someone else like UCLA. So Oregon can't lose really this game. We have to win this in Oregon State. Like if we want to be able to go to the Rose Bowl or a good game or, get to a number 1 or number 2 spot, and we have to win this game. Like I don't know how, but they're going to, as long as Bo Nix is healthy and they don't do any dumb play calling like they did last time. Like, it's fourth down. Oh yeah, let's just go for it. Even though we're on our own 33. And so all they got to do is literally kick it or get like 5 yards, kick it, and then we lose. Where the fuck is the logic there? Stupid.
Such an efficient passer this season. And I think even though this is a small team, they're not as big as they've been in the past. As their young guys continue to get better, I think Kansas is going to be able to play at a quick tempo and really move the ball and move it from side to side.
Yeah, but we'll see. Yeah, well, and instead of saying like what they're going to say, like, okay, I'm going to work on this. And whatever it's like, whatever angle they have, I'm going to try to do this, or I'm going to help with this, or I care about this, right? And just always about nothing that they're doing. It's always about the other person is a fucking idiot. And hey, vote for me because they're fucking stupid, or they committed a crime, or they're weird, or something weird about them, or that makes them look bad. It's like, if you want this, as your governor, paid for the people by Julie Scott, or whatever. Like, yeah, I'm just happy it's over because that shit goes on for like a month. Like, they don't fuck around. Like, they pay for so much money where it's like on every fucking channel, like, TBS. Okay, I want to watch like a Marvel movie. Boom, it's on there. Oh, ESPN, or I'm cycling through it and it's on there. I was like, come on, man, you got to give it up. You're like, that's what they do though with the money. Yeah, like that's a great play, isn't it? 3rd and 9, and let's run a QB sneak on the goal line. Yeah. That play was so bad. Like, what did you think was going to happen there? Like, you maybe can get away with it if you're on their 33. If you're wanting, for whatever reason, you wanted to go for it to kick the winning field goal or whatever, you're an idiot. But to understand if something bad happens and all they have to do is send the kicker out to kick and the game is over, why would you put that type of pressure? Like, that's not the right time to pretend to be Chip Kelly. Like, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking seen. Like, I don't think Duck fans are going to forgive him for that, because that could have been huge. We could have ended up winning the Pac-12 and maybe went to the Rose Bowl or finished number 4. Overall got smashed by Georgia again, probably by 30, but still we're number 4 with Bo Nix. No one thought that. And he ruined that shit by making that dumbass call. And I don't know who the fuck said that plays good, but I just don't like it when teams take the risks at the wrong time.
Still able to take that ball away from Kyle Filipowski. Great hand, saves it, and ultimately that save led to a bucket at the other end by Jalen Wilson. That should be a hockey assist. He should get an assist in addition to Juwan Harris.
It's my boy, dude. And then when he went down with the injury at the worst fucking possible time, they have Thompson. They didn't even trust Thompson to even run it or throw it. They're like anything but him with the ball in his hands. That's the problem.
He's really tall. He's 6'6", and he's shot ready. So he's able to get his shot off at just about any time. Well, the shot ready is great, but his shot maker too.
Kansas 27, Duke 20. Actually, this game is pretty good. Kansas is ranked 6th. Duke is ranked 7th. So both of these teams could make a deep run this year. Yeah, it will be interesting to see. I mean, it'll really show where the team is at with depth. And as long as the backups play good, you'll be fine. But if the depth isn't there at running back, then that could be the difference. But I mean, UCLA has a fun offense too. Like, everyone that is in the Pac-12 that's good, usually the offense has special pieces to make it fun to watch. I mean, otherwise, if we didn't, we wouldn't have 5-6 teams ranked in the top 25, which is wild. Normally, we'll have like 1 or 2, if that. All right, Sarah, what do you want to see? Imagine someone will come in with some fantasy stuff at some point, and that'll take up some time, as I look up the information and try to help people win a championship. But they had the Bills and the Vikings on NFL Network, but I thought I'd rather watch something live. Oh, what a rejection. Oh, another one. 2 rejections. Oh, Jayhawks. Everyone's sliding on the floor. Good effort. Wow. What effort. Alley-oop? Oh. Wow, this game is something. If you're looking for something fun to watch, even if you're not into basketball as much, the State Farm Champions Classic is lots of energy. And that's what it's about if you're watching something that's maybe not your favorite. Oh, 2 rejections for blocks that were going up for dunks. That was awesome. Yeah. Well, a lot of things they've done is horrible. Now it looks like they made a mistake not only at head coach but quarterback. That brings you back as a franchise like 5-10 years. Like you not only fucked up in one spot, you fucked up in both, and you gave up too much. I mean, it still could end up leading to something positive for them, regardless if it's both of them, one of them, or a new coach. But might be tough for the first couple years, or it might just be downhill for them for a while. Ooh. Oh, rebound dunk.
Kansas has not taken advantage of its opportunities in transition after excellent defense. Roach for the baseline drive and the foul as well. And this game gets closer in a hurry. ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by the Sonic Steaks Butter Bacon Cheeseburger for a limited time.
Wow. Guy goes up for a dunk, gets rejected. Guy goes up for another dunk off the rebound. He gets rejected. People sliding all over the floor. Pizzo! What to do, bro? What's up, Nighthawk? What's up, Dragon? What's good, Pizzle? You didn't think you'd get an entrance like that, did you? Pizzo! Did we just become best friends? What's good, man? I see you going to games and living your best life. Just helping people win fantasy championships, answering questions, watching some college hoops, and just chilling, getting ready for Thursday night, and just grinding it out, man. Fantasy football and all the above.
A Corona and palm trees.
A Corona
A Corona and palm
seas, a balm breeze on knees, on like a tongue squeeze. Oh, geez, when I make your lawn freeze.
Was that good?
No,
It was incredible.
Lee bad.
But this is good.
What's good, boy? Pizzo, 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 pizzo. What's good, bro? How you feeling about the playoffs and the structure of the team? Probably loving it, huh? So now with everything that you've seen with Tua, knowing that there might be someone out there or a couple out there that would be maybe potentially better long-term than Tua, are you guys as fans all in now with Tua, and now we're going to address the offensive line and the defense to make sure that you can compete with Buffalo and be like the top dog in the division, and you're going to go that route? Is that what the fan base is saying? Because obviously Tua has been playing fantastic under McDaniel, and obviously, being an offensive coordinator for the Niners, I know he's a very intelligent guy. I know who he is, and he's a big part of the turnaround for you guys. So, yeah, I'm thinking that, with as long as Mike stays there, you're going to get the most out of him. So instead of trying to start over and get another quarterback at this point, move forward, address the offensive line. You can always add better running backs or wide receivers to add to Tyreek and Waddle if they're out there. Maybe a better tight end than Gesicki if you guys decide to get something better than that down the road or whatnot. But defense always could use improvement. But yeah, I mean, bright future, and you guys deserve it. Post Dan Marino, it's been a while, so it's nice to be able to see a team that's used to be elite, but then has been struggling like a motherfucker for a while. And now you're back, and it's good to be able to see guys get some recognition, and not have to be like just a forgotten piece in the NFL. Everybody's getting better in that division too. Who are your favorite players on the team? And I know you travel to Chicago to watch and you go to the games and whatnot. So it's like Dan Marino, your favorite player, and then like your all-time favorite, and then you got some favorites now. Lefties are very fun to watch when they're good, and most of them are. Ah, Jason Taylor, nice. His sister is pretty, Joy. She's the reason why I liked Colin Cowherd in the herd, and then she left. It's like every time I start to like something, then the person leaves. Yeah, he was a beast. You're not a Zach Thomas guy? You never liked him? You're not a linebacker? You're not that? Not Zach Thomas? What about O.J. McDuffie? You're not O.J. McDuffie? Your boy knows all the names. The Mark Dupers. Your boy knows. I've been watching Dolphins since I was like 3 years old. They used to have an awesome passing game. And honestly, if it was between them and the Broncos, I wish the Dolphins were the team that was winning the championships. It just sucks for Dan. Like he did. It's like Karl Malone and John Stockton. They didn't deserve to not at least win one. They were just way too talented. High school, college, pros. It's just, just bad luck. And you just ran into the Michael Jordan or whoever at the time. And oh, look at that. Greasy, Marino, Jason, boom. O-Dog comes through with the photo. Boom, shakalaka.
With a corner three. Edward with a rebound. Filipowski takes it away. Play by Filipowski. That's a big time pass there. So you can see the steal and assist, the three-pointer, a lot of good stuff from Filipowski. And now he stays with Wilson. And the finish for Edgeforth. Middle of the floor, middle third, pick and roll is so hard to deal with. There's no weak side help there. You set that screen, you roll to the basket, just throw it up to the rim. Jay, that is 6 assists now in the first half for DeJuan Harris Jr.
Some goats right there, boy. Boom, shakalaka. It's just cool to be able to talk football with people that's why I can vibe with anyone that's like younger. But if you're older, like we're going to be able to vibe, especially if we're similar in age and whatnot. It's just like bringing up that stuff in our childhood, like NFL pencils and Trapper Keepers or Atari or Sega or Super Nintendo or 64 or things like that. It's like a Dreamcast. 70. Let's get to a hundo. Boom. 20 to help out the brand. We appreciate you. Thank you. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Thank you. What do you want to see? It doesn't have to be that. It could be like Mandalorian or like Star Wars related. It could be something like that. Or I can look up something else like Pops or something. If there's like some kind of pop that I should be looking up, maybe I could find something like that. We can show some of the collectible stuff that you like to collect. It's always good to get to know people, you know what I mean? And like what they like, what they're into. And that's why I try to be able to showcase all you guys. The 20, baby. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. My boy. Grogu, we should do it. I mean, Star Wars stuff is dope. I've watched. I mean, I'm like you. And my girlfriend the same way. I got a few other people that are like me. Like anything Star Wars, like I'm all about that life. Like anything comes out, I'm going to there's different levels of fans of Star Wars, and if there's like a room that had like the most hardcore people that love Star Wars on planet Earth, I would be in the room. Like that's how hardcore I am on it. Like toy collecting, the movies, the shows like The Mandalorian, like all that. Like definitely Darth Maul. That's my favorite. I like the evil stuff. Skeletor, He-Man. I got the Skeletor doll. It's like Cobra Commander, like Shredder. I always like the heels, Hollywood Hogan instead of Hulk Hogan. Yeah, but I like Darth Maul and the Darth Vader. Nothing against like Luke and those type of characters were cool, but just the way that they had the lightsabers and the way that the heels were in cartoons growing up, or movies, 80s and 90s. They're like really iconic, and it's like the toy lines and the shit that came out. God, they're just so cool, and they still make stuff even today that is super collectible. And I'll tell you what, if Toys R Us was still open by my house and not inside Macy's now, I would be going there probably a couple times a week. So. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me know. Let's see here. Let's see what I can. Oh, I got a first one. And then we got a Pizzo with a Tanner. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Let me know what you want to see. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom, boom. Tell me what you want to see. Thank you. For real, bro. Like, you know what I mean? If you're a younger person, 55% of the channel, right, is under 40. 45% of the channel is over. So it's like 55, 45. It's almost 50-50. It used to be like 90% were under 40. That's just how it was. And then we used to have it where it was 99% guys, 1% girls. Now it's 87 and 13. So we got it to 87% dude, 13%, and hopefully we can get to 80-20, and we can get more females on the show too, and have it kind of even out a little more, which would be cool. Just have a cool place to vibe, and so no trolls, just like a cool, safe place to chill and vibe. I made it to a hundo. Thank you, man. It's been kind of rough. We had a stretch where we were really going, and then things have gotten a little bit more challenging, but I just try to, let Sarah know, hey, we're going to have peaks and valleys, and we just got to keep positive, and eventually we know that things are going to work out, because like I said, this is a very unique brand. There's a lot of brands that are out there, but there's no brand like me. Like, there's a lot of people that stream. There's a lot of people that do like football and basketball, wrestling, things like that. But I mean, I think it just, having the interactive part and being able to actually get to know people, that's really what it's about, man. It's special, and being able to showcase what you guys like on the channel, that's the best part. So it's not just all the shit that I like. We can get to see, oh, I'm a Dolphins fan, yeah, okay, but then you see, oh, I'm a Dolphins fan, and then you see this, then you're like, oh shit, like you've got to put a name to a face, and then you're like, can remember maybe some history and whatnot. And first, we'll start it off right here. Just looks dope. Everything about it's dope. The toy line is dope. The toy line is expensive. I mean, Star Wars, Transformers, G.I. Joes, Ninja Turtles, wrestling figures. That's the shit that's worth the most out of like all figures, like within the last 30, 40 years. Like that shit is, and then even the stuff that they make now with the Star Wars line is super collectible. It's like, it's never going to die. It's like Lego. It's never going to go away. All the shit's going to be worth money. You just have to know what to look for and try to get shit that's mint condition. And if you're smart about it, you can, make a living or have a great collection for sure. Yeah, the new Mandalorian looks fucking insane. I saw it like a trailer. I was like, I almost like peed. I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. Big. I like the Mandalorian a lot. I thought they did a fantastic job. And then the person's voice matches exactly what you would want, like a Mandalorian, for that vibe that they tried to capture.
Izzo is an unranked team that's never beaten a non-conference top 5 opponent. It's hard to get a first on the Izzo resume these days. Joey Hauser knocking down Michigan State trail for much of the second half, but then they get what we call loose.
Yeah, a lot of defensive breakdowns here for Kentucky, and there were several of them in the double overtime period.
We go into overtime. Kentucky has a 67-64 lead. There's Tyson Walker. He only hit a couple of triples, but that one was huge. And then how about the mid-range?
Got the spot elevated and then made, how about this, underneath out of bounds, 7 seconds left, full at the floor. All of a sudden, you're playing 3 versus 2.
Yeah, and the thing about Star Wars too, it's just like eternal. It's like it's always going to be dope. Like some people are going to like it, some people are not going to understand. But it's like one of those things. It's like it's a part of who you are, or it's not. You know what I mean? Like anytime they do like a marathon, or it just comes on, you know, on like a Saturday, and I'm watching it. I've already watched every movie probably 50 to 100 times. Like I already know exactly what happens in every part. But it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, it's just a part of who you are, and it's kind of nice to watch if you haven't watched it. You know, if it's on like once a month or once every 2 months, or if they have new shows that come on once they get made.
Thank you so much. It took a little bit of everybody. Good job, everybody.
He deserves all of those accolades. He made big bucket, big plays down the stretch. Now,
What do you want to see, Pizzle?
Exactly how Michigan State executed it.
You talk about special teams for basketball. That's underneath, side of out, short clock situation.
Yeah, my favorite Star Wars figures that I have are usually my Darth Maul ones. I love. Like that's I think my favorite character. Darth Vader could be like most people's favorite, and it's up there for me. It's like probably number 2. Most people's number 1, but I think something about Darth Maul, like if they just would have had him in the movies longer, they could have did a movie just based off Darth Maul, like, and that could have been like incredibly dope. I know there's a lot of fans of Darth Maul like me, so, and just the color of the lightsaber, and you know, you get ones that are 1, and you get ones that are double, like a double lightsaber. Come on, man. Just super iconic, awesome. And then the face makeup too. This is what made it number 1 for me, because like obviously Darth Vader had the mask, incredibly dope. No, it's no disrespect to the, you know, Darth Vader. Darth Vader's Darth Vader. We know that, right? But I mean, when you look at that and that's like a toy, you're like, yes, dude. Like that's like gives you that Halloween vibe, but it's like all the little subtle details, even with like the red eyes and the contact lens and the paint, and you know, that's what toy collectors look for, that unique and that something that stands out.
Late tag right there by CJ Frederick, and that is a high percentage shot. Late game situation, coming out of timeouts, special situations. Tom Izzo, he was a maestro. His team executed.
This is didn't execute as well against Gonzaga and then the game earlier.
Absolutely, Reese. And what I loved about this game tonight, we knew coming into the season that Michigan State was going to win games.
Oh, snap.
The question was their front court.
Shit is dope. Anytime anything comes to a movie or, you know, it's on TV, I'm watching. You know I'm watching.
If they can do that with consistency, they're going to be really good. It goes back to the bench. It always goes back to the bench.
Yeah, fellas. And speaking of the bigs, you don't know.
Pizzo, my boy. Appreciate you. What do you want to see, bro? Yeah, it all depends if you're willing to, you know, pay attention and stuff, because a lot of the older OGs, I mean, there's people that are 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, even 90 that come here. DPJ, Peoples Jones, Gallup, Tony, PPR. Yeah, I think that if I was going to go one of those 3, I would be going DPJ because he's been the most popular. That's funny that you bring him up, because I actually was talking about him earlier today, just like randomly. Like if you're looking for a fucking receiver and you don't know where to go, and you look at Donovan Peoples-Jones, you're like, who the fuck is that? Click on his name. Motherfucker gets like 10 points almost every game. Sometimes that could be a reliable option instead of going for a big name guy. Obviously, all 3 could score. And if McCole Hardman and Juju are still injured or not playing, then Tony's value would go up, because he could probably score with Mahomes, because he'll be going to a lot of different options, and maybe Tony gets more rapport because he already got one with him, right? But Peoples-Jones would probably be the one that would be number 1, Tony 2, Gallup 3. You know, even though they all could score, but that's how I would probably rank them. And DPJ would be number 1 because he's the most consistent, and consistency is everything in fantasy. But if it's a snow game, that could be all out the window, or it could benefit him. You never know. That means like one stiff arm and maybe like a 18-yard gain turns into 88 and a touchdown. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially when it's a crazy snow game, but you never know. So that's up to you. And if it ends up being where McCole Hardman and Juju aren't playing, then definitely Tony, because then you know he has a great chance to get 10 points in fantasy and maybe upside of 18 if he scores. So Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Oh, dude, she was so popular, bro. Everyone had a poster of her back in the day. Even your boy did, dude. Back in the day, dude. That was like a different time back then. Internet was only around for a couple years after that. Internet started like in '95, so it was wild, bro. Yeah, the double is so cool. Yeah, I have a bunch of toys and stuff too, and they have like ones that are like the bigger figures. They're not like the 2-inch, 3-inch figure. They're like the 6-inch, 7-inch, 5-inch figure, bigger ones, more detail. They got like sometimes swappable arms and legs and head and different weapons and stuff, and the different clothes. Like so, sometimes you can get these figures that the smaller version ones are maybe like under $15, normally like 10 to 12, but the expensive ones can be like 20 to 50. And then if you get them in good condition, then we're talking good money. So yeah, my favorite out of anybody in Star Wars. And I love all the characters. I'm obsessed with Star Wars. I mean, I love it.
Welcome back to the Jeep Halftime Report.
Yeah, you do got a good football IQ because anytime that people can break down routes and stuff, that gives you a better explanation on, when most people don't understand that stuff, unless you play Madden and you understand. So. Yeah, those are cool.
2 points in the paint off Carolina. That's got to improve. Caleb Love hitting a couple. Love would finish up with 20 points, 4 assists.
Yeah, there's this guy on YouTube that's like selling his huge pop collection. He's got one of the biggest pop collections, but I think he wants like $300,000 to $500,000 for it. So.
Gives them the victory. Oh, no. Ball still in the hand. App State wins. Louisville was the first game to start a season with 3 straight 1-point losses in at least 42 years.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration.
Yeah, I like Boba Fett a lot too. It just depends on the characters.
For absolutely free information kit and a free gift card for $250 off. Scan this QR code. Don't wait. Scan the code now and get the permanent solution protected by the Bosley guarantee. It's raining. It's pouring.
Some of like Megan's collection stuff. It's cool. And like I said, normally if you're into Star Wars, you're really into it. I haven't really met anyone that was like, yeah, I love Star Wars. And they're not like, they're usually, have the shirts or, keychains or figures or T-shirts or, playing cards or something that has to do with it. They usually collect something. It's pretty rare for someone to like it and not like trying to like represent it in some kind of way. So that's one of them. And I will show the.
So you see clearly in heavy rain at night or blinding snow during the day. Heavy rain, snow, sleet, or fog can make it impossible to drive. Not with Battle Vision Storm. And they're not just for storms. They turn night to bright, even in perfect weather.
Yeah, the ones that you can like interchange the hands and stuff, and it's like wrestling figure stuff because that's what some of the elite wrestling figures they let you do that too, where they'll have 3 or 4 like facial expressions, so you can swap the head, you can swap the hands to grab like a belt, or if you're grappling with another one, and they have like different accessories that you can swap out. That stuff is cool to me. Like I got a Japanese Stone Cold Steve Austin that actually has beer cans, and it actually has it where you swap the hands and you could drink the beer can, and it's got the beer coming out of the can, it's like frozen to make it look like it's coming out the foam or whatever. Incredibly cool, so I'm always looking for those weird items like that, but that might be one of the coolest ones that I have is that Japanese Stone Cold figure, and yeah, that's definitely over $100. It's super cool. It's got all kinds of interchangeable head and the beer cans, though. That's really what makes the figure like the best.
Call 1-800-575-5852 now.
This halftime report is presented by.
All right, here's the other one. So we got a mall, another mall, like a traditional look, and like a gold one. And then it's cool because they always have like rarer ones that are like numbered, serial numbered, or like chase figures. So like a regular one will look like this, and then they have like the one that's out of 50 pieces, one out of like 200, and obviously the more serial piece, or how rare it is, then the value obviously goes up based off how rare it is and the condition of it. Very cool. Pizzle, are you still in the room, bro? Did Pizzle leave? I was gonna give Pizzle some photos or whatever for the dono, unless I have to catch him on the flip side. Decision making. 2 for $5 menu.
Socks are the number 1 most requested item in homeless shelters. Underwear is number 2.
Yeah, and like the Comic-Con stuff, I think that stuff is cool too. I wish I could go to those across the country. I would definitely nerd out, especially if they did like card ones and then the comics or toys. Like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I could go to a number of those ones. Like, even if they did one with like wrestling, specifically wrestling, I'd probably be in heaven. Wrestling T-shirts that are old school, old wrestling rings, wrestling figures, like anything to do with wrestling from back in the 80s, 90s. Yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah, I got friends that go here to the ones that are in Seattle and Portland every year. It'd be cool to like have a booth, but I'm not a seller, I'm a collector. But I definitely would have a popular booth though. It'd be tough for me to be able to try to part with stuff. All right, I'm going to try to pull up a couple Star Wars photos while we're waiting. I imagine that person will come through with some kind of fantasy question or whatnot, or NFL question. But in the meantime, I can try to look up some neat stuff of Star Wars like this right here. This is the reason why Darth Maul is my favorite. Always has been too. I mean, how can you not like that? Tell me what's not to like. What's not to like? It's the best. Should have made him a huge character. Could have did a whole movie, and it would be super big if they would have made a whole movie just about like how they do the Mandalorian. If they just did like Darth Maul, but obviously didn't have a big just him and Obi-Wan in the battle. Still is one of the most iconic battles in Star Wars history. If you look at all the different battles and the people that have died or gotten injured, everyone remembers certain battles, and just a shame. Oh, HD 4K. Don't get any better than that. Well, I'll get Pizzle some more photos if he comes through. Try to get as many as I can while they're here. Yeah, I'm all sweet. And then a lot of the action figure stuff is just really cool too. And you can get the action figure with the double, lightsaber instead of where it comes in the package that way, that's the best part. That's another reason. Not only like dress is the looks the coolest, but then it's got the only one that's got the double. Like, of course, you're gonna want to gravitate towards that. And red, like just like that vibe of the red and black, but primarily red then black, not black and red. That's what really makes it awesome. It really stands out.
Welcome back to the State Farm Champions Classic. Terrific first half for Jalen Wilson of Kansas. 10 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, leading the way for the Jayhawks. Knocking down the elbow jumper right there. Just a little bit of everything for Kansas in the first 20 minutes. Jeremy Roach of Duke is the high scorer of the game. He had 11 points in the first half. And a closer than it felt kind of first half, with Kansas leading by only 4 in this ESPN Sonic blockbuster. Second game here at the State Farm Champions Classic. Back here in Indianapolis.
All right, second half is about to start here.
Well, Kansas did a really good job. They turned it over too much. They did a good job when they got into some of those middle third of the floor pick and rolls, because they were able to eliminate some weak side help and were able to get to the basket as a result. You can see the screen being set up top right in the middle of the floor, and then KJ Adams able to just roll right to the basket, catch it. There's nobody there for the weak side help in order to keep him from getting to the basket. And then here you can see essentially a double pick and roll. So Jalen Wilson sets the first and flickers off, and then you see Uday just wide open down the middle. I think you're going to see Kansas set more of those in the second half. And to manufacture a lot of points, took only 2 assists in that first half, but they got to the free throw line, knocked down 8 of 9.
Underway now in the second half of our Sonic Blockbuster matchup, with the first possession of the game. Interesting, Mark Mitchell, who had 15.5 points per game in the first 2, did not score in the first half. He's got a couple of quick fouls, only played 10 minutes. Tough turnaround there for Tyrese Proctor for his first points of the night.
Well, there you can see the talent of Tyrese Proctor. He's a good shooter, can handle pass, and often makes the right play. He's also got terrific speed. And really should arguably still be in high school in free class.
Tough one. Turnaround for Jalen Wilson out there. And Filipowski down to the rebound. Filipowski had a nice first half. 7 points, 5 rebounds.
Yeah, it's cool. There's everything about it. The old ones are cool. The newer ones, I mean, I know Jameson doesn't really like the newer ones, and a lot of people, I get it. You know, you're partial to what the best was, and a lot of the stuff that was the old school OG stuff. But I guess it just depends on if you enjoyed the Natalie Portman, you know, when you had young Luke and whatnot. Because some of the stuff with Natalie Portman I thought was very, very good, very entertaining. I mean, of course, if you grew up with the old school era from the stuff in the 80s, you know, I get it. You know, everyone's going to have their favorites, but I kind of appreciate each one for what it is. I mean, every character is super iconic. Yeah, I love all of them. I'm just not a hater, I guess. I just, you know, if it's anything Star Wars, I mean, the storyline is not completely garbage, and I get to feel that vibe of what the Star Wars, and, you know, obviously if George Lucas is doing it, those are going to be the best. And if it's like Disney's taking over, it's obviously, you know, it is what it is. But if it's got the name on it with the branding, you know, I'm probably going to enjoy it. So. AJ McCarron, Ben DiNucci, Slaughter, Luis Perez, DeAndre Francois, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, Tennessee, LSU, USC, Bama, Clemson, Utah, Penn State, Oregon. Oregon went to 12. Yeah, Macho Man. The Macho Man. My favorite. Macho Man would have been 70 years old today. Rest in peace and happy birthday to my favorite wrestler of all time. Oh, yeah. The best talker on the mic. I don't know if anyone will ever be on that level. Rock and Stone Cold are 2 of my favorites as well. I love RVD as far as athleticism. And obviously Hogan, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, NWO. So those are, you know, some of the main ones. And mostly it's the guys that are really great on the mic, of course. You got to have guys you look up to, you know, kings on the microphone. Trying to be the MJF of YouTube, you feel me? 37-34, Kansas. All right, Sarah, what do you want to see? Oh, we got a dono. We got a dono. Space Kitty, $20 dono on the Cash App. I don't know. I don't know if she's gonna be in the room. If she's in the room, or I think she's gonna take a break and she's chilling and whatnot. But she's still showing love That's, awesome to be able to have that type of support. I'm gonna have to message her real quick here. I'm not sure if she's in the room or not, but sometimes, you got to take a break sometimes. Take some time to do some drawing. Take some time to hang out with your cats,
7-foot freshman from Westtown, New York. Double digits in his first 2 games this season. It's amazing.
Sent her a message. Thanks for the support. We miss you. And, I think if she does stop in, it probably will be very brief. If not, I think, she's just taking it easy. So that's very nice. I know Mr. Williams will do that from time to time in cyber, where they're just busy. They know I'm online and they just want to be able to do like a little drive-by dono. Oh, maybe we'll talk after the show or the next day, or maybe they'll come in the stream. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. And even if she may or may not be in the room, we already know the vibe improves from 0 to 1,000 when she is here. And we'll go back in time in the DeLorean, but we can still show some photos. Whether she watches a replay or is watching right now, I take care of people even if I don't know if they're there. Are you there? Are you not? Are you busy taking a break? Hey, you can always not say anything and just look at some cool photos. I got you. Appreciate you. Tommy. I'm excited. We got Sunday Night Football. I'm going to pay for a thumb. It's going to be a good one. Just can't afford to do it as much as I was. But, she said that she had a chance to meet Harrison Butker at like a yoga place on the Twitter post, but then didn't see the post. And that would have been insane. It just wasn't meant to be, but there'll be other times. And she could have got a photo with Tommy and with Butker. I mean, as far as being like special teams, it doesn't get any better than that. Get the starting punter and kicker, but there'll be another opportunity. We need Butker's leg to be healthy. Let's get a couple of Tommy photos here, because that's what you do if you are a good person. It's not always about what people are doing when the people are watching. It's what are you doing when people aren't watching? Grinding it out, doing the research. I love seeing special teams photos. I mean, ever since, we got Holly with the channel, bringing that importance of special teams that I bring up the importance of defense, O-line, and coaching. It's like a perfect match, to be able to add on to those positions that don't get enough attention, and if you're a true football fan, you should be able to appreciate everything, not just the popular positions. That's really what takes your fandom to, I think, another level, when you start appreciating the things that most people don't. And then bringing awareness, to that too. And I'll be honest, kicking and punting photos are some of the coolest. I mean, just as far as action shots, you wouldn't think so. That you're like, oh, there's better running back photos or cool wide receiver catches, but I usually try to showcase them, and they're pretty sweet.
When my grandfather started this business in 1929, we relied on four important topics: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on this legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love nuts.com too.
I hope she gets a chance to work on some of her art as well.
Are you suffering from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back? Here's Emmitt Smith, football legend and all-time leading rusher. My job took a toll on my body, but I'm not giving in to the pain.
Oh, baby. That's one of my favorites. We haven't showed that one in a while. Crispy. And you know what? I was telling Sarah today, this year could be a championship for the Chiefs this year, Super Bowl champion. Especially if the Bills continue to have injuries and Josh Allen's arm doesn't get better. This has got to be the favorite right now and moving forward.
So you can stay active. Jointed Bone Health was developed by QC Kinetics doctors, national leaders in regenerative medicine. This custom blend of natural ingredients helps your joints stay strong and healthy. Go online and try Joint and Bone Health with a quick start price of just $19.99. Act now and
Yeah, we'll probably do food a little bit later. I know at some point Megan will go when she has other things that she has to do, sleep or other responsibilities. And then once we'll kind of just keep going with the vibe that we're doing right now, and then a little bit later we'll probably do a little bit of food, and then we'll end the stream or whatnot. So, but we'll do it, but we'll do it in a little bit. I don't know how much longer. I mean, we're at the 2 hour and 34-minute mark right now, so we'll probably go for, I would say, another hour and a half. I'll probably go to the 4 hour mark. I'm not going to go 5. Probably go for another hour and a half, and then we'll end the stream there. So
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by the new Sonic 2 for $5 menu for a limited time only at Sonic. I know shrimp cocktail at Sonic. There's a lot of shrimp cocktail here at St. Elmo's in Indianapolis. You better believe that Jay Phillips.
yeah, just because we're going to be doing like fantasy football questions and stuff, Matt. Normally I would be like, hell yeah, let's do food whenever, because I can look at food every minute of every fucking stream all day long and all night. But when I'm doing like a fantasy football one, an NFL, we have to kind of wait for all the questions to get kind of cycled through, and then we'll definitely get to it though, for sure. I don't want to confuse the people that come in for the fantasy football and they just see a bunch of chicken or barbecue. Wow, 45-41, Duke. Wow. Oh boy left oh boy hanging on the TV. He's like, give me a high five, give me a high five. Okay, no problem. So we can look at a couple here. If she's dipping and she comes back, we can get a couple in there for you, Matt, now, and then I can always do a little bit later if you want to see a couple specific things. I can give you a couple brisket or chickens or something. All right, see you in a little bit. If you come back tonight or tomorrow, what running back should I try to get for Lockett? It's really the answer is what is someone what's available. I mean, are you trying to do a trade, or is there someone on the wire? Because Lockett's a pretty good player. You're going to want to get equal value if you're going to try to go that route. You got to give me more information. Who you have on your team, and who you are looking at. Who are you trying to get? Are you trying to trade? Is it on the wire? Are you what's your record? Are you trying to go to the playoffs? What's your team? Yeah. If you want me to be able to give the best advice, on trying to get you the championship or have a good record, the more information I have, the better. All right, let me throw up some barbecue stuff here for the time being while we have a couple minutes. For Matt.
At no cost to you, saving you hundreds, even thousands, with Inflation Buster. That's more mini vacations, a lot more lattes, more date nights. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you get exclusive savings when you refinance with Rate Drop Advantage. That's more cash in your pocket. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Visit inflationbuster.com to get started.
Cuisinart's grind and brew single serve coffee maker is the best thing to happen to your morning routine. Crafting your perfect cup is as easy.
There you go, Matt.
Your favorite whole beans.
I know you usually have limitations on how long you can stay too, so.
Inside, powerful features like the conical burr milk and charcoal water filter. Go to work with our sustainably designed reusable filter cup to deliver optimum freshness without the waste.
We're looking at food to pass the time is always good.
Stanford and South Carolina face off. You're going to see
Especially like brisket and like meat stuff that's like barbecue. It's hard to find stuff that looks better than that. It makes it where you feel like you can eat the photo. I definitely start craving it.
Coverage begins at 3 Eastern on ABC and the ESPN app. And part of our coverage team is Holly Rowe. Holly, what do you got on this game?
Well, I'm so excited. These two teams have history together. Of course, Stanford knocking South Carolina out 2 years ago to win the national championship. South Carolina winning the title.
No problem.
How about this? The WNBA draft block.
It's all good. You never would bring us down. If anytime you come in the room and you have a problem, we could always make things a little better. We don't even have to talk about the problem. We could just look at pictures and talk about life. So, yeah, we miss you. Thank you so much for the support. And like I said, you can always come through. And even if you come through and you don't have to feel like obligated that you have to donate. Like if you're in a shitty mood and you just want to come in and vent and hang out for like 10 minutes and you don't even have to donate or anything, of course, just only when you feel necessary. And, come in and don't feel obligated to donate. Just come hang out for 10 minutes, vent, and then leave and maybe go listen to some music or something or play with your cats and maybe things get better or maybe you stay a little bit longer. But I would rather have you come in even if it was for 30 minutes, an hour with no donation and just come in and hang out and we can lift you up and make things better. So, I mean, that's what we're here for, right? I mean, most channels wouldn't really be able to, I think, increase people's vibes. But I think with us here, since we take out all the trolls and all the people that are negative, we really are protecting the space here. So if anything, this is probably the safest place that you can actually open up and vent and not feel like, threatened or having some weird conversations. I mean, there'll be some questionable people from time to time, but I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting with the dono and glad that you're stopping by or saying hello. I put up some pictures for you. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Wilson doing some good things at the offensive end. What a beautiful move by Jalen Wilson. If he had grown up on the right
Yeah.
side of the basket, life was probably
Yeah, and like I said, sometimes you need space, you know what I mean? But you got to think, I mean, I'm going to be here. I'm here every day. Like not very many people are as consistent as every day. So, sometimes you just don't want to talk to anyone or, you don't want to discuss anything. Sometimes with the right people, it is nice just to, not even necessarily talk about what happened, but just, to say hello and hang out for a second. So I'm not sure what your timeline is if you're just going to go back to your movie and whatnot, but yeah, come back later on in the week when you're feeling better. Watch your movie, relax, play with your cats, and unless you want to hang out here, then you're more than welcome to hang out here. Whatever you feel is best for you. I'm still going to be here for another hour and 20 minutes. So if you want to stay here, I'll take care of you, make your mood better. If you want to, go back, watch your movie, that's totally cool too. Do whatever is best for you, but guaranteed with the little amount of people that I usually have, the people that I do have are quality. So it usually ends up being where, we could have less than 20 people or 10, but it feels like, as far as connection, it doesn't matter if there's hundreds or thousands in the room. It's, it's who you vibe with. So thank you so much. 10 Darahara. I hope whatever happened gets better and everything gets better in time. But in the meantime, you can hang out with your boy. Oh, dog. That's me. I'll make things better. I try. Did we just become best friends? Okay, yeah, go do that. Go do that. Let me get you a penguin. Let me get you a penguin picture before you go back to your movie. And then come back, and then if you can, and like I said, I'll be here for into the 4-hour mark because it's 2 hours and 43 minutes. So I'm watching actually Kansas right now. Holly, I know you're watching Wolverine, but Kansas is on right now against Duke. They're down by 4. Number 6 Kansas versus number 7 Duke. If I'm gonna watch one game, or like early in the season, it's this one. This is the State Farm Champions Classic, and I've watched it. I don't know if you knew it was on, but it's on ESPN right now. I definitely would turn it on after your. There's 11 minutes left before the game is over, so you can probably get your Wolverine in and catch the last couple minutes. But I definitely would tune in if you have a TV time for Kansas basketball. Exciting, to say the least. It's very good. It's a very good. Yeah, but that's what I'm watching right now. Watching the college hoops. As long as the matchups are really good, yeah, I'll be invested. I'll watch. O-Dog sends the love, baby. That's what they called me. $10 love. Oh dog. Oh doggy dog. Oreo. The dog. Oh doggy dog. Bang bang. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, we want to make sure we can make people feel better. Oh, you know what? I know how to make things better. Yeah, it's all good. I'll watch it. I'll update you if you need to know anything.
So I said, find a job, get a job, work hard. That's just how it is. But of course, you didn't listen.
Chiefs look like they're the front runners from the Super Bowl, kind of like I felt all year. Everyone was on the Bills. Bills this, Bills that, Bills this, Bills that. I kept telling people, it's either you pay attention, and I'm not going to be right about everything, but like I said, Kansas City should always be, the one there that's the team. And what makes it even more impressive is they're doing it without Tyreek, and that's showing how good the coaching really is. There's no other franchise, I think, that could do what Kansas City's doing right now, honestly. Takes a lot of personnel to do what they're doing.
And it was from the first game change, Michigan State, time and time again, finding a way to force another overtime. Eventually, with out of bounds underneath Malik Hall with a slip to the basket. Everybody worried about the cutters, but he just slips in. And then what a brilliant out of bounds play to go link to the court. It's a terrific pass fake to the corner by Malik Hall, and he gets all the way to the bucket. And then
Oh, dog. Hey, I know my friends, and, things can get tough. Things get tough. There's no point of doing things fucking alone when you got a great room waiting for you. It's like everyone's just in the living room hanging out. It just depends if you open the door from your bedroom and want to come hang out and, be able to vibe and get better, or you keep the room door closed and, you can vibe in there. But at some point you gotta open the door, and especially when you got good people waiting for you. Not everyone's a good person. Come on, Kansas. We're only down by 4 right now. Oh, deep 3. Oh, like I said, if it's Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky, oh, baby. Nice layup by Kansas. 51-49, Duke. I'm on it. It's like a therapy session here, Shit's not where it needs to be. Come here and we'll make things better. Yeah, plus the streams are so much better when you're in them rather than when you're not. Like, if there was one single person that lifts the stream, it's you and Cyberpunk. You guys take it to another level. Mr. Williams brings some energy, funny comments. But your vibe in the stream, I think, is the highest out of anybody, because I think you just get along with almost everybody. So, you don't have to like everybody, but it's all about getting along and being able to read people and always have something interesting to say. We got some smart people, a part of the NWSF. Oh, dog.
Each of their first 2 games, with no new freshmen ever had 3 in a row to begin his career. Yeah, nice kick. Blake's wide open. Kansas ball.
Yeah, because I know sometimes, it's like when you're on social media, it can be like really, really positive and good, but sometimes it can get nasty depending on how many rooms you're a part of. Because some people that do Twitch and YouTube, they don't just go to like one person. They usually have a few that they follow, or maybe a lot. Every person's a little bit different. But the whole point of it should be, if you've had a long day, you want to make sure that, you're going somewhere to be uplifting, other than, having like some drama and stuff, unnecessary drama. And we bring the good vibes here. The good vibes. It's all about vibes. All the vibes, all the time. With your boy, O-Dog. 54-53, Kansas. Jalen Wilson, 21 points, 10 boards. Oh, that's him right there. Jalen Wilson on the right. That's the star this year. Okay, sounds good. High five. Debo, Eckler, D-Hop for Tay, Brian Robinson, and CMC. Debo, Eckler, and D-Hop. Eckler and D-Hop are going to give you big, big numbers. Debo once in a while. Devontae Adams, Brian Robinson, and CMC. Who do you have on your roster right now already? Are you in desperate need of like running back, or to be able? I mean, obviously you're going to get Devontae Adams will put up huge numbers now because Waller and Renfro are out. CMC will put up monster numbers. Robinson might get a bunch of carries and not put up monster numbers, but more times than not, if he's still the RB1 over Antonio Gibson, he should be able to get to 10 or more, 3 times out of 4. Eckler's big time, like Devontae Adams. D-Hop is big time, like CMC. I have D-Hop on my team, and Debo is going to be kind of hit or miss, but it just depends on the game and whatnot. I have to know what else is going on with your team. Like, show me your full team and what you have, so I can see what you'd be left with if you made the trade, and then I can give you a better idea. I mean, Devontae, Brian Robinson, CMC. It sounds pretty enticing, because obviously run CMC and Devontae Adams could give you almost 50 points between just the two of them, and if Robinson gives you 10, that's 60. But you could get 20 to 30 out of Eckler, 20 to 30 out of D-Hop, and 10 to 20 out of Debo. So I guess it, just depends on who you like more and what you need. I mean, are you in a need for wide receiver? Do you need running backs? See, those are the questions that I would need to give you an educated answer. Okay, I'll be back. I'll still be here. Oh, damn, regular show is coming on. I have to cancel the recording. I got too much shit on there. That's one show that I love watching just like randomly. I'll just get like Adventure Time is okay, but regular show is like, to me, is probably the most underrated cartoon ever. Like Simpsons and King of the Hill, South Park, and Family Guy. There's all these other ones and the old school ones when I was a kid, like G.I. Joe, Transformer, Ninja Turtles. Those will always be really special to me, but regular show I feel is like so entertaining and it's never boring. Always makes me laugh, and it's a very well done cartoon. Obviously, I like Rick and Morty and that as well, so I can watch that all the time. I just wish Rick and Morty had more episodes. Right. Well, South Park is really famous, though. I don't think a regular show most people know Mordecai and Rigby and like the characters. I thought that one is probably, you could argue it's one of the best of all time. It's just what they do in the show and the character development and the stories and the animation in it. I don't know. It's fine. It's really hard for me to find one that's as good as regular show. Because, I mean, I like King of the Hill for what it is. Simpsons will always be my favorite. South Park and Family Guy are really famous. But it's funny, people that grew up watching South Park and Family Guy, the Kyles and the Karens, those are the ones that are the most sensitive now. It's like, how could you be sensitive when you watch like the most raunchy cartoons that have ever been made that push the limits on what's normal to say on TV and what's like fucked up or borderline, or like racist or some other bullshit that it could be funny, but it crosses the boundaries. And it's like those people that grew up with those are like, now they decide that that's too far now in society, It's like, bro, you grew up with South Park and Family Guy. It doesn't get any fucking worse than that. So, you have Gibson, Duvernay, Pacheco, Dobbs, Damian Harris, Darrell Henderson, Knox, Ingram, Shark, Michael Thomas. Yeah, you don't got really a whole. I mean, what's your record? Are you trying to get to the playoffs? Yeah, because a lot of those players, I'm not even sure if I would have a lot of those players even on my own team. You got to be able to. Well, Michael Thomas ain't coming back, so you got to drop him. He's not even worth rostering. He's out for like pretty much the year. Henderson's probably not worth rostering. You just have to be able to try to look up and upgrade the roster completely. Like that whole roster almost needs like a blow up. I know it's like the season's already over, but wow. Oh, okay. You're in a 16-man. I was going to say, because the amount of talent, I was like, gosh, if you're in like a 10-man league or 12, I was like, gosh, I mean, some of the players have potential and some of them have gotten injured and stuff. There's talent there, but I could just imagine what some of the other teams are like with that. But if it's 16, that's actually a pretty solid team for 16. That's a shitload of people. And those 16-man leagues are rare. You don't see those. It's usually 10, 12, 14, where you see those people that do like 8. But 16 is probably the rarest. So in that aspect, if it was a 10-man league, I'm like, God, this team's not very good. But in a 12, 14, or 16, it gains a little bit more value. But yeah, if Thomas is out for the year, you definitely want to drop him unless it's like a keeper league. I don't know what kind of league it is. It's PPR. So your record is pretty good, 6-4, considering. Definitely need to upgrade a lot of those positions, and I think you know it too, but there's 16 people playing. You can't, because there's no one else to fucking get, or they're very thin because you got too many fucking people in the league. 16 people. You got 6 too many people in the league right now that have all the good players that you could be getting right now. But yeah, salute to you for even doing a 16-man or 6-4. Okay. IR spots. Oh, okay. Well, fucking A, dude. Debo, Eckler, and D-Hop, and that's who you have. Okay, you probably don't give a shit about Debo, but Eckler and D-Hop, you know the value there. Debo, you don't give a fuck. And then Tay, Robinson, and CMC. You really want Tay and CMC. Brian Robinson, you don't really give a fuck, but it's like at least you know you're getting something for the Debo. So yeah, I guess if they're going to trade you, Devontae Adams and CMC, do it. If you want superstar power, if it's just that you would rather root for Devontae Adams and CMC to score touchdowns rather than Eckler and D-Hop, you're probably getting similar numbers, probably a little bit more upside with CMC and Devontae. Go that route. Eckler and D-Hop could still give 50 to 60 points, remember. But Devontae Adams and CMC could do 50 points, 60 points, maybe even 70. So if they both do 35 apiece. So yeah. And then you might be losing a little value for Robinson and Debo because Debo's the better. But if Robinson keeps continuing to get 15, 20, 26, 29 carries, even if he doesn't get a touchdown, he's probably still going to get 10 to 20 points because of the opportunities. So yeah, do the trade. So that way, at least you feel good about the season. If you win, you win. You don't expect to win the championship anyways, but you're just trying to get to the playoffs. And if you can root for a bigger name, might as well get Devontae and CMC. Those are 2 of the top guys right now, and there's a lot of injuries right now. So yeah, you might as well pull the trigger if you don't give a shit about the ones you got now. It sounds like you don't. Debo, you don't care. Eckler and D-Hop, you do care about those. You know the value, but Tay and CMC sound sexier than the other 2. So I get it, man. All right, man. Have a good one, bro. I'll see you tomorrow or whenever you have time. Good seeing you in here. I'll get him a photo of Eagle player here before he goes. Got to give my boy Eagles John a photo before he goes, baby. even if he already left. Boom. See you later, bro. This game is good on ESPN, even though it's like, I know college hoops isn't for everyone, just like NBA. But I'm forced to kind of get more engaged in NBA and college now because NASCAR and baseball are over, and I need something to keep me, going and busy and whatnot. So.
Great early test for both programs, so they've got more coming. Kansas is headed to the battle for Atlantis. Duke is headed to Portland as part of the Phil Knight, the UK Nike tournament. We'll have a Duke Gonzaga matchup up there, depending on how things go.
All right, so we can look at. I know Holly will be back and whatnot, but I guess it's up to you guys on what you want to see before we get another fantasy football question that I'll be able to give a correct answer to. No problem, man. I appreciate you. I'll get you way more when you can and when you're, not falling asleep. I get it, man. I mean, sometimes when people hang out and it's not really a thing that they care about, it's just hanging out in the chat. And then sometimes you just, got other shit that you're doing, playing on your phone or other stuff that you're watching on TV. And I know people like to multitask. I get it, man. And sometimes people get sleepy.
Talked about it in the first half, some missed opportunities then for the Jayhawks, a little bit careless with an advantage in transition.
And they'll bounce back. But it's good to get the loss out of the way so that the drama doesn't keep building up. And then all of a sudden, they get their first loss and it's like in the playoffs. And then, sometimes you just got to, just take it day by day, game by game. And then, it's always better to lose earlier than later.
Stick back. He's just been terrific in this
57-54
game.
Duke. Number 7 Duke 2-0. Number 6 Kansas 2-0. And these two teams should be able to make a run this year. All right, so we got probably an hour. We're going to go. I know Holly will be back in like a half hour, and we'll probably get at least another half hour. Just, and if we have to go a little bit longer, I can go until 11. So I can possibly go for 2 more hours if needed to the 5-hour mark, Sarah, if you have to go at any point. Totally understandable if you got work tomorrow and whatnot. But I'll just play it by ear. So we might do 4 hours. We might do 4 hours and 30 minutes, maybe 5. Well, somewhere in that range. But that's kind of the cutoff based off the noise of me being on the mic and whatnot, since she's got school in the morning. So I'll just be watching this game. I need to get another Gatorade or a Snapple. You'll stay for 20? Okay, sounds good. I think Holly will be back in like 30 or 20. I still can't believe that they didn't give Scott Service the American League Coach of the Year. That's just wild to me. It's like, what did they have against the Mariners? Like, is it something like we kind of became America's darling, kind of like the Phillies. I feel America was really starting to get behind the Mariners and the Phillies to try to do something. I mean, if you look at what Scott Service did, it's really hard to vote against him. And he didn't even get second. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, I don't think it's just crazy to me. I mean, I know there are other guys out there that do a good job, but I mean, what other qualifications do you have to have? Okay, team sucks ass cheeks, booty cheeks forever. 21 years, not only the longest streak in baseball, but also the basketball, NBA, NFL, and NHL. No team has not gone to the playoffs in 21 years. It's the longest streak in sports. He broke it. Okay? And not only did he break it, we didn't lose in the first round. We actually beat the Blue Jays by like a miracle. And then that's still, I mean, even if we didn't beat the Blue Jays, he should have got the award. But then not only did he get there, beat the Blue Jays and still didn't win it. Didn't even get second place in votes. Fucking crazy. I don't know what the hell is going on. Hopefully we get Aaron Judge and we'll be like, ka. Aaron Judge and Julio. Oh my gosh. If Aaron Judge comes to Seattle, tickets would be so expensive, but me and my boy would be up there. Me, Justin, and Preston would be up there all the time. And then your boy would just be trying to get Julio and Aaron Judge balls every day. I already got one each, so but I'm definitely going to be trying to get more Julios. And if Aaron Judge comes to town and I go to the game, you best believe I'm going to try to get another one. It'll be like the only time I don't sit in the Mariner area, you know, if it's like Aaron Judge comes to town, you know, because you want to try to get, you know, something in that visitor side if, you know, you already have stuff on the home side.
Scott, thank you very much. Looking forward to that. Dan Schulman, Phyllis, Holly Rowe. You're in Indianapolis. And part of the big story for Duke has been Kyle Filipowski.
59-54 Duke.
13 rebounds tonight. Duke as a team has 19 offensive.
Cardinals. Winker would be good for you guys. I just like lost without baseball and NASCAR now. Like I fell in love with those so much that now it's like I don't know what to do with myself. I guess watch more wrestling and basketball now to fill the void in my life. Or maybe I have to watch more like old school stuff. 59-56 Duke. Brother. Macho Man's birthday, man. 70 years old. I wish I could have met Macho. That might be one of the next like autograph items that I end up getting, like a graded Macho Man. It probably cost me like $5 or whatever, but I think it'd be dope to have one. I should show you these sets of cards that they have, Sarah, that they made like in WCW cards, like in 96, 97, 98. And they have like all autographs. And it's like, even they have referee cards that are worth like $300-400 because they're just so fucking rare. And it was like, you know, the company had all the wrestlers autograph the cards and you have to buy the packs to see who you got. And they had ones of like Scott Hall and, you know, NWO and Macho Man. And I mean, some of them go for like $500 or more, but they're awesome. They're just insanely awesome. Really cool portrait shot or like action shot on the front and a big autograph. And a lot of wrestlers didn't sign shit back then. So if you wanted to have some legends, it was super rare. It's not like nowadays where they have all these packs and they have jersey pieces and autograph stuff. Like back in the 90s, they didn't have too many companies that had the rights to put the autographs of the wrestlers into packs. And who the hell bought wrestling cards back then? I mean, I know I did, but I don't think it was as popular as basketball, football. But I really wish that I would have bought more because those are worth so much money now. And some people try to collect the set of just those autograph cards from that year. But the cards are just incredible. They're some of the best wrestling autograph cards you can buy on the market. They're like the holy grail.
John Shire will take a timeout with 2:37 to go, and the lead down to 1. See Wilson just.
Yeah, WCW, NWO. These are so sick. From 1999.
Just right over his own teammate's back. You can't foul your teammate. Over the back. No. It's fine. Depends who's back, right? It's fine. Well,
Like, I wish I could collect this whole set. This right here. Look at this. I mean, that is insane. That set is just so awesome. And they even have, like, Wrath, Bret the Hitman Hart, Scott Hall. Like, this is one I would want bad. Obviously, Scott Hall passed away. So, I mean, he's the first one that, you know, person that passed away that made me, like, cry and shit. Like, you know, that was a big part of my childhood. Like when Hogan goes or Nash goes. Oh, my God, look at that. Like, I'd pay a lot for that. You know, I mean, if I could get a graded one, that would be more ideal. But look how beautiful that is. I mean, for wrestling cards, I mean, it's the epitome of when NWO was at its peak, when wrestling was at its peak. and a lot of them are very expensive. That one's going for like $1,000. But they got Bret Hart, they got Hogan, Bryan Adams, Eddie Guerrero, Giant, Kurt Hennig. A lot of these guys aren't even alive anymore. They have old school Jericho, Chaos, Wrath, Goldberg, Bam Bam, Benoit. Gosh, these are so cool. This Eddie Guerrero one I would love to have too. Love me, Eddie. Eddie's a big, I'm just showing you guys ones that I would buy. So obviously this would be one I would buy. I'm a big Macho Man. That's like my favorite. Blue ink too. Get the fuck out of here. Scott Hall, rest in peace. Yes. And then Eddie. Look at the autograph. Fuck yeah. Jesus Christ, bro. Look, the autograph is as wild and crazy as you were. Beautiful. Are you kidding me? That's one of the best wrestling autographs I've ever seen. Like, look at that. That is, like, he really cared. Like, you know, a lot of pride showing off that I am Eddie Guerrero. That's a must buy for me right there too. Oh yeah, he did give a shout out. But those are fucking dope. All right, I need to go get my drink. 63-62 Kansas. Elliott in the building. Gang, 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 boy. Gang, gang, boy. Your ID says you only have one name? One name? All right, I got to go get my drink. What's up, Elliot? My favorite movie of all time, Super Bad. One name? So why the fuck was it between that and Muhammad? Muhammad's the most common name on planet. Read a book, Seth. Yeah, I could fucking, I know every fucking line in this movie, dude. That and like Step Brothers. There's a couple really good ones. Oh, some Gatorade Cool Blue, baby. What's good in your life, Elliot? It's been a minute, bro. You can't hang out with your big bro? What's good, bro? What do you want to see for photos, Elliot? Want me to put up some Saints? What do you want to see, dude? You want some Tyler, the Creator? I can put some Tyler, the Creator on. Frank Ocean. That's what happens when you remember your friends and what they like. Your boy knows. Middle ball screen set by KJ Adams, and then was able to absorb the contact. Look how he never took his eyes off the rim and completed the play. What a big time play and a big time delivery by DeJuan Harris. Misses the free throw. 20 seconds to go. Roach looking for the quick bucket, and he'll get it. That was great color. And the color tried to tie him up. Easily been a foul. And now they got a foul. 67-64 Kansas. Looks like Kansas is going to win. Oh, snap. Your boy knows. Your boy knows. Your boy knows. That's what happens when you actually get the time to know people and you actually give a fuck. That's what separates us from the rest, baby. Either NWSF or you not. Hard foul.
Team foul number 6, so still no free throws. And Doug Sermons, one of the officials, talking to Jalen Blake's right.
It's always cool to be able to showcase, what other people like, because everyone is so different on the channel. Good. That's good. You're making good time with them. Time is precious with friends, especially if they're good ones.
They are just 2 for 5 as a team. Wilson 1 for 2. 5 for 6 on the year.
Yeah, I like watching shit with him on Vice Channel. Like anytime like Vice Channel has him on something, I'm like, okay, I'm watching. It's always going to be something like cool and creative. He's got a creative personality. 5-on-5, 3-on-3. Nice. Are you getting better? Dude, soccer is coming up for World Cup. I'm going to need you in here. You're going to have to be able to sacrifice or have like Mick with you in the room or whatever. And you guys can like talk like soccer shit when this World Cup stuff comes. Because I'm going to probably pay for a couple thumbs and I'm going to have to do some games and just as watch parties. It's not like I'm going to call the, soccer, but just to be able to have soccer people in here and we can vibe and you guys can teach me some new stuff. I'm not going to do all the games, but I definitely want to do Brazil because that's the team I enjoy the most. So if I'm going to be, it depends on who's playing, if there's good pros playing and, but obviously Brazil will be the funnest for me to watch. But I like the European teams. I mean, as long as they're a good, quality team and the matches mean something to try to be able to be champion, then I'm invested. It's just like when it's regular season or, I don't get really into it unless it means something. So you're going to watch every single game. You love it, huh? Well, it's every 4 years. So if you're a soccer fan, of course, you've been just juicing for this, waiting for it for 4 years. It's like a March Madness. Yeah, it's very exciting. And I've been watching it since the video games because I used to buy the video games. Kansas won 69-64. You're going to have to be one of my people, bro, because I'm going to need help. Because I'm not going to know a lot. I know some stuff. I know the basics, but, I mean, there's a lot that I could definitely learn. All right, Blazers 115-110. Boom. We're up by 5 with 50 seconds left. I wanted to make sure I got to this game against the Spurs in time. Got it on the TV. We got the Portland carpet jerseys on too. Let's go, Blazers. Let's go. Anthony Simon's on the line. He's been a blessing since we got rid of CJ McCollum. This is what we're wearing right now. PDX carpet. Like at the airport, they have that pattern. It's kind of like a Gucci pattern, but it's like that kind of light blue with pattern on the carpet. And they've made shoes off of that too. Dames with PDX carpet dames that are really collectible, really rare. 117-110 Blazers. We're about to win. Boom. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Fuck yeah. We just won. Yeah. Uh-oh. Injuries, dog. Oh shit. Damn. Yeah, that is an ass whooping. Boom. Blazers. Next game, Thursday against Brooklyn. Let's get it, baby. Hell yeah. Wisconsin, Iowa replay. Ooh. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. What do you want to see, bro? You want some Frank Ocean? I like seeing Tyler the Creator stuff. Like, there's not very many people that love Vice as much as me. Like, I try to tell my friends about Vice, you know, but it just depends if you have the right personality for that type of show. So, okay, hey, isn't it awesome? We didn't have to like struggle or whatever. Like, we got there, kind of like, you know, didn't have to feel any type of pressure. I appreciate all your hard work. It was fun. Like I said, it's always fun when we can get the right people in the room at the right time. So I'll talk to you tomorrow. We'll do another one of these streams for NFL and fantasy football, week 11. We'll do that again. And then we'll do Thursday night football where it's the Titans and the Packers. I'll buy a thumb for that. And then we'll be good to go. So I'll go for probably another 40 minutes. Holly will be back probably within another like 10 or 15. And then we'll get a good 20 minutes probably with her. And then we'll go from there. So what do you want to see? JT's in the building. What do you guys want to see, bro? We got 40 minutes to go. And then if we get more people, I would consider going to the 5-hour mark. If if it's vibing like that, I mean, we can just do whatever. Much love. Talk to you tomorrow. I'll keep it up on all the news and everything. Here, let me get you a photo before you go. Let's get you a good Cardinal photo. So yeah, Goldschmidt. All right, Sarah, take it easy. All right, take it easy. No problem. Talk to a lot of you guys tomorrow.
Next round on me. Just say the farmer's market. When they got a chip, they drove to Safeway for a same-day repair, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That service that they needed. Safe Let Repair, Safe Let Replace.
From Santa Claus, Indiana, to Snowflake, Arizona, and everywhere in between, we're holiday ready with fast and reliable delivery, serving every address in America. The United States Postal Service.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
Old Trapper.
I'm a big Old Trapper fan. Not bigger than I love Old Trapper. I love how tender it is. Don't forget the wood smoke flavor. What about the clear bag?
Lil Andre 3000. Outcast I fell in love with early, like really young. You know, Elevators. When I heard that for the very first time, I was like, oh shit, I'm hooked. And then Aquemini, like that's still one of my favorite CDs. Like there's certain CDs that Outkast put out that I could listen to the whole thing from beginning to end and never skip it. It's just so unique and different compared to any other like rapper duo or even just between both of them, Big Boy and Andre 3000. So and then you got a little Frank Ocean there on the right. Had to hook up Jameson. Had to hook up my boy Elliot. Sean McVay got all the commercials after winning the Super Bowl. He won't be able to get a commercial after this year, though. That team is hurting. Yeah, me too. I mean, he's really talented. Like some people like Big Boy. I like both. They're extremely underrated. Like I feel that they don't get the same respect in like the hip hop community that they should. Some people think that they're legends, but I don't think really people understand like how good Outkast is, was, and will be. And also their music is kind of eternal. Like if you listen to that, it like brings you to a certain vibe, and there's nothing that sounds like them. They are so different and unique, and I think that's why I like them so much. And I was drawn to their, like, I only had to hear Elevators one time, and I was like, okay, I'm hooked.
ultimate lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery. Want a leg up on your fantasy league?
He's the most dangerous guy on the field. Our experts have all the info you need to dominate your league.
The two of them together, fantasy gold.
NFL Fantasy Live.
Kind of like a funk hip hop.
NFL Network.
We've got to stick together, coaches, players, everybody, and learn to play better together. We got to come together and find a way. That's it. It's up to us what we do.
We're back on Fantasy Live, and NFL Plus is here, which means no matter where you are, at the deli, at a Kentucky soccer game, this is how you download live local response on regular season and postseason games on your phone or tablet, game replays, so much more.
It's good. Matt LaFleur's your boy.
NFL.com and start your free trial of NFL Plus today. Shout out to Marlon, who says you guys are hilarious, love chill, Rob. Walk through the door after a crazy day at work. That reminds me to just chill. That's what I'm thinking is only work. Thanks, guys. Thank you, man.
Good job, Marlon. That's like the best tweet we've gotten all year.
Makes me feel good about pretending to be an absolute clown on TV. Other people can enjoy it. People get that for real. Yeah, right.
Cynthia Freeland.
Higher or lower for Cynthia Freeland because you get projections on NFL.com.
Yeah, Freeland likes analytics and stats like I do.
So Cynthia, let's start off with Justin Fields, higher or lower than 19.
Oh, higher. That's a stupid question.
Staring right at me. I don't know what it is. You don't know what means.
6-4 in a 12-man single quarterback redraft league have Fields and Burrow. Turn down Fields, A.J. Brown, and Dameon Pierce for CMC and Lamb. Smart. Oh, of course. Yeah, who cares about CMC and Lamb? Yeah, Fields is the most valuable player in fantasy right now moving forward for the rest of the year with him and Mahomes. It's hard to score 20 points or more at the quarterback position. Josh Allen injured, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, he didn't look too good this last game, but Fields is the highest scoring quarterback the last 4 weeks. He is the most valuable piece besides Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. A.J. Brown will be up and down, but most of the time he'll get you 10 points or more. So you want to hang on both of those. Yeah, Dameon Pierce will get you 10 to 15 points. CMC will get you 15 to 25 points. And Lamb can get you, 8 to 15 points. But you don't really give a shit about CeeDee Lamb that much. You're like, whatever. It's Pierce and CMC. So, yeah, for me, I'm keeping Fields, especially, you want to make sure you have quarterbacks and you got to make sure you have a good one. And if something happens to one, Burrow, you got to have, Fields. So, yeah, I would, yes, I would have turned it down as well. Good question. And like I said, you just have to look at value. Fantasy football is all about value. I'll read you my team, George. So people will be like, okay, what is this guy's credentials? All right, I've never finished lower than third in any league that I've ever participated in. I don't know if I'll win this year, but this is my team, and I'll read it off to you so you can have an idea. And I'm always giving you good advice here. All right, so I got Justin Fields, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, D-Hop, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Graham Gano, Fields 21.8, Chubb 16.2, Barkley 24.7, Jefferson 21.4, which I drafted number 2 overall, D-Hop 16.7, Mark Andrews 15.2, my flex, Josh Jacobs 17.4, Bills D 5.1, could be in the snow 3 feet with Cleveland. Graham Gano 8.7, my bench, and this is the thing I'm proud of the most. You got to have a well-balanced team and a starting team on the bench. My bench, Justin Herbert 19.5, Godwin, bye. Cowboys D, 4.5, but they playing Minnesota, Jay Jetta. Geno Smith, bye. Jason Myers, number 1 kicker on Seattle, bye. And I got Greg Dulcich as the backup to Mark Andrews, and I got 1 free spot open. So I know Pierce and CMC have a potential to get a lot of points. Like Pierce could get 20, CMC 20, Lamb 10, that's 50 points, right? And A.J. Brown can give you 10 to 20, but Fields can give you 18 all the way up to like 50, so it's like you might be able to get like 60 points between Fields and Brown and 60 points between those 3. But right now, Fields is the most valuable piece in fantasy right now. And I wouldn't give up anything. Even if it was like Mahomes for Fields, I probably would just hang on to Fields because Fields is going to get you more running touchdowns. Mahomes will throw for more, 3 or 4 in the air, but probably won't run for that many. Or maybe he'll run for 1 while he throws for 2 or 3. But with Fields, he's not going to usually throw for 4, but maybe 1 or 2. And hopefully one day he'll throw for 3 and run for 2, and he'll get like 55 points or something. But he's been doing 2 and 2. And if you do 2 on the ground and 2 in the air, 4, you're going to get like 40 points. And that's how you win in fantasy. So, yeah, definitely do not get rid of Justin Fields. Super CMB challenges. I need a running back for this week. Be up Pacheco, Eli. Oof, that is tough. Let me see. Let me give you a correct answer. I've had Elijah Mitchell on my roster this year. I made almost like 80 moves. Second place in the league has made 34. So, you know, I'm going to be 10-1. I'm trying to win the chip. Let's see.
Which bodes really well for him because not only have the Titans allowed the 4th most fantasy points, 2 receivers this year, they've allowed by far the most production.
All right, Pacheco is ranked 29th against the Chargers. Robinson is ranked 33rd against Houston. He gets a shitload of opportunities though, and then Mitchell is a 35th. So you got 29 for Pacheco, right? So that's the best matchup. And if there's injuries or, you know, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is not playing and Pacheco's the starter, you know, he could get a touchdown, right? I would probably say the order for me would be Brian Robinson 1, Pacheco 2, Elijah Mitchell 3, just because of the volume that B-Rob is getting. Robinson has been getting some high volume. He's projected for 10. He's going against the worst defense. He's averaging 7.9, but that was obviously from the beginning of the year. And he had 2, 12, 10, 2, 5, 14.6. But his carries are 9, 17, 20, 8. Last 2, 13, and 26. So that's pretty good as far as like consistency, at least in the last 2. And then let me take a quick look. So he's averaging he's projected for 10. Let's look at Pacheco. Pacheco is projected for Elijah Mitchell 7.4. Pacheco is at 9 against the Chargers. Yeah, so that's probably what I would go. I'd probably go Robinson, Pacheco, and then Elijah Mitchell. So, I mean, that's probably where I'd go. I'd be going for the first 2. No guarantee that either one gets in the end zone or any of them get in the end zone. But as far as like opportunities, Robinson's going to get the most probably there. Who has a better chance to get in the end zone? Probably B-Rob and then Pacheco. And then it just depends on how many carries Elijah Mitchell gets to with the work with CMC. So you got to look at the wire, man. You got to be able to do your research. Click on those names. Oh, absolutely, bro. Dude, if you actually look at the stats, he's the highest scoring fantasy player in all of fantasy points, in not just quarterbacks. Overall, he's number 1 in the last 4 weeks. So, you know, with all the numbers combined. So, yeah, absolutely, I would be picking up fucking like Fields is like the number 1 start. He's like automatic. I have Geno Smith and Justin Herbert. You know, Justin Herbert I drafted, but I have Geno and Fields. Like, I'm in a great position right now. I have 3 of the top 7 players at quarterback on my team. So been looking to move A.J. Brown for a more consistent receiver. But if you're going to get someone like that, it has to be like DK Metcalf or, you know, someone that's a name that's putting up similar numbers, or like maybe a Tyler Lockett. You just have to start looking at, you know, the rankings of the players and seeing like who's ranked similar, and even if it's a lower name. So AJ Brown's a 1, but maybe Tyler Lockett's a 2, but Geno's giving him more opportunities, because I know Lockett has been ranked pretty good. Let me look at the numbers. I think AJ Brown, is it PPR league that you're in, bro?
Protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
You know, my favorite part was when you said, obviously, I won't forget to bring a life jacket.
Ever wonder why Kit Kats are so delightfully crispy?
Yes.
Like Jacoby Myers, was a guy that, lower name on the Patriots, but puts up like 10 points every game. So sometimes you just got to look for those guys that are putting up points that might be lower names, or get a 2-for-1. Get 2 receivers for AJ Brown if like you can get 2 lower names. But if the lower names are putting up 10 apiece or more, then you can kind of rotate and it gives you more depth. So it just depends on what you're looking for. I'm always digging deep for like 3rd string, 4th string. I'm always looking for opportunities for, like Peoples-Jones. Who the fuck is that? Then you look on the name and then you're like, whoa, guy's putting up like almost double digit every week. So that's what you're looking for. People that are going to put up 10 every week or more, and how consistent are they with that? How many targets are they getting? How many opportunities? Can they get 10 points or more in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games in a row? That's what you look for. Yeah. Or Allen Robinson or Watson. Well, we don't know the quarterback situation, but I'll go Christian Watson. You got to think he got good rapport, 3 touchdowns with Rodgers, and if Dobbs is still injured, Watson all over Robinson. Yeah, but it's a quarterback situation there. Pickens can get 10 to 15 points, but the quarterback situation is shaky with Pickens or Trubisky, so it's not as consistent there, Pickens over Robinson, but I think Watson over the other 2. Fields, Burrow, Saquon, Kenneth Walker, Damian Pierce, AJ Brown. You got a good team. Higgins, Kelsey, Myers. You got a lot of players that I have too. Bench is Cooks, Jamal Williams, and Evans. You need to probably, what about defense? Sometimes not even giving a shit about Cooks and Jamal Williams and upgrading to have like defenses. Like, I don't know who your defense is, but sometimes making sure you have, other quality players instead of having extra wide receivers or running backs that you're never going to play. Maybe having 3 defensive, teams to swap through, sometimes having 2 kickers. So that way, I got Graham Gano and Myers right now because, you want to make sure you're going back and forth. But normally I play Myers every week. But if you can always swoop up someone that's just sitting there that's way too good to just be on the wire, and you can have 2 kickers or 2 or 3 defenses instead of having like 7 running backs or 7 wide receivers, and you're never going to use number 7, swap that out, and try to get another piece to back up one of your other pieces. So you got Dulcich rotating between Vikings and Cards. So that's not too bad. I know Cardinal defense is in the top 12, but yeah, I mean, I got Bills and Cowboys, but yeah, you definitely want to try to upgrade. Because I doubt that the Vikings are giving you a whole lot of points from week to week. So, of course, Sarah had to go, but I was going to make sure I stay, and I'm willing to stay. It's I have to cut it off by 11, which is an hour and 18 minutes if we go that long. So the longest I can go is that, and so I don't mind. So, of course, I'm going to be here to make things better. So just answering fantasy questions and spreading good vibes and whatever you want to see, let me know. And I'm sorry that you had hey, Kansas won. So I just got to win that. So that's a good thing. So. Yeah, I don't think anyone is on that anymore. Yeah, our son is here. Ariat. Half PPR.
What do you think? Well, I think you have some, reputational risks here with your wife potentially losing.
You got a good squad. I mean, there's good players there. Fields, Burrow, Saquon, Walker, Pierce. I mean, you got good running backs. I mean, you can go Saquon, Walker, Pierce as your flex. But AJ Brown, you probably want someone a little bit more consistent. Brown and Higgins, you want better. So, yeah, like I said, you just have to maybe get rid of Cooks and you have Evans as well. So you got AJ Brown and Evans, so between AJ Brown, Evans, and Higgins is not that bad, but you could probably drop Jamal and Cooks and get better wide receivers, 2 other wide receivers that were going to benefit you better than what you're getting with Cooks and Jamal if you're not really using them. You know what I mean? Get other wide receivers, and even if it's someone like like a Peoples-Jones or someone that's like a lower name, who cares? Let's look at the stats, and you might be able to use that guy, over AJ Brown 1 week or Higgins if it ends up making sense. You just want options, if that makes sense. Consistency. Oh no, I hope, yeah, hopefully things get better. Like I said, a lot of us have to make changes due to health concerns and other things like that. And I wish the best for you. And like I said, I'm not drinking beer, booze. I'm not partying. People aren't offering me things that I should be taking that wouldn't be good for my body and whatnot. So, woo, 153. No way. No way. Oh my. Who scored all for the Kings? What are we talking about? Did Mike Bibby come out of retirement? Vlade Divac, Chris Webber, Hedo Turkoglu, Peja Stojakovic, Doug Christie? What happened? My goodness. Mitch Richmond? All the greats just came out and played for them. Yes, me too. All right, we're going to get to some photos for Holly here. We'll get some Tommy and some animals and whatnot, whatever you're looking at.
I'm in the OR about to put my patient to sleep, and before he falls asleep, he asks, "Who should I pick up this week on the waiver wire?" I give it some thought, and before he falls asleep, I yell, "Allen Robinson and Rashad White." So, what do you think, guys? Did I save my patient's fantasy football team?
Well, hopefully you jumped into Rashad White in the pre-revenue portion of his career, because the stock has clearly shot up after a great test market run in Germany. Now, you might be in business because a lot of folks won't want to invest heavily in a player who's on a bye week. So you might be able to buy your way in with a lot of people.
Yeah, but anytime I know someone had a rough day, I will stay. There's been times where I've gone, 4 hours, 5 hours, and I'll go extra, especially if I haven't seen someone in a little bit, or if someone's going through, a little bit of a tough time. Sometimes, you take the time for someone, it could mean a lot for that person going into not only Wednesday, but for the rest of the week. That's what it's about. Nice. It's always good to invest in yourself. Like I said, I'm no beer, no booze. I'm on fucking day. What is it right now? I can't even believe this. I'm on day 46. That's fucking insane to me. I've never gone 46 days without a beer or a booze or a shot or something. There's always going to be someone hitting me up. Oh, let's do this, or kegger here, or party here, or beer pong here. I just try to be disciplined and just work out and eat better and drink a lot of Gatorade and Snapple. And I'm still doing gummies and whatnot, but that's the only thing I'm doing. Everything else is out of my life now. So what am I doing? I'm laughing more, eating snacky, or trying not to eat bad things, spending time with Paisley, laughing and reading more and watching stuff that makes me happy. No way. 7 Kings scored 12 or more. Wow. No kidding. That's crazy. Blazers won, so we're doing good there. So I know my friends are getting really excited, because they're like, oh, you got to get back into it. It's like, Blazers, this could be the year that the Blazers overachieve and make the Western Finals. And we look like we could. We got good defense, good rebounding. And we're looking pretty good. We might not be the best team in the NBA, but we're one of the top 10. And if we keep up like playing this way, we're going to be considered top 5. And that's crazy. That's like really cool for us out here in the Northwest to actually have one of the top 5 teams in the NBA. Like, Dame deserves it. He didn't go and chase the money to get a ring. So, oh no, really? I finished one early. I'm drinking a Cool Blue right now. I swap between Gatorade, Cool Blue, and then Mango Madness. But then I also do Kiwi Strawberry. Those are the only 3 that I really try to drink since I'm not doing the beer and booze anymore for a while. So, we've been getting a lot of good fantasy questions. More and more people are coming through. It's pretty solid. Nice photo. Shaka. Love it. Said, should I trade away Gabe Davis for Foreman PPR? Oof. What are you looking at on your team? Do you need running backs or not? Because obviously, both guys have an opportunity to get great numbers. It just depends on, because Gabe Davis and Mike Williams were probably the best number 2 receivers that turned into number 1 receivers because of Josh Allen, right? And we obviously with Herbert, and with Josh Allen's arm being kind of shaky, we don't really know what's going to happen. But let me see. All right, Gabe Davis is ranked 28th. He's averaging 13.6 a game, which is fantastic. Sarah drafted him, but he's having some rough spots. 18, 6'2", 32, 16, 5'5", and 21. And his arm is hurt now. So, he's going to have to go to Diggs and Gabe, but the production isn't consistent. And then for Foreman, Foreman would probably be the, if you need running back, I would say yes, definitely do it. Foreman is ranked 38th, 7.5, 0-0-0-0-0-1. But then in the last 4 games, 16, 31, 4, and 19. 15 carries, 26, 7, and 31. So, he might shit the bed once in a while, or if he splits with Chuba Hubbard. But last game, he got 31 opportunities for 130 yards, 16, 31, 4, and 19. So, if you're looking for running back depth, I guess you could take a chance with Foreman. Gabe Davis is probably more safe. But if Josh Allen's arm is fucked up, then Foreman probably has a higher ceiling. Gabe Davis will be more consistent, but Foreman could be big numbers because he doesn't have to worry about his quarterback because he's just going to get the ball and run with it after a handoff. So, seriously, that's what a big part of what we are here. So, let me look at your team here. Barkley, Jacobs, White. At running back, Devontae, Amon-Ra, Cooper, Hollywood, Pickens. All right. Well, Hollywood Brown is out for the year. Cooper, Kupp, obviously he's injured. He's going to be out. So you have Devontae and Amon-Ra. So at least you have 2 good wide receivers there. And you have Barkley, Jacobs, and White. And then are you planning on doing Barkley, Jacobs, and then you're planning on doing Foreman at your flex? And then doing Devontae and Amon-Ra, and then either getting rid of, keeping Cooper Kupp on the bench, maybe dropping Hollywood Brown and keeping Pickens for insurance. But you're trying to do that, correct? So that way that White is just a backup and it's Barkley, Jacobs, and I would assume you want to have Foreman as the flex. Because you could have Gabe Davis at the flex, and it could work sometimes. But Devontae and Amon-Ra, you would want to do Amon-Ra over Gabe. So I guess it depends. If you're wanting to build that super team, I got Saquon, Nick Chubb, and Josh Jacobs. And I got running back number 2, 3, 4. I drafted all those guys too. So it's if you can find guys that work for you. It just depends on how you want your lineup to be. If you want to do 3 wide receivers or if you want to do 3 running backs. Typically, if you have 3 running backs and you run a flex and it's a really good one, you're usually going to beat the other team unless they get someone like Gabe and he goes off for 25 at the flex. So Celsius. No, never had it. That's not like getting the sushi from the gas station like you were getting before, right? The half-eaten pizza from Larry at the gas station. He said it was 75 cents instead of 150, and you said, okay. Is that what happened? And you have Amari Cooper? Yeah, we don't have room for it here. But if I do end up having a home one day, yeah. Yeah, we appreciate you. And you got Amari Cooper. Yeah, so you have White. You need more depth. So, try to get, I would do the trade because you need to have more depth. You already have other wide receivers. You have Devontae. You have Amon-Ra. If you didn't have those 2, I would be I don't know if I would feel comfortable giving away Gabe. But at this point, if you just want to get that other running back to make sure you have more flex points week in, week out, you can definitely go that route. And then if there's an injury, that way you have Barkley, Jacobs, White, and Foreman. So if someone has an injury, then you're like, oh, hell, Jacobs got hurt. Then you can do Barkley and Foreman, and you don't feel as bad instead of having to do Barkley and White. And you're like, well, I hope it works out. So that's kind of the give and take in fantasy. It's all about value, and I'm always going to give you the proper value. You guys are crazy.
of football every single week? Yes. Saturated. Coming up here on Fantasy Live, it's time for us to raise a glass to the players that made us the most proud, making a toast to the finest moments from Week 10. It's coming up next on Fantasy Live.
What do you want to see, Holly? You got anything that you want to see? Like I said, we still got time to hang out. Like I said, we can go to the 4-hour mark, the 4-hour 30-minute mark, the 5-hour mark. So I'm totally invested in hanging out for as long as you guys want to hang out, and we can go as long as an hour and 10. So you guys are in control of the stream. So you guys let me know where you want to go, and I will be the DJ. You tell me what you want, and I will take care of the goats. Oh, thank you so much. Bang, bang. I don't even know what we're at. 100 something. I think that Sarah left because she had to get sleep for tomorrow. So fantasy football draft strategy question. This is my first year. And as you know, I've fallen short in drafts where others before me have gotten the players I wanted. How to compensate.
That's our mission. We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2%.
Yeah. So first, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. So how you are able to come up with a team that is spectacular, right, in fantasy football. You know, it's some people, you have to know the league, but it's about, like I said, you have a lot on your plate, right? So like I said, it just depends on if you are serious about trying to win in fantasy football, correct? Right? If you get to a point, down the road, next year, a year after, where you're really wanting to invest. Like, I'm just going to give you an example. Obviously, with someone like me knowing the whole league, I have a huge advantage over most people I play against because I'm covering more players for the channel anyways. But it's about clicking on the names and the buttons of the players, because not only do I look at my players, I look at my bench. I research the league on all the players that are available. I look at everyone else's players. I know when they have bye weeks. So I'm not only just researching my guys, I'm researching everyone. Now, not everyone will do that, right? But it's all about also the moves that you make. So for team info, just to give you an idea, and obviously with the knowledge and right. So with me, right, I'm sitting in first place right now. I've made 79 moves, which is insane. And we're on week 11, right? So we're on week 11 and I'm on 79 moves. Second place, right, in the whole entire league, right, with making moves to improve your team is Team Guerrero Jake. He's 6-4. I think he's in third place. He has 34, and he's not in second place. Sarah is, right? So you have to make sure that not only do you have a good starting position with your starting 9, right? You have to upgrade the roster every week to keep getting better pieces. So that way, if you have an injury or some guy gets hot, you're going to maximize the amount of points you're going to get every week. But every other person in the league has under that number. So as I'm looking at the league, so it's like Shep has got 14, right? Brute Crushes has got 20. Holly's got 11. Let's see here. Hershey Highway's got 1 because he quit after the first couple weeks when he lost. And so obviously that's why you have a 1-9 record and you're not playing anymore, which is unfortunate. Buck Dynasty, 8. That's way too low. Yeah, it's like if you want to be competitive, unless you get really lucky, like someone like Sarah that's only done 9, but she's second place right now at 7-3, but she just drafted the best. Besides, I feel me and maybe 1 or 2 other people, having Josh Allen and Jonathan Taylor, Kareem Hunt, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kelsey, Gabe Davis, Buccaneers D, Carlson. She drafted all those pieces, and most of those pieces have relatively stayed healthy, and they put up huge numbers. And then the bench, Tyreek, drafted him. Mike Williams, she drafted him. And there's Trevor Lawrence, Gesicki, Pickens, Wilson, and Herbert. So there's guys that she's picked up, but most people that have a 7-3 record have to do more than 9 transactions. And then Chief 12. So it shows you, I make the most moves. I'm at 79. Second place is at 34. But that's how you get good. You're making sure that you're looking at your lineup. You look ahead 1 week to see who's got a bye. So if you know the next week, week 12, your kicker is on a bye, pick up a kicker this week that's good before you have to wait until the kicker does really good, and then someone else gets them that has higher priority. So I'm always making sure I'm looking at the schedule ahead to see when my bye weeks are for the guys, so that way I'm not put in a position where maybe I get a guy or maybe I don't. So yeah, and then a lot of times in the wire, when you're selecting players on the wire, you can find other players. Like for me, I got Justin Fields. Like if you look at my team right now, that it's 9-1, I'm going to be 10-1. But Justin Fields, I just picked up. He's the best quarterback in fantasy football, and he's been the number one quarterback right there with Mahomes. So I got Justin Fields. Nick Chubb I drafted, Saquon I drafted, Jefferson I drafted, D-Hop I drafted, Mark Andrews I drafted, Jacobs I drafted, Bills D I drafted, Gano I picked up, Herbert I drafted, Godwin I drafted, Cowboys D I picked up week 1, Geno Smith I picked up, Jason Myers, number 1 kicker, I picked up after Butker I drafted, and he got hurt and I had to let him go, and it hurt me. But I had to do it, and then I got Koo, dropped him, and then I got Jason Myers after he had 2 weeks of double digits, and now he's the number 1 kicker. So sometimes you got to be able to, get ahead of the curve, before they blow up, because it's all about waiver priority. And think about this, with the moves that I make on the wire, I'm always 10th on the wire, but I can still build a championship team. So I don't need to be first priority, because I know not everyone is going to, pick up guys on the wire. So instead of me being 10th, in reality, I might actually be 4th. So I can scoop up guys. And also I wake up as soon as the wire, drops, I'm the first one on it. So if there's any leftovers of greatness, everyone else is sleeping, I'm grabbing the players at that time, in the middle of the night. I'm making extra moves. Oh, this guy's available. Oh, I wasn't really thinking about him, but since everyone else is sleeping, boom. And then I'm going to add this guy, or I'm going to get this guy. And then sometimes those guys that you add in the middle of the night turn into Justin Fields or Geno Smith, and you win a championship, or you get better than what you were. So that's the type of stuff that I do, which is not normal. It's psychopath behavior. But if you want to be able to be a great, and you want to try to get top 3 or win, these are the things that you do. You have to click on the names. You have to, it's analytics, statistics, if you care about winning and, finding the information. And also one important thing also, I think in fantasy is not looking just on the red matchups. You know what I mean? Like if it's a red, and red is bad, but that doesn't mean someone is on a red matchup. Like let's say you're going against the number 1 defense. The wide receiver could still put up 20 points and have a spectacular day. But a lot of people take the red and the green to heart, right? And when they do, a green matchup, they assume the guy's going to put up what it says. And then when they don't, they get mad. Or if you start someone that's red and you're like, oh, the guy's not going to get anything. And the guy has like a career day. So, it's crazy how fantasy works, but. Yeah, but draft position, like I said, you always want to have like a list of guys that you have research on that, if someone goes Kelsey, Andrews, okay, if it's not Andrews, then you have to just, be ready on the fly in the draft. So that's why drafting is so hard, because you have to know the players and you have to act, and nothing goes the way you think it's going to go, even if you do mock drafts, because you never know what someone like me threw a curveball and I did it. Jefferson number 2. No one was expecting that. Everyone thought running back. And then usually when you get to the 6th or 7th pick, then someone goes for Tyreek or Devontae Adams or Jefferson or Chase. It never happens where the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd pick is a wide receiver. But, Cooper Kupp has been pretty good, but look, he got hurt. So I didn't go that route. Tyreek, I knew that he might be pretty good, but I didn't go that route either. So I saw that. You could have did yoga. You could have did the yoga thing for 1 hour. You'll be able to meet him again. It was just an opportunity. And I know you were like, okay, oh my gosh, you watched the game, Alex Smith. And I had a feeling Washington was going to win. That was a trap game. But you will be able to meet him. Good people, that are good people to not only to people in their family, but friends and people, like good karma. You'll meet him again. May not be at a liquor store, getting beer or booze like with Tommy, but you'll be able to meet him. I did see that Holyfield and Tyson, the edibles of the Holyfield. He said, Tyson said, if I was on edibles, I wouldn't have bit his ear, because he didn't do weed back then. Yeah, and that's what she did too. And sometimes you guys did too. Sometimes there's players I want. So that's why you have to be like, know your, backups. So if like someone picks up someone that you have another person in mind and you're not lost, you can always look at the screen and the recommendation. Oh, this person is highest ranked. So it kind of gives you an idea, of like who to get. But for example, I picked Justin Jefferson first, right? And most people went running back. Then my second pick was Nick Chubb. They had 6 other running backs ahead of Nick Chubb, but I knew going into the draft, I looked at Nick Chubb's stats, and he got 8 touchdowns every single year. So that shows me consistency. So will he get hurt? I hope not, but I want a guy that I can count on, not a guy that's going to give me 3 touchdowns one year, 16 the next, and then maybe 7. Like I need to be able to have someone that I know I can count on, and I went for Chubb, not the guys that were ranked higher. And it worked out. And I took a chance on Saquon. It worked out. And I got Josh Jacobs. So I made sure that I had quality depth at the positions. And tight end is so like weak that if you don't get Kelsey or Andrews, you're kind of screwed. So I had to follow Sarah because Sarah had set the tone. She went Josh Allen. So she forced me to go Mahomes or Herbert. So I went Herbert so you could have Mahomes. And then she went Kelsey. So I had to go Andrews. So when you're behind someone that's really good at fantasy, drafting wise, sometimes you have to change your game plan. Like I wasn't planning on drafting Mark Andrews that early. I wasn't planning on drafting Justin Herbert or Mahomes. I was going to wait. But sometimes it's a blessing when they take a chance and go for a guy early in the 3rd round, 4th round, or 5th round, and you just mimic them. Because if you pass, okay, she goes Josh Allen, other people see it. If I don't pick Mahomes or Herbert, I'm not going to get them. And then I got to hope I get like a Lamar, and who knows if that's going to be good. So I was forced to take my quarterback then. She took Kelsey. I knew if I didn't take Andrews, the next person would have, which would have been probably you, Holly, or someone else. So you always have to be on your heels, but sometimes you got to be able to follow the person that drafted in front of you, even if it was something that you weren't planning for. And you always have to have like backups on your brain as well. So that's my best advice. Air Freak in the building. What to do? Amari fired. Yeah, well, it was all random. So we didn't make ourselves pick at that spots like on purpose. Like it was like a thing inside the system, and you just like hit a button and it's just random, and you don't know until like right before, and then it just tells you. So I mean, but the thing is with me, like I feel that if you're good and you know the players, I feel that I could have draft position of 4, 8, 10 because it's snake. So if you pick 10th, you're like, this sucks. I picked 10th. 10th picks back to back. 10th. And then 11th first, and it goes this way like snake. You know what I mean? So just because you get the last pick, but if you get, 2 really good pieces back to back, you can still go to the playoffs. You know what I mean? You just have to make sure you hit on pick 10 and 11. So it's like you go, Jamar Chase and then Mark Andrews, or, Josh Allen and Travis Kelce. Like you just have to make sure that if you're late in the order that you're hitting on your picks and you're praying that they don't get hurt. So, I mean, there's always going to be players that you had your eyes set on, but it all depends on how the draft goes. And sometimes drafts can be unpredictable. So if that makes sense. But I feel I can build my team through the wire and build a championship contender. I'm going to draft, top 5 draft out of like 10, 12, 14 people. But really what makes a champion is getting those extra pieces. Like I got Cowboys D week 1, Geno Smith, Jason Myers, number 1 kicker, the best backup, and Geno Smith, Dulcich, Graham Gano. So there's a lot of guys that I drafted, but then Justin Fields, it's like you just have to keep on the research if that makes sense. So yeah. I mean, like I said, usually I try to give the best advice as I can and the secrets and whatnot. So we got the Buccaneers and the Seahawks on NFL Network. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Justin Fields' numbers, I mean, like I said, and the main reason when I did my research on him and I was targeting him, I was okay. Yeah. The numbers, they weren't very high for him. Here, I'll show you. I'll bring up a photo of him too. but I do all the research, and I look for guys that are dual threats, guys that run, that can score touchdowns, and that can throw. Yeah, you can get a guy like Mahomes that's going to throw for 3, 4, or 5, but what happens if he has a game where he throws only like 2 touchdowns? Is it going to be enough yards and points to get to 20? And in most cases, it is. But here, I'll show you here. And this single pickup could lead me to winning. So Justin Fields, he's number 4 in the NFL, which is insane. Okay. He started off where they didn't allow him to run in the first month, right? 13, 8, 4, 10. No one rostered him. No one gave a shit, right? Then in week 5, they said, okay, let's let him run. Let's let him see what he can do. Then he got 17 points, which is good. It's hard to get to 20 now unless you have like Mahomes, Josh Allen, I'm trying to think of who else. Jalen Hurts, but there's not very many guys that consistently can get to 20. Geno's like cuspy, right on 18, 19 on the cusp. All right. Week 5, it changed for Justin Fields, 17, 18. That's when I picked him up and I was looking at him. Then in the last 4 games, so he had 17, 18. So you saw an uptick. All right. And then since week 7, 8, 9, 10, 23, 26, 42, 39. So when you can put up numbers like that, where you can double, instead of putting up 20, you're putting up 40. That's like, double the production at the spot. And that's how you win in fantasy sometimes. So. Oh, but it is, but they mean a lot to you. It's your people, it's your life, it's special teams, meeting the people that are important to you, your favorite team out of all sports. It makes sense. It's like, you don't think I want to go down there and start talking to the Mariner players, and if I had a chance to talk to Tampa players, or of course I would, Duck players and whatnot. Oh, wow. And then you saw it on the Twitter post, but they didn't even tell you. That's crap. And that's like imagine if I get it, if it was like Tommy or Butker, because you've never met Butker before, correct? So that's why you were kind of upset or whatever. I guarantee you'll end up getting his autograph or getting a photo. You'll end up meeting him. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be able to put yourself in a position where naturally it'll just happen from the sports gods, maybe at a liquor store again, or a grocery store, or it'll be at a game, or it'll be at an event like at a gym again. That won't be the only time you will be able to meet him again. You will. Yeah, and that's one thing in fantasy. Like, I try to use my ESP, but you never can 100% predict injuries. No one can, right? I've gotten extremely lucky with my team, but again, I had to work fast and work quickly, because when Justin Herbert and Mark Andrews went down, that could derail my chances of winning a championship if I didn't find replacements quickly and good ones. So if I didn't end up getting Geno Smith, and if I didn't end up getting Justin Fields, there's no way in hell I'd be able to keep up with Sarah and some of the other teams, and then getting Dulcich for Andrews temporarily. But it's all about hoping that your guys won't get that serious injury, and you always have to keep beefing up the roster. And my way that I go about it is that my bench should be another starting roster. So if I got Justin Fields, Nick Chubb, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, D-Hop, Andrews, Jacobs, Bills, and Graham Gano, I'm projected for 147. That's the highest so far before games have started this year. And I got Herbert, Godwin, Cowboys D, Geno Smith, Jason Myers, number 1 kicker, and Dulcich on my bench. That's like a whole nother team. That's what a fantasy football team should look like. You should have no weak spots on the team at all. Every spot should be considered, I'm going to start this guy over someone else. So if I got Godwin on my bench, then I'm like, okay, who else do I have? Okay, I have Justin Jefferson, and I have DeAndre Hopkins. Okay, that makes sense. I'm going to make sure I have a good guy sitting there. And even if I don't play him, like Godwin, I don't even play him that much. And he just scored his first touchdown. He's getting 10 to 13 pretty much every game. But if I can get 15 to 30 out of D-Hop or 15 to 50 out of Justin Jefferson, why would I play Godwin? when I can play like a running back like Josh Jacobs at the flex instead of him. So it's all about maximizing points. Sometimes you'll predict correct, sometimes you won't. It can be a number of things. Ooh, nice sack lunch by the Bucks. There we go. Get on him. Geno Smith, sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Yes. Yeah, and that's what I always look for, people who get attempts and looks. Who's going to be the dual threat? And like I said, he's so talented on the run. Like, I'm not sure if we've seen anybody as good as him on the run. He's not a very good thrower of the football. He's very limited. He can't even really get 200 yards passing. He's never going to be 400 or 500 yards. He's going to be around like 150 to like 190, but every once in a while, 200 to 250, very rarely 300, right? But he might give you 50 to 160 on the ground. So if you can get 150 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground, 190 and 2 touchdowns in the air, you're probably going to be at like 40 points. And that's what we look for in fantasy, over 10. But if you get 20 or more at quarterback, right? 30, you're like, oh yeah. 40, you're like, oh yeah. You're if you're getting 40 points at the quarterback with like Mahomes or Fields, you're like, you feel pretty good. But even with that being said, I had a big performance with Fields and I still lost to you with all my guys with the bye. So it shows you got to have good pieces all the way down. You can't have 40 with the quarterback and then the kicker gives you 2, defense gives 3. Then, and then you see the other guy, defense gave them 23 and their kicker gave them 14. Well, no reason I lost. No wonder I lost. So it's like you're always trying to make sure you're maximizing points, but sometimes you just like, the kicker doesn't get the opportunities, or they start going for 2, or the kicker misses, and you're just like, but if you get one big kick, like a 50-yarder, it's worth 5 points. So instead of getting these little extra points worth 1, 1, 1, and the score is 21-0, you only get 3 points. But if the kicker goes 1 field goal, but it's 54 yards and he makes it, it might save you by giving you 5 points. And if you get 2 field goals, right, and they're 50 each, that's 10. So you don't need to get 3 or 4 field goal attempts to get a big number. Sometimes these field goal kickers will get 3 kicks, all of them are 50, and you're at 15 points, and then you win. You're like, okay. But, you just have to be able to do the research and whatnot. So, yeah, Fields is crazy. I mean, I wouldn't even trade Mahomes for Fields right now because that would be the only one that I would consider. But the thing is Fields is more of a threat. Mahomes has got more, arm talent where he could get 30, 40, 50, 60 points, right? But Fields, and just having that opportunity to go with your legs. And they traded away Robert Quinn, and they traded away, all the guys that they had on the D-line and on the defense. So, when you trade away your 2 best players, Roquan Smith and Robert Quinn, that's why they're the first team to score 29 points 3 times in a row and lose. Like, there hasn't been teams that have ever done that. So now they're turning it around, right? But they're not trying to make the playoffs, but they're just showing you, hey, once this team gets better receivers, better running backs, better O-line, better defense, they could go all the way towards the top, and compete with Minnesota. Maybe Detroit gets a little bit better, but the Bears are a few years away, but you never know where it can go. Thank you so much. Oh, they fired your friend. No way. And they promised. Oh, no. I would be upset, too. I'm so sorry. I need to get you like some Harrison Butker merch or something to make it better. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, I would be upset. Who's running there? This is a gym. Like, who runs like the social media part? That's unacceptable, especially if you're one of the first ones. Is this the one where they wanted you to do the art in their gym? And then they didn't even like let you know? I'd be pissed. Like, what the hell? This is one of my favorite players. You didn't even like, I found out on a Twitter fucking message after. Like, how dare you? I'd be mad. But I mean, like I said, you can only be mad for so long, and O-Dog will get you some Butker merch to make things better or something. I'm sorry that happened to you. I appreciate you. $20 holla. I think you did a Cash App on here too when I was going through my phone. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation on the Cash App too. That'll go towards a thumbnail so I can get one for this Thursday. I mean, I'm not really getting the views and the results that I kind of want with them, but they just make the channel look better. So, and it can help Johnny get some tires too. So as long as I can pay bills and I can still afford to do the thumbnails for at least Monday, Thursday, and Sunday, and maybe some of the Duck games, I can't get one every day anymore, but as long as I can get like 3 or 4 a week, at least I can help him, and it makes the channel look better. So. Oh, okay. So this is a bigger one, and no info. And did you message them? Did you call them, email them, tell them your displeasure, or did you just kind of scream and cry and be upset? I imagine that's probably part of the routine too. And yeah. And I know, and then obviously you didn't watch the game with us. I saw you had the Alex Smith jersey on. I knew that was going to be a trap game too. I knew it. And then Washington also ended the Steelers streak. Remember when they were 11-0 and people thought they were pretenders, and then boom, Washington beat the streak, and they were the one that beat the Eagles streak. So I guess if you have a big streak and you're undefeated, don't play Washington, or you might lose. And 2 teams have lost that were undefeated. Both Washington beat them. Yeah, maybe you should be like, this is one of my ultimate favorites. Don't worry about it. Sometimes you have to let it out. It's not like we have 40, 400, 4,000. I'm always going to cater to the people that take care of me, and if I have to have a one-on-one conversation, if other people in the room, they don't care. This is how it goes. You got to make sure we're taking care of the people, especially if things are a little rough. I got you. We're here to put smiles on your face. What do you want to see for photos with your generous donos? Anything you want, you let me know. I got you. We could do players. We could do coaches. We could do nostalgia. We could do stuff like toys or movies or stuff from your childhood. Sometimes we can go back and maybe Johnny Depp, or you got anything that you want to see, let me know. It doesn't have to be what we normally see. It could be food, but it doesn't have to be. We got 39 minutes that I can go for. So if we want to do 39, let's make it the best 39 that we can, and whatever you want. I'm here for you. So I'm to give you good vibes and smiles. Things will be better. I'm sorry about the Butker. That really stinks. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, but like I said, you did get a special unexpected from your favorite. Butker's up there too, but it's not like you never met Tommy and it was Tommy. Imagine that feeling would be probably worse. So you got to just take things with a grain of salt. And just like Macho Man said, you just got to be able to believe, and it will happen. Okay. Macho Man would be 70 years old today. Oh yeah. So I know you will have another opportunity. It's going to happen. Just unfortunate that they did that to you. And it's all about honesty, loyalty, respect, and it's also about communication. And that's where a lot of relationships, friendships, and things that you have that are important in your life fall apart because people don't fucking do what they say they're going to do. So yeah, it's good to let it out. All right, I want to do some corgis and some penguins. Spending some extra time with your cats. What about your rogue cat? So did you let your rogue cat live there now? So now you got 4 now or 3? Because I know that you had the one you were seeing if they were gonna be playful with each other or if they were gonna be catty, and you got 3 or 4 now, right? A puppy is in the works at some point though. As long as you feel that you can. Because obviously, as you know, dogs are a 15-year responsibility. This is not, and of course, you would be awesome at it. So just give all your love. I mean, it's just crazy how much I sacrifice things in my life as if she was a human. And sometimes I feel like she, it has a lot of human traits. She understands a lot. And my life has been so much better I've been a better person. I've focused on the right things, on the people that care about me, and the people that don't check up on me, or the people that aren't a good part of my life. I've cut them out, and I'm eating better. I'm exercising a hell of a lot more. I'm spending time with people that I actually enjoy spending time with, and sometimes it's a grind, and sometimes we have great streams. Sometimes it's a challenge. I know sometimes me and Sarah will get a little frustrated and stuff, but I just try to tell her, tomorrow is another day, for us to be able to make up for maybe, it's all about the people. It's like, you have these people, that are out there. If you're not in the right place at the right time with the right people, sometimes you're not going to get the result that maybe you're looking for. And, we just got to keep grinding it out. But the one thing that I do appreciate, though, is just the people and just what we were able to get from everybody in the room. I mean, things are tough, and it's just nice to be able to vibe with each other. Sometimes we need it. Arnold. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, seriously, I talk to her like it's like a human. Like, there's keywords that she knows, and it's just nice. And she has the same routine with me where, she'll get in between like the covers, and she'll like whine or look at me, and she wants to get underneath, and she wants to look at me and then like lick my leg, and then she'll just like curl up in a ball where her back and butt and her will be like in between my legs, and she can feel the warmth of my legs and stuff, and she'll just go down there until she gets too hot, and then she'll go on the top, and she'll snug either like mostly towards my legs, not really towards my face anymore, because she's so long and big and she wants to stretch out. But sometimes we'll snug, and there'll be like little spoon action and stuff where she's tired and sleepy, and I can get my hand underneath on her stomach, and her paw will be on my arm, and we can just kind of sit there and watch like Simpsons for a little bit. It's just nice to be able to have that bond, like and once you have a bond with like a cat or dog, it's like I'd rather hang out with my dog than hang out with any of my friends, really. I mean, like I said, I can hang out with Justin, I can hang out with Preston, but I mean, for the other people that are more like the party crowd and stuff, like I don't even need to hang out with those people anymore. I'm just gonna hang out with Paisley, just read and watch my shows, dedicate my life to this channel, and the people that are in it. And things have been good, man. And like I said, I feel that this is gonna be a pretty amazing time in my life. I know sometimes people, when they hit 20 and then 30 and then 40, they think, oh, my best days are behind, but I think I'm just getting started. Yeah, and it's always good to vent, because a lot of people wouldn't even listen or wouldn't even care, but it's about finding, people that are willing to listen, that actually do care, that just try to make things better. I mean, how rare is that? Even something simple as just telling someone a problem and actually getting someone that's not rolling their eyes, or it goes in one ear out the other, which is a lot of people. I mean, unless you have a good bond and friendship and it's 50-50, instead of just like a drinking buddy or someone you get stoned with or someone you watch football with or something. There's different levels of friendship. So are we? I don't even know. I don't even know what we're at, but it's definitely much better. I know when we did the Chiefs game, we did $12 after like 4 hours, and that was like almost made me cry. But I know that we're not going to have too many of those where it's a little lower than expected. I still enjoyed it. It was fun. New one is still not completely comfortable. Not yet. We can do some nostalgia. Let's do some. We got 33 minutes for nostalgia. Really? And she does it every day. She has her routine where she whines and looks at me, wants, a treat, a greenie, or she wants to go for a walk. And, she loves outside. She just loves it. And that's good that she loves outside, because I love outside. And so I'm able to listen to E40 and my music. And then, I can get out there and smell the air. And, it's a little chilly, but it's, I'm getting my blood pumping. I'm out there, I'm working and trying to lose weight. And I get to see her be playful at 1 year old and chase leaves and sniff everything and hold me up once in a while. And I try to be patient, and, we go for our 45-hour-minute walk, and I really look forward to it. And I think she does too. It's a good bonding moment. And then, we can hang out afterwards and watch TV. She knows what Simpsons is. Like when I watch Simpsons, she like perks up and she'll watch with me because that's the show I probably watch the most. So, she'll know when that's on, or King of the Hill. She'll hear like the intro with the bell and she's like, oh, King of the Hill. Like she'll see. And sometimes she'll like to play, tug of war, rope. She's been a little extra bitey though lately. She's been a little bit more like evil and violent. Like I'm not sure if it's because she's not getting as many snacks as before. But she's like biting our hands more. I don't know if she's trying to be like more playful, but it's like violent where she's like biting kind of hard. Like, and we don't want to like smack her head or her butt, and she'll just get like too aggressive at nighttime. And it's usually around the same time between like 9 and 11, but sometimes we'll close the door. And she'll whine. And then we think that she'll be calmed down. Then she'll go into the bedroom and she'll try to like attack my girlfriend or whatever. And just not like a vicious attack, but just like being a little bit too aggressive and playing when someone's trying to sleep, so sometimes, she'll be out there with me on the couch if I'm watching TV after the stream or something, but yeah, it's always nice to, to have those bonds. Yeah. It's cool to be able to have that bond, because they know who you are, and just being able just to get little loves, little kisses, sometimes you could have like the shittiest day or things aren't going too good, and then you can get just a little bit of attention and love, and then you just feel so much better. At least that's how I am. So yes. Oh no. Uh-oh. That's horrible news, because you already have rude and disrespectful neighbors, and now they're just getting more dogs. And just because it's a pity, like we have American Staffordshire, it's pity. If pitties are taken care of correctly, they will be okay. But if they're not taken care of correctly, they can be super aggressive, and you're already having problems there. Sounds like you might need to call the police, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's something that's going to have to happen. Otherwise, something's going to escalate, and someone's going to have I don't know. Someone's going to come knocking on your door with a fork or something worse, and you guys are going to start scrapping or yelling, or punches are going to be thrown, and hopefully nothing more than that. But these neighbors sound like neighbors from hell, man. Yeah. I was walking Paisley, and there was this kid that had this little itty bitty dog that probably weighed 3 to 5 pounds, right? It's a main road. I have Paisley on a leash. There's other people that have their dogs on a leash. This kid is running with the dog, jogging next to the dog. As cars are going by like 40 miles an hour on the sidewalk, and I had to catch up to the kid. I was like, if you don't want your dog to die, and it sees like a cat, or it sees something and it darts into the road, it's going to get squished. Like, it's not very smart. I was like, you have a leash in your hand. Why is it not? If you want to run around with your dog, do it in your backyard, but not on the main road. Kid looked at me kind of funny. You know what I mean? And then he put the leash on and stuff. But I was like, some people are so stupid. And then I had another one where there was this guy that had like kind of like a husky or like a bigger dog, and they were across the street, right? And I was like, dude, why do you have your dog unleashed? You don't see anyone else out here. It's like you're asking your dog to cross the street and get hit. And the fucking dog did. Dog went across the street to go towards Paisley. I had to get in front of it. And I was like, bro, your dog is going to die if you're just going to like let it roam. Like, you might be comfortable at your house or apartment or whatever inside the house, but outside's a whole nother question. They see fucking another animal, another dog, another cat, another person. Boom, you don't know. And all of a sudden they take off, get hit by a car, and then what? Then you have no dog or cat. But I don't know. It's just crazy to me how some people are so irresponsible with their pets, or I don't know if they just don't care, or if they're just fucking stupid, or a combination of both. But yeah, Jesus. Oh, I imagine. That's why I'm very hesitant to take Paisley to like places unleashed. We have unleashed dog parks that are really fancy, that have like a skate park and basketball court. And then you go further down and they have paths, and it goes into woods near water and bridges. And then there's like this field, and they have sticks and other stuff that is like a wooden like chest, right? And then you can just let the dog loose. But if you let the dog loose, sometimes other dogs are too aggressive, and sometimes if it goes into like the forest area, like you have to be kind of careful. And when dogs get all excited like that, but I don't know. I just don't like, having dogs. I mean, I want her to be able to play and stuff, but I get kind of worried that some dog is going to bite her or something, or she'll bark. And then there was another two like Great Dane, like big dogs. And there was this little, she was probably like 15 years old, like high school girl. And we were walking on the weekend and she was across the street and the dogs overpowered her and then she lost them. She didn't even have a retractable leash. It was just like one that was 1 foot and they just ripped out of her hands, crossed all the way to the street right in front of Paisley. I got kind of like scared a little bit and I got in front. They didn't bite her or anything, but both dogs probably weighed like 75, 80 pounds each or more. And they were huge. And Paisley's just like little. I didn't swear at the girl or go crazy on her or whatever. I think she felt bad, but I was like, you probably shouldn't be the one walking your dog when you can't even overpower one and you're walking two and both of them, the leash went out of your hand and went across the street. Like you're asking your dog to get hit or something could happen. So I don't know. Some people, they just are not very smart. Oh no. So they just threw him away. Probably. These guys sound like a bunch of assholes. Oh man, that's horrible. Sounds like pet services or child services might need to be called on that particular home, like some kind of investigation, something shady going on. Which I imagine probably shady shit is going on in that house. I mean, if you're going to be such an asshole with your pets and live that reckless way, I imagine there's some probably shady shit that's going on there. Not that you want to be like a narc or anything, but if it's affecting your living and your mental health, yeah, it's your fucking problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's not being a narc if it's affecting you and your kids, or if your kid gets fucking bit, or if you get bit by one of their fucking dogs, I know. Or some people that try to do it for the money, and if they don't sell them or whatever, like, yeah, I think that's why we have so much love and compassion for animals too. Well, you've seen it firsthand because obviously if you work as a technician or a doctor or you're a vet or or if you work at the pound, if you work anywhere that has to do with animals, dogs and cats, I think your view of animals and the world is much different than anyone else. You see a lot of the dark side of stuff. So. Just like knock on the door. Yeah, that's horrible. Well, hopefully things get better. You need to move. I know you probably can't with it's like if it's condo, house, apartment, how long you can stay or go. And Kadarius Toney, thank you so much. And I'm only 9 minutes behind because I'm an idiot. $19 dono. Let's do it. Thank you so much. Ollie saving the stream again, just like Cyberpunk did yesterday. We were going to be in a bad spot yesterday. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Let's get some Kadarius Toney up here. Let's do it. Bang, bang. Thank you. You gave the dog a chicken nugget. Jose with a $5. He says, I'm going to get in on this. Thank you, man. Every dollar counts, and it really does help, man. And I just love being able to give back to the people that take care of me. It's never about, I need this to, be rich and buy all this shit for myself. Like, I just want to be able to give back to the people like Sarah and the people that support me like Cyber and Holly and all the rest of you as well. And it means a lot. I appreciate it. $5 dono. $19 dono. Thank you, JT. Appreciate you. What do you want to see for photos, JT? I'll get some more Kadarius Toney for Holly. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. JT's a guy that I would like to go to like garage sale or like to go like find collectibles. I think me and JT would be like, it'd be cool to like to go look for cards or like sports memorabilia, like, you know, or Toys R Us, or, you know, trying to find like that bro to be able to like go from place to place to find the cool stuff. Going to a card shop, I would be cool. You ever come to Oregon, JT, you should hit me up. We can go to the card shop together. I can show you around. I got 2 of them, only 20 minutes from my house, like 2 of the biggest ones. So appreciate you. Thank you. It means a lot. What do you want to see for anything you want? Wrestling, football, baseball, cars, video games, nostalgia, you name it, I got you. And I'm going to do some more Kadarius Toney for Holly. And I appreciate that because the $5, you know, $19, people are like, oh, it doesn't matter. It really does. Because like I said, if I want to keep improving the channel, even if I'm not getting the views, at least the presentation, it looks good for Johnny's thumbs. And if I can help him get snow tires, I would rather be able to help him rather than I can do my own thumb for free, but it's going to look like shit. It's not going to look as good. You know what I mean? It's going to be just, you know, I don't have all the tools to make it what he does. So everything that I get on the Cash App side, that's pretty much, it goes right towards Johnny. So that way I can get Packers and we'll get an Aaron Rodgers, Derek Henry thumb with this. So that really helps. And then also I got the Ducks in Utah on Saturday. And then we also got Chiefs Chargers on Sunday night. So that way I can get thumbs for there. So it really does help. So I appreciate you guys. Because, I mean, even if I'm not getting the big numbers, I was hoping I could get about 1,000 views or more on every thumb. But you know, it works usually on the other ones, but for football, they definitely don't cater to me there. They definitely cater to the others, but still, I like the presentation and the way that it looks. So, and people will see that on Twitter too, because the last photo that I have, it kind of acts as the thumbnail on Twitter. So I usually use his thumbnail as the last one on every stream, so that way people on Twitter can see it. Yeah, I'm just a fan of his work. Serving every address in America, the United States Postal Service. Yeah, I just like helping people out, and obviously I want to make my stuff look better. That was the one thing I wanted to improve on the channel. I feel like I've done kind of a 360 on the channel and reshaped it in the mold that I wanted to have it. Of course, more people would be great, but I think it's kind of taught me it's not all about 20,000, 40,000 subs, 50,000. It's about the people, not the number. It's like, you can have a bunch of numbers, and a bunch of people, but do you know them? Like, that's the best part for me. Liberty, liberty, liberty. Oh, yeah. And with Juju, the concussion, I think he's okay. Mama said he's okay. And then McCole Hardman, we'll see when he's back. This is a blessing in disguise. Who would have thought that this was going to be something that was needed and needed immediately? Like, we thought, okay, if this is needed, maybe it'll be needed like down the road, like maybe in like a month. No one thought that, oh, wow, within the first like 2 games, like already being a factor, and nothing is, it's like they already knew. It's like they already knew that more than likely, somebody's going to get hurt out of that wide receiving core. And it's not like they had to worry about Sammy Watkins because we already know how he was. It's like when he's out there and he's healthy, good stuff. But a lot of times he's hurt, so they have to have backup plan. And this is looking like the tiptoeing in my Jordans, as you see Andy Reid back there and the rest of the people, doing it with style. Oh, perfect. Let's do that. And these ones just came out because a lot of these, it takes time for them with the photographers, and you got to be able to wait for people to come out with different options. And I'm actually kind of surprised. Usually you're not going to get too much from guys and their new teams. Usually most of the stuff is going to be, the Giants. But
After you joined our family, it was like, I really do feel complete now.
defensive unit and a number at the top of the column for the Buccaneers. 44 rush yards. That is significant. They have been averaging.
And another reason why we like Kadarius Toney, because Kansas City Chiefs love Florida Gators, and it's another one. Florida Gators are always athletes, so that they might have some legal issues, they might have some attitude issues, they might have issues because it's Florida. We already know there's all kinds of players that have come through Florida, some of them with egos, Cam Newton, Aaron Hernandez, but there's a lot of fucking athletes and a lot of great players. Tebow, Pouncey Bros. I mean, Florida Gators are very talented, and your very own Tommy Townsend. So it makes sense now. They're like, well, he's a Florida Gator. They know what's up. They're athletes. We already have a lot of them on the team. There's always Florida Gators. That's another reason why I like Tampa, because Tampa would always try to go for Florida Gator players. And that's the reason why I'm a Tampa fan. Not just because of Sapp and Brooks, because that Danny Werfel 96 team was a big part of Ike Hilliard, Jaquez Green, Rydell Anthony, and those uniforms. And like I said, I don't know what it is, but ever since I was a little kid, probably 13, 14, 15 years old, I was in love with Florida football besides Oregon. I just loved it. Steve Spurrier there and just the way that they looked, and it's awesome. Yes. But they're very good. They're very good. All right, let's look at some yeah, we have stuff that looks like this here in Oregon. It's just amazing. That's why I like getting outside. Like, there's like so many moments where you could take like a photo of how just beautiful it looks out there when I'm taking a walk with Paisley. It's insane, like how nice it is. We definitely have very pretty falls, and because we have all the trees out here, so it's just there's all mountains and trees and landscape. It's definitely a vibe. Camping and hunting and coffee and just fishing and just outside in nature. I mean, if you want nature, I mean, it's got more nature than Washington and, way more than California. California will have its areas, but I mean, you don't have to go too far in Oregon to be able to get away. Like, you can be in like the suburb life. You don't have to be in downtown Portland where it's all crazy. You can be in the burbs, but it doesn't take too long to get to the mountains or camp. Only like an hour to 3 hours, depending on how far you want to go. And depending on if there's like waterfalls there or a lake, that's usually the deciding factor for people, like where they want to go. Look who it is, Mr. Williams. How are you, bro? I'm just grinding, man. How are you doing? Nice, dude. I was just thinking about you today. I was going to say, if I didn't hear from you today, I was going to message you in the morning just to see how things are going at the job and if you've been playing video games and what's been going on, with your life and everything. Did you see that Tyler Anderson, bro, went to the Angels? I'm pissed, dude. I was like, what are you doing? Why wouldn't you want to stay with the Dodgers? And now you're going to go to the Angels? Why would you do that, Tyler? But if they lose Trey and they can get a good replacement in return, you never know what could happen. And there's rumors maybe Verlander to the Dodgers maybe. Shit, if we get Verlander on the Dodgers could win. If he still has the game. What's up, Mike? No, hell no. No, Justin Jefferson is must keep. Connor doesn't matter, and Tua has been very good. So yeah, Justin and Jefferson, Tua, good value. Burrow is good, and Eckler is good. But I think I would go with Jefferson and Tua more than Burrow and Austin Eckler. And Burrow and Eckler are going to give you a lot of numbers, but Burrow's health, it kind of worries me a little bit. And if they don't have Jamar Chase, the value isn't as high. But Jefferson and Tua right now are peaking. And you got Waddle and Tyreek, 2 in the top 5. So James Conner is like extra. You don't even give a shit about him. But having Jefferson and Tua, yeah, I would not trade away that. I would keep what you have. But it's up to you. I mean, how the rest of your team looks. Wide receiver, running back. If you show me your whole team, I can kind of see if you make the trade, what is your team going to look like after, depth-wise, at running back and wide receiver? Because that's really what it comes to. But just me looking at this, I would stick with Tua and Jefferson right now. If Tua wasn't doing as good, yes, I say do it. Burrow and Eckler, yes. But I think right now Tua's been playing very well, more than we expected. And if they got 2 receivers in the top 5, that means Tua's playing well, so you probably want to just keep with what you have. And Burrow's main weapon, Chase, is injured, so his value goes down a little bit. T. Higgins and, avoid the Boyd are good, but it's not Jamar Chase. It's different. So I think you agree. BK, have it your way. Damn, they should put me on the commercial. What's good, bro? Me just being, doggy dog. Yeah. Yeah, you need to play some video games and fucking reset, bro. That's what you need to do. You need to let me buy you a video game here once I have some extra money, and then I need you to go and play that video game when you have some spare time. And I know there's 1 or 2 that you've been looking at, so whether it be Xbox or PS5, you just got to send me a message on what you're looking at, and I'll send you money, and then you buy it. And I want to see a screenshot of you playing it. I need proof that you bought it, and then you played it. Okay? You need to do that. Schultz or Higbee? PPR? And do you have both on your team right now, or are you trying to grab one? I need all the information I can get to give you a good answer. Higbee's ranked 10th. Schultz is ranked 5th. But the thing about Higbee, though, is Cooper Kupp is out. So you got to think Higbee might get a shitload of targets. He was like number 2 on the target list, even over Allen Robinson. I got to see what they're projected for and who they're playing against real quick. Let me look that up for you, Jacob. Oh, yeah, rewatch Black Panther, which is great. The soundtrack is awesome. And then watch the new one. Yeah, I want to see that as well. And then you're going, bro, pick me up, dude. Disneyland Bros. Dude, if we did a Disneyland video, NWSF with Mr. Williams, oh my God, people would love that. We'd lose our minds, dude. We'd like live there. They'd be like, what happened to them? We got to go back to work. Fuck it. All right, let me take a look at these stats here. Dalton Schultz, 24th rank. He's averaging 8. And last game, he put up 17. And then prior to that, 13 and then 9. So his numbers have been pretty solid. Schultz has gotten 5, 7, and 8 targets. Okay. All right, 8. And then who's the other one? It's going to be Higbee. He's ranked 8th. Average is 9.2. And he's put up 8.9, 14, 10, 17, 11. And then recently 1, 3, 0, and then 15. 8 for 8, and then he got 15. And now Cooper Kupp's hurt, so then his production should go up, and he should be able to get 6 to 10 targets every game, kind of like what he was getting at the beginning of the season. So I think 8 overall. I mean, it's possible that Schultz gets more points, this week. But I guess if you're looking long term, who's going to, get more potential? I mean, the numbers are better for Schultz right now. 9.9, 13.4, 17.4. So I guess if You're going that Schultz is going to be ranked higher. So if you're looking for just like 1 week, if you're looking for like 1 week, then you're probably maybe going Schultz. But if you're looking long term, Higbee's upside is higher because Cooper Kupp is out. But you're trying to trade one. Okay, so I'd probably trade. Well, it also depends on the quarterback issue too, because we got to know if Matthew Stafford's even going to be able to get Higbee the ball. So I'd probably keep Dalton Schultz because Dak is there. It's like a little bit more secure. Now, if I know Matthew Stafford's still there and things are good, but he hasn't looked very good this year, but he could still get fantasy points. So I'd probably try to trade away Higbee with DJ Moore to get another receiver. Hang on to Schultz. I mean, even though he might have a higher upside, Higbee, it only will work if Stafford's healthy and he's not. So I think I would probably try to trade Higbee and Moore, and that could get you maybe a better player than Schultz and Moore because of the Cooper Kupp factor. It's like a little bit more spicy where you could be like, well, he doesn't have Cooper Kupp. They're going to score more points, and maybe they will, but maybe they won't. So maybe you could go that route, Yeah, you got to get, yeah. I got you, dude. Always. Yeah, I've been getting no problem. I got you, bro. Anytime. Yeah, but I've been getting a lot of people ever since I started doing these fantasy shows, for NFL Q&A and fantasy. We've been getting a lot of people from Twitter and from YouTube, more than I ever expected. And then if I keep doing it, then we're going to get a huge following because fantasy is pretty big. But we always have people come through, and I try to give the best answers, especially after like Tuesdays and Wednesdays, because that's like right before the wire, after the wire, to help people, try to make things happen. So. Well, we got 5 minutes to go before I have to end the stream because that gets to the point. Technically 10 if it's 11:05, but usually around 11 o'clock is the cutoff for us. I appreciate you guys. If there's any other pictures that I can bring up for any of you guys. Holly, are you still in the building? Is Ahari still here? Yeah, man. And I think, when people start seeing like the knowledge and the verbiage, I think that at some point people are going to be like, okay. Because, there's a lot of people that say they know fantasy, but, it's not like I have all this like shit written down and all these like facts and factoids. And, a lot of it's just off the top from all the reading. And obviously you can use little things like the rankings, and then you can give your opinion from there. But, that's one thing I think people like. They see the channel, but I feel as far as like knowledge and content, I don't think anyone's going to ever beat us here. Like there's just way too much reading between me and Sarah. And there's a lot of you guys that are in the room that is nothing slipping through the cracks and covering so many different sports. Like Elliot's going to be my soccer guy, which will be kind of cool. And then Hori's still here. What do we want to see for pictures here for the last few minutes? All right, perfect. You answered my question. Thank you. Oh, hurry. Do you feel better now? I know things have been rough in the last couple of days, but I think, and especially when you have people in the room and it's like, you're pretty familiar. You're going to get the people that come in for the fantasy stuff, but for the regulars, it is a big family. It really is. That's why I think Sarah and me, I know with her, she wants to be able to have the conversation, and sometimes it's slow. And if a lot of the goats are not available, I think she gets kind of bored and whatnot. But I tell her if she wants to leave and has other things to do, it's completely fine. No, I can't expect anyone, even a lead mod, to stick with me for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. I want to make sure that people have a life too,
Season-ending back surgery on Tuesday. This update is presented by Verizon.
Tom Brady made some news on his podcast this week entitled Let's Go, where I think he was kind of saying that to his teammates about effort, talking about how the effort level on game day is the most embarrassing part of our team. He doubled down on that when he spoke to the media here
Yeah, it's so pretty in fall and winter time. That's why I love all the like Alaskan shows and stuff. Like, I don't know, I could be just like not even, it doesn't have to be like an irritated mood or anything, but I can watch something and as soon as I see snow and I start seeing like the people that I'm watching like on Alaska, it doesn't have to be like Alaskan bush people, but it could be like Life Below Zero, and I can watch these people do what they do, you know, in like remote Alaska, and you know, see the foxes and the snow and them work out there and hunt. I don't know what it is about that shit, but I don't know. I'm kind of like, it's a part of who I am, and just having my first job at 12 outside and, you know, doing crawdads, crayfish with my dad and just all the camping stuff. But I don't know what it is about fall and winter, but I mean, I prefer, you know, not hot weather, like, you know, 70 with a breeze, 75, 80, but I don't mind the cold. I mean, that's why I'm wearing like shorts, even in the snow. I don't mind it. I like having my legs like open and free to be able to feel the breeze. And I don't like the pants. Pants is no good for me. I get too hot and sweaty and I get fucking uncomfortable and I hate it. Sometimes I'd have like warehouse jobs and they'd force me to wear pants and I'd be like sweating through my pants within the first like couple hours. I'm like, this fucking sucks. I don't want to fucking be lifting and sweating and, you know, fucking feeling like I'm going to have swamp ass and I got to work for fucking 6 more hours. Hell no. So usually I would just work for a little bit and then I would start wearing shorts and see if they would notice and if they would say anything. And if I was a good worker, maybe they would just let me keep wearing shorts. And that's usually what would happen. Like everyone else is in pants and shit. And then I just act like I'm not doing anything wrong. Like, you know, like I know exactly what I'm doing, but I'm just hoping that they're not going to say anything. Oh, I was supposed to wear pants? I didn't know. Well, I mean, whatever. I mean, as long as I can work and feel comfortable, that's really what it comes down to. Or it's like when you had a sales job and they want you to wear a tie. You know, fuck that. Let me wear a hat. Let me be me, and I'll get more sales and I'll be authentic instead of you trying to make me someone that I'm not, like with this fucking suit and tie and all this other shit. Like, I get it. You have, you know, you look professional. You are professional, but you also have to be comfortable. And if that tie is way too tight on your neck, you're not going to feel good. It's like, what do you want to be, like a fake, you know, like Leonardo DiCaprio character? Like, I have to feel like authentic and normal. So sometimes, you know, you'll have those days where if you worked at a sales place, you could, you have a little bit more of a relaxed day on a Friday or something. Of course, I'd take advantage of that too. Swamp ass, no bueno.
Different stuff going on, but you have to love the energy and the excitement that's in the building.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. You never know what I'm going to talk about in here. It could be a normal conversation, and all of a sudden, we're going to be talking about some swamp ass. I mean, you never know. And I usually, when I work, I mean, I'd be doing like warehouse work or something, and it's like, or I was working at that like fishing warehouse, and like, oh my God, like the amount of fishing stuff that they had, and it was like no AC. It was so tough. Thank you so much for all of your generosity. Well, we got 3 minutes until we get to the 5-hour mark, so I'm going to make sure I'm going to go 3 more minutes, so that way we can. I mean, we're so close to this number. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's make sure we show the proper love. Thank you so much. That's future thumbnail money, rent money, Paisley money. Bang, bang, bang. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh, is that Holly again? Oh, Holly. Oh, it's a Holly. Boom, boom, boom. And it's all red too, just like the Chiefs. Perfect. Thank you so much. That's who's holding it down right there. Who are the best fans on planet Earth? Who are they? You guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday to Macho Man. He would have been 70 today. My favorite. Just like Holly's favorite. Tommy. I owe you like a bajillion pictures. Okay. I owe you. We'll have to hop in the DeLorean. This is before Holly comes in the stream and then after. Thank you so much. You're always taking care of me, always being goat and goat-ish, doing goat-worthy things. You are worthy. I'm not worthy. Now it has to come up now. Wayne's World, party time, excellent. I wonder if I still have it. Do I still have the Wayne's World? Do you feel better than what you felt before when you weren't feeling too good? Things a little bit better? And sometimes just spending 30 minutes or an hour, it can go a long ways, especially with who's in the room as well. So you're worthy, you are worthy. I'm just, like I said, anything that I can do to make people feel better if things are in a bad spot. And I appreciate you. Car, game on. Oh, yeah. I got some good stuff here. Hold on. Try to do as many of these really quick before I get yelled at here. This is the face that I make when I'm waiting for the goats to show up. I'm like, okay, I know they're showing up. They're going to come through. I'm Garth. I'm like, I know they're coming. Yeah, I promise you, you're such a good person. There's going to be things that are going to happen where it might just happen naturally. The universe already knows that this is upsetting you and something's going to happen. So, it could be at another event. That's me right there. Okay. I know you're missing out on the Butker, but like I said, you got to do the Tommy, and that was so unexpected. So sometimes it can be at an event. Maybe it'll be at a game or some, grocery store or something, but there'll be another opportunity. And sometimes you can't, it's unfortunate that they didn't let you know, but there's things that happen in the universe that you can't explain why it happened. And maybe something better is lined up. So, okay. This is the reaction when you found out. And then, we want to get you back to being happy Holly. Okay. Disgusted and confused Holly. Disgusted Holly on the left. Confused O-Dog on the right. Where am I? Game on. Oh, good stuff. You guys are the best. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. But like I said, if anyone ever needs anything, you can always message me. And thank you so much for all the generous donations. Good. Like I said, I have a feeling. I mean, as long as you can tell who cares and who wants to make things better, and just me having the ability to know you guys and to be able to know where to go to make things better. I mean, it's self-expression, but it's also taking the time to get to know people and knowing what could make things a lot better sooner than to ignore the things that they like. And yeah. This Kadarius Toney thing, I'm starting to like this. I know you and me felt the same way. We weren't feeling like that, like jumping for joy, but now we're like, oh my. I watched him in college. I was like, wow, this guy's really talented, but found the right spot. Beautiful. It's that fall weather. I appreciate you guys, and we made it 5 hours. Thank you so much for all your generosity. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll be back at it, grinding it out. And let me see. I got to find a photo to end on for the fantasy. Who should I use? Should we use the Patrick Mahomes? I haven't used it. Maybe I'll use this Patrick Mahomes photo. Yes. Appreciate you. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And thank you so much for your generosity. You went above and beyond. And like I said, it makes me speechless sometimes, and like I said, it's makes me feel really good that I can make a difference. And also your generosity is unmatched. So I appreciate you. You and Cyber have saved me so many times when things look bleak. And I appreciate you. And a lot of that is going to go towards Paisley and improving the channel, and also gifts to give back. So yes, the best. Much love to all of you. And I'm really happy that I got a chance to talk to you right here. I'm going to message you in the morning. So we'll have some stuff to talk about in the morning. I'll see how you're doing, and we'll talk video games or whatever. Maybe I can send you one here shortly in the next few weeks or so once you have one. So love you guys. Appreciate you guys very much. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I'll be back tomorrow for some more NFL talk and Q&A. And we can thank JT for a great suggestion with that. Like I said, I was just going to say fuck it and do it next year, but we do have some filler time. And I would rather talk about NFL than doing maybe a shitty basketball game I don't care about. So this is good, and you get a good opportunity to spend time with the fam. So Jameson, JT, Howry, Mr. Williams, everybody in the Williams, appreciate you guys very, very much. And I got one question for you. Well, talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you. I appreciate you guys. You are the best. And I'm out. Gang.
Durability and stability. Rubber can handle